Chapter 369E in Jiuzhou's Crisis. The new glyph was extremely powerful. In fact, it was far more powerful than anything Lu Yi had mastered until now. Unfortunately, Lu Yi could not see himself using it unless absolutely necessary. The complexity of the glyph alone suggested that it would take a tremendous amount of spiritual power to construct. At his current cultivation level, he would probably need to use all of his spiritual power to construct the glyph. In that sense, it was something like a trump card. It should be used only in a do-or-die situation. Its name brought up some unpleasant memories though. Back when he was cultivating the Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic, the cultivation technique had come with 2 spell techniques, and one of them was called Fire Phoenix. To this day he still did not know why the spell technique had turned into a fire quail in his hands. It wasn't until he came back from the lost city of Xianyuan and possessed a much stronger divine soul and spiritual power control that the form of the spell improved. These days, Lu Yi rarely cast spells anymore because every cultivator in Jiuzhou knew that he was a combat cultivator at this point. Plus, he did not need spells when his telekinesis was enough. The Tree of Glyphs had consumed a weakened and incomplete True Phoenix Flame to give him Glyph, Fire Phoenix. Not only that, he had witnessed the Vermilion Bird's life experiences while he was unconscious. As a result, his understanding of the Fire Phoenix technique had reached an unspeakable level. In fact, one could say that there was no one in the entire Jiuzhou who understood the Fire Phoenix better than him. With a thought, he lifted a finger and cast the Fire Phoenix technique, launching a fiery red flame toward the distance. Not only did it look almost identical to the Vermilion Bird, the patterns and even the feathers on its body were clearly defined. The spell weaved back and forth like a living creature under his control. He made it circle around his head for a bit before landing on a nearby branch to groom himself. Finally, it exploded in a shower of sparks. There was no doubt that his Fire Phoenix technique was many times more powerful than what it used to be. It was thanks to his stronger cultivation level and everything he had experienced since entering the Burning Lands. This was a pleasant surprise. Telekinesis was great, but the weapons themselves were guaranteed to run out of power in a protracted battle. Spells did not have such problems. As long as he still had spiritual power, he could cast as many spells as he wanted. There was one more thing that Lu Yi was really happy to learn, and it was that the royal jelly's improvement to one's vitality and spiritual power was permanent. He wasn't sure how long he was unconscious, but he did notice that his vitality and spiritual power were actually flowing faster than before. This could only mean that the royal jelly's effects were permanent. He should have known really. It had taken millions and millions of mutant wasps to create just half a bowl of royal jelly. Of course it had to be extraordinary. Next, he checked the wards he had set up earlier. He discovered that they had, in fact, been triggered by nearby spirit beasts. This discovery made Lu Yi really glad that he had taken all the necessary precautions first before checking his glyphs. Otherwise, he might have been dead already. Suddenly, he felt something from his battlefield imprint. Lu Yi looked down and saw that it was a message from Yi. His expression grew serious. As it turned out, Yi hadn't sent him just one but multiple messages. He was just unconscious for most of it except the latest one. Looking at the time of the oldest message, it had been 5 or 6 days since he fell unconscious. The messages were all cries for help. Yi and Jiuzhou had been hiding outside Misty Mountains and waiting for Lu Yi to meet up with them, but a group of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators happened to pass by the area and discovered them first. They had no choice but to make an escape. However, Jiuzhou was far too recognizable, not to mention that plenty of people had seen him with Lu Yi. The 1,000 Demon Ridge had lost hundreds of people trying to kill Lu Yi. As if that wasn't bad enough, they didn't even succeed in their mission. With that in mind, why wouldn't they take it out on Jiuzhou? Luckily for Jiuzhou, he was one of the most resilient body-tempering cultivators in the Spirit Creek battlefield. He was tougher than even an ordinary Heaven 9 body-tempering cultivator, so he was ultimately able to escape even though he was cornered for a time. Originally, Jiuzhou was going to take Yi and Amber back to the Misty Mountains. It was because they were sure that he was there. They might not know why he wasn't responding to their messages, but they knew that their chances of evading their pursuers and meeting up Lu Yi would be much higher if they could make it inside. However, Jiuzhou was no Lu Yi. He lacked his seemingly infinite bag of tricks and telekinetic speed. After failing several times and noting that their enemies were only growing in numbers, they had no choice but to escape in the opposite direction of Misty Mountains. In this regard, Jiuzhou was stronger than Lu Yi. As a body-tempering cultivator, he already possessed a monstrous amount of stamina. However, he also possessed a unique mutant core where he kept a massive amount of spiritual power in reserve. So long as he didn't run out of stamina or spiritual power, he could fly on his spirit artifact for as long as he liked. This was something no other Spirit Creek Realm cultivator could compare. As time passed, more and more Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators joined in on the hunt. The Grand Sky Coalition did their best to hold back the enemy, but even they could not stop the hunt altogether. Right now, Jiuzhou and Amber were hiding in another forbidden area known as the Myriad Poison Forest. They weren't doing too well, to put it mildly. For starters, the Myriad Poison Forest was a forbidden area just like the Burning Lands, a location known to be extremely hazardous to any cultivator. The danger of the Burning Lands originated from the broken and incomplete True Phoenix Flame. The closer one was to the center, the hotter the environment would become. Near the end, not even a tyrant could get within 50 kilometers of the flame. In the Myriad Poison Forest case, it was poison. The forest was permanently shrouded in an endless haze of poison, and the deeper one traveled, the deadlier it became. Not only that, every living creature in that forest, small or big, ants or giant boas, was poisonous to a certain degree. Even the plants were incredibly deadly as well. The reason they chose the Myriad Poison Forest was because they literally had no other choice. The number of pursuers had grown to the point where it was either that or death. Right now, they were hiding somewhere near the periphery of the Myriad Poison Forest. They couldn't break out because the Thousand Demon Ridge had the entire place surrounded. The one silver lining of this situation was that the Thousand Demon Ridge did not dare to go deep into the forest and risk getting poisoned themselves. Their plan was to keep Jiuzhou pinned and wait for the poison to kill him slowly. Also, they were waiting for Lu Yi to show up. They were certain that Lu Yi would not abandon Jiuzhou to his fate. As long as they kept Jiuzhou pinned, Lu Yi would appear to them of his own accord. As time passed, more and more Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were gathering at Myriad Poison Forest by the hour. "Hang on. I'll be right there." Lu Yi hurriedly messaged before withdrawing his ward flags. Then he summoned his spirit boat and took to the sky. Yi responded to his message not long after. "We're doing okay. The place we're hiding at isn't too toxic, and it turns out that the honey we collected from the Misty Mountains can neutralize the poison to a certain degree. We're not at our limit yet, so don't rush things and be careful." The ordinary honey can neutralize poison? Lu Yi hadn't expected to hear that. On second thought, he should have thought of it himself. The mutant wasps were venomous creatures. Naturally, the honey they created would have a neutralizing effect. It was the same logic as venomous snakes usually residing in places where anti-poison herbs could be found. Thank goodness they had collected all those honey beforehand. Otherwise, neither he nor Jiuzhou could have held out until now. Looking at the 10-point map, the Myriad Poison Forest was quite far away from the Misty Mountains. This meant that the trio had flown on Jiuzhou's spirit artifact almost non-stop. It was the only explanation as to how they made it that far in just a few days' time. Yi had considered finding shelter in a Grand Sky Coalition outpost, but doing so would surely endanger their ally. Not only that, an alliance pact was required to use another sect's divine opportunity column, and Lu Yi was the only one who had the authority to do so. Therefore, finding shelter in an allied outpost would only result in them being trapped with nowhere to escape until the outpost was conquered. Their allies might be able to escape in time, but they would surely fall to the enemy. That was why the Myriad Poison Forest was their few remaining options. One thing Yi did not tell Lu Yi because she didn't want him to put himself at risk was that the Thousand Demon Ridge was no longer satisfied with just trapping them anymore. They were preparing to venture into the Myriad Poison Forest and capture Jiuzhou alive. The reason they hadn't done so yet was because they were still gathering the antidote pills necessary to carry out the operation safely. The amount they needed was astronomical considering the amount of people who were participating in the hunt, and how long the operation might take. Still, it was only a matter of time before they launched the operation. While flying to Myriad Poison Forest, Lu Yi checked his battlefield imprint yet again. There was a message from Hua Ci Arrives he didn't read earlier because of the urgency of the situation. A few weeks ago, Hua Ci Arrives had returned to Mount Ying to claim the remaining portion of her inheritance. At the time, Lu Yi already had the feeling it wouldn't be the safest trip. If it was, Hua Ci Arrives would have claimed the entire inheritance from the get-go. He had tried to change her mind, but he eventually gave in after noting that she was determined to go no matter what. He had tried messaging Hua Ci Arrives multiple times while he was playing cat and mouse with the Thousand Demon Ridge in the Misty Mountains, but none of his messages had gone through for some reason. He only knew that she was still alive because her imprint was still present. The fact that Hua Ci Arrives had sent him a message meant she must have left the inheritance site already. He wondered if she had succeeded. Hua Ci's message stated, Yi and Jia are trapped. I'm on the way to rescue them. Lu Yi hurriedly replied, It's okay. I'm on my way. Hua Ci responded a few seconds later, Oh, you're still alive. I see you're doing pretty fine too. Har har. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. What's that? Oh, it's none of your concern. Lu Yi wanted to probe her until she spilled, but knowing Hua Ci she could stall him for days while dancing on a knife's edge. So he messaged again, Just stay where you are for now. The situation isn't looking good. Got it? Be safe. Your son can't afford to lose his father. Lu Yi nearly lost his mind at that. Is it just me or is she getting more and more impudent these days? He was just about to make a retort when suddenly, he sensed a presence swiftly approaching him from a distance. His head began to hurt when he saw who it was. It was none other than the tyrant-level female primal. He had no idea how she managed to find him. If it was a coincidence, then it was one hell of a coincidence. Her form was a little different from before. She was still in a humanoid form, but her arms had turned into wings. The feathers on her wings were fiery red. Now that he thought about it, the vermilion bird was a bird as well. He supposed it made sense that this female primal could sense the true phoenix flame from 50 kilometers away. Chapter 370 Lu Yi is here. Lu Yi even suspected that the reason this female primal became so powerful was because she had spent many years absorbing the energy leaking out from the true phoenix flame. If that was true, then it was that no wonder she was fatally attracted to the flame. He immediately imbued his spirit boat with windwalk and kicked up his travel speed by another notch. However, the presence behind him only grew closer at an unbelievable rate. Just a short time later, he turned his neck stiffly to one side. The female primal was now flying right next to him. She was a bird and a tyrant. Even at his maximum speed, she had still caught up to him with insulting ease. Perhaps he could give her a run for her money if wings was still usable, but the tattoo-type glyph had reached its limit a long time ago. There was a silver lining though. The female primal hadn't attacked him even though she had caught up to him. The flame. The female primal said suddenly while staring at him with her crimson eyes. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat as he gripped his inviolable. He was going to hit her the second she asked a question he couldn't possibly answer. Amber and Jia needed him right now, and he was in no mood to play 20 questions with the female primal. Sure, his chances of defeating her were incredibly slim, but he was going to make her work for it at the very least. I couldn't find it. It would be stranger if she could, as the tree of glyphs had gobbled up the true phoenix flame completely. He highly suspected that there wouldn't even be a burning lands in the future. I already told you I didn't see it, Lu Yi answered calmly. Perhaps you didn't try hard enough. Impossible. Despite the incredibly obvious, the female primal did not suspect for even a second that Lu Yi was the true reason her flame had disappeared. She was much stronger than Lu Yi, but even she was unable to claim the flame. Naturally, Lu Yi could not be the one who took it. You can't sense it anymore? The female primal shook her head dejectedly. Lu Yi thought for a moment before starting, It's like this. There are plenty of treasures in this world that naturally become sentient over time. Those destined to obtain a certain treasure might find it falling into their lap one day, but those who weren't may never even catch a glimpse of it. You were sure there was a flame there, but neither of us were able to see it. Perhaps this means that we weren't fated to get that treasure. Fate? Yes, fate. The female primal fell into deep thought. She only flapped her fiery red wings from time to time, but Lu Yi still wasn't able to shake her off. He could not imagine how fast she could go if she was flying at full force. A long time later she suddenly said, You mean the flame is still there? It's just hiding from me, right? No, I never said that. Not even close. The female primal abruptly stopped in her tracks and turned back toward the burning lands. Somehow, she had interpreted Lu Ye's words as the flame actively trying to hide from her senses. Lu Yi sighed as the female primal vanished into the horizon. The Creator was fair after all. Some people appeared to have an unfair advantage over others, but they surely had a flaw or two that balanced out that advantage. Take this female primal for example. If she wasn't as ridiculously powerful as she would have died a long time ago. He was glad that the interlude turned out to be a false alarm. He continued to fly toward the myriad poison forest at top speed. Looking at the 10-point map, he should arrive at the myriad poison forest in less than 2 days, but only if he kept windwalk active the whole time. Of course that was impossible. Even if his spiritual power could hold out that long, there was no way he could fight anyone. If he did not use Windwalk, then it would take twice as many days to reach his companions. However, his energy regeneration would just barely be able to keep up with the consumption. Even if his estimate was off, the mystic fruit cider should be enough to make up the difference. And so he kept shoving spirit pills into his mouth and refining them as quickly as possible. From time to time he would activate Windwalk to give himself a boost. Meanwhile, the amount of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators surrounding the myriad poison forest had exceeded 3,000. More and more were gathering outside the forbidden area as time passed. News of the Lu Yi elimination front's failure had spread far and wide a long time ago. Thousands and thousands of people had participated in the hunt, but not only did they fail to achieve their objective, they had even lost hundreds to the vanquisher of sects. They could hardly believe it was true. It wasn't just one sect who lost face because of this. It was all of them. Lu Yi had basically planted his foot on their face and mopped the floor with it. It was a wake-up call for the entire 1,000 Demon Ridge. They realized that this might very well be their last chance to eliminate Lu Yi. Previously, many Tier 1 sect cultivators and champions on the Scroll of Supremacy had refrained from joining in on the pursuit in the Misty Mountains because they considered the work to be beneath their status. It was different now. At least 20+ Scroll of Supremacy champions had gathered outside the myriad poison forest, and the strongest of them all was ranked in the 30s. It was even rumored that a top 10 champion had hidden themselves in the area. They were just waiting for Lu Yi to show up to deal him a fatal blow. Besides that, the amount of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators gathering outside the myriad poison forest was greater than when they were hunting Lu Yi in the Misty Mountains. As if that wasn't bad enough, both the timing and geographical conditions were in their favor this time. The Misty Mountains were ridiculously vast and unique in some ways. Even if they managed to find Lu Yi, their manpower was spread thin enough that he was able to deal massive damage to them time and again. The myriad poison forest was different though. For starters, it was way smaller than the Misty Mountains, small enough that they could surround the entire place with 3,000 cultivators. This ensured that Yi and Jiuzhou would be unable to escape. Second, they weren't afraid that Jiuzhou and Yi would hole up in the myriad poison forest forever because the area was permanently shrouded in a fog of poison. Even if they could hold out for a while, it was only a matter of time before they ran out of antidotes and died. This was exactly why the 1,000 Demon Ridge wanted to venture into the myriad poison forest and capture Jiuzhou. It had taken them considerable effort to finally corner the bastard. If he died in the myriad poison forest, then Lu Yi would not show himself or willingly walk into the death trap they had prepared for him. Currently, their plan was to capture Jiuzhou alive and force Lu Yi to show himself. The antidote pills and poison-neutralizing treasures they were waiting for had finally arrived. It was time to enact their operation. As the orders were given, squads of cultivators began entering the myriad poison forest from every direction in search of Jiuzhou. It didn't take long before a squad reported that they had encountered Jiuzhou and Lu Ye's white tiger. Unfortunately, he was able to escape. This news invigorated the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators and motivated them to push harder. They were going to keep up the pressure until Jiuzhou had no choice but to walk into their arms. Jiuzhou had tried to fly to safety several times, but each time he was driven back into the forest. For a while, it felt like the myriad poison forest would be his graveyard. It was at this moment the 1,000 Demon Ridge received some great news. Lu Yi had finally shown himself, and he was less than half a day away from myriad poison forest. To say that the 1,000 Demon Ridge was excited would be an understatement. Knowing that their plot had succeeded, many cultivators immediately backed out of the myriad poison forest. At the same time, they set up countless traps and wards all around the place. Now they were just waiting for their prey to step into them. The impatient ones even took off in the direction Lu Yi was expected to appear in hopes of intercepting and killing him before their peers. Half a day away from myriad poison forest, Lu Yi continued to fly toward his destination at high speed. He was also being pursued by a good number of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. It was inevitable that he would be found out since he was traveling openly, not that he had planned on hiding his tracks from the start. He knew exactly what the 1,000 Demon Ridge was plotting, though he was far less sure about Yi and Jiuzhou's situation. Every time he messaged the girl, she would tell him that they were still doing okay. It was obviously a lie. His appearance should alleviate some of the pressure on them. He counted at least dozens of pursuers behind him. Just like all the previous chases, every time someone fell behind because he was too fast, two would join the group. The good news was that Lu Yi had zero intentions of tangling with them. Every ounce of spiritual power was precious right now. He could not afford to waste any time or energy on these people. He was flying over a forest when suddenly he sensed something and looked beneath his feet. He immediately saw a hail of sword lights bursting out of the tree leaves and flying straight toward the pursuers behind him. At the same time, a dozen or so cultivators in plain clothes took to the skies. "It's the Northern Profound Sword Clan." One of Lu Ye's pursuers screamed in panic. Lu Yi immediately did a 180-degree turn and charged toward his attackers. His 9 flying weapons, he had replaced the 3 he lost to the female primal with new ones, flew out of his weapon holder and reached them even sooner than he. The reason he didn't want to fight his pursuers wasn't just because he didn't want to waste his spiritual power, but also because he was alone. Even if he managed to kill some of them, there was a high chance he would be overwhelmed in the end. It was a different story if he had help though, especially when these reinforcements were infamous for their bloodlust. Sword lights filled the sky and blood-curdling screams rang through the air. Although these 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were numerous, even they were afraid to go up against the sword maniacs of the Northern Profound Sword Clan. After all, their sword telekinesis was said to be the deadliest telekinesis technique in all of Jiuzhou. As if that wasn't bad enough, Lu Yi was part of the beatdown as well. His killing speed was as good or better than the sword cultivators. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators lost many of their numbers after just a brief clash. Only a dozen or so people were able to escape in the end, and none of them were unscathed. They were ambushed by the infamous sword maniacs after all. It would be stranger if they managed to escape unharmed. Metal ringing filled the ears as Lu Ye's flying weapons returned to his weapon holder. After flicking off the blood on the inviolable and returning it to his sheath, he turned toward the leader of the sword cultivators. To his surprise, he found himself recognizing the man. During the Battle of Golden Tip, Li Baxin had once instructed the man to keep Lu Yi safe. At the time, his cultivation level wasn't very high yet. Now he was a Heaven 9 cultivator. If Lu Yi remembered correctly, his name was Lianzhou. "Hail, Senior Uncle Lu." Lianzhou greeted and saluted Lu Yi seriously. The sword cultivators did the same thing. Lu Yi hurriedly stopped them. "Don't call me that. I'm younger than all of you." The reason Lianzhou addressed Lu Yi as senior uncle was because Li Baxin was their elder in terms of seniority, and Lu Yi was Li Baxin's junior brother. Therefore they should address Lu Yi as their senior uncle. In fact, only a handful of individuals across the entire Spirit Creek battlefield had seniority comparable to Lu Yi. Back then Yu Xiao, the sect master of the heavenly derivative sect, had addressed Shui Yuan as his senior sister. Cultivators generally led very long lives, so it was quite difficult to ascribe seniority properly. Excluding those who were close enough to use first names, nicknames or other affectionate terms with each other, those within the same age range generally addressed each other as senior/junior brother/sister. "I'm aware you are reluctant to address me as a junior brother due to my 4th senior brother, so just call me Fellow Cultivator Lu." "Fellow Cultivator Lu," Lianzhou responded without hesitation. "So, why are you guys here?" Lu Yi asked. It was clear that their presence here wasn't a coincidence. Chapter 371 Spirit Storage. If the 1,000 Demon Ridge could recognize the threat Lu Yi posed and do everything in their power to eliminate him, then of course the Grand Sky Coalition could recognize his value as well. To the 1,000 Demon Ridge, the vanquisher of sects was a walking calamity and the source of all the chaos that had happened as of late, but to the Grand Sky Coalition he was one of their rising stars and a future pillar. Their opinions were different because their standpoints were different. Anyone the 1,000 Demon Ridge wanted to kill, the Grand Sky Coalition would do their utmost to protect and vice versa. It had been like this since the 2 cultivation factions were born. No one was going to give the other party what they desired without a struggle. In fact, the Northern Profound Sword Clan weren't the only ones who had shown up. Many Core Circle Grand Sky Coalition sects had taken action as well. They were just scattered all around the Myriad Poison Forest because they didn't know where Lu Yi would appear. If Lu Yi had flown toward the Myriad Poison Forest from a different direction, he might have encountered the Righteous Sect, the Green Jade Sect, or the Auspicious Cloud Palace. The Northern Profound Sword Clan did not recruit their disciples lightly. All hopeful cultivators must meet some of the stringent requirements ever in the history of Jiuzhou to join the sect. It was why they possessed the fewest sect members of all the Tier 1 sects in Jiuzhou. Their outpost in the core circle consisted of dozens of cultivators only. However, they still sent over a dozen sword cultivators to aid Lu Yi. While Lu Yi himself was worth the effort, Li Baxian was at least half the reason they were willing to risk this much. Fellow Cultivator Lu, you must not go to the Myriad Poison Forest. The Thousand Demon Ridge has prepared well for your arrival, and now they are just waiting for you to fall into their death trap. My fellow disciples are trapped in there. I have heard. However, I would urge you to wait until our forces are assembled. Right now it is the Thousand Demon Ridge who holds the initiative. At least thousands of people have gathered outside Myriad Poison Forest already. We won't be able to break through their defense line without sufficient numbers. There's no time. Myriad Poison Forest is no place for a cultivator, and my fellow disciples have already been trapped for days. At this rate, they are going to succumb to the poison before we can reach them. Lu Yi then looked at Yu Lianzhou and asked, "What would you do if it was your disciples who were trapped in the forest?" Yu Lianzhou thought for a moment before nodding. "I understand. Let us make haste to rescue your fellow disciples then." Your compassion and selflessness are much appreciated, fellow cultivators, but you and I are both aware how dangerous this venture will be. You do not need to accompany me into the Myriad Poison Forest. You plan to take on the Thousand Demon Ridge's defense line alone, fellow cultivator Lu? Jiuzhou understood Lu Ye's meaning immediately. I may be able to breach their defense line and enter the Myriad Poison Forest. Maybe. I have never tried this method before, so I am unsure how well it will go. Of course, I would appreciate it if you would escort me to my destination. The Thousand Demon Ridge knows where I am right now, and I am sure they will send many people to intercept me. I need to recover my spiritual power to carry out my plan. Even if you have a way to breach their defense line and enter the Myriad Poison Forest, what can you do alone, fellow cultivator Lu? The place is permanently shrouded in poisonous fog, and it only gets worse the deeper you go. If you and your companions are unable to break out, it is only a matter of time before you all perish, no? I understand your concerns, but I have my ways. Please believe in me, fellow cultivator Yu. Yu Lianzhou frowned. He stared at him for a moment as if trying to determine if he was telling the truth. Lu Yi smiled. I promise that I treasure my life more than you treasure yours. It was only then Yu Lianzhou nodded. Then we shall do as you say, fellow cultivator Lu. However, please do not push yourself if it cannot be done. I understand. Then let us depart. After Lu Yi stepped up onto Yu Lianzhou's flying sword, the group of sword cultivators immediately took off toward the Myriad Poison Forest. Previously, Lu Yi was worried that his spiritual power might not be up to the task. With Yu Lianzhou fetching him though, he could focus fully on recovering his strength. He shoved a good number of spirit pills into his mouth and activated the gluttonous feast. He started regenerating spiritual power at an accelerated rate while his stomach rumbled incessantly. At the same time, countless Grand Sky Coalition cultivators received word of Lu Ye's whereabouts and immediately rushed to meet up with him. At first, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators continued to try and intercept Lu Yi. However, they ceased their attempts after losing several groups to the sword cultivators. They didn't even dare to tail them from afar because sword cultivators were notorious for their flight speed. The chances they might escape if the sword maniacs decided to pursue them were incredibly low. Their group grew bigger and bigger over time. It wasn't long before their numbers exceeded 200 people. However, the initiative was in the Thousand Demon Ridge's hands, so they were still going to be vastly outnumbered by the time they got there. Yu Lianzhou had hoped to persuade Lu Yi to wait a few more days. Days were all they needed to gather enough people to go to battle with the Thousand Demon Ridge. However, he did not succeed. The problem was that Zhu Jiayi and Amber did not have days to spare. Even if they did, the best the Grand Sky Coalition could do was to create a standoff. Generally speaking, the cultivators of Spirit Creek Battlefield did not engage in battles involving thousands of combatants unless the circumstances were truly exceptional. It was because the casualties would be unthinkable no matter who emerged victorious in the end. It was why the Thousand Demon Ridge was ultimately able to halt Lu Ye's advance in the inner circle by amassing an equally large force of their own. In the past, neither Grand Sky Coalition nor Thousand Demon Ridge would carry out an operation at this scale. After all, no one wanted to push the other cultivation faction so far that they would resort to drastic measures. That was until Lu Yi had caused a storm in the inner circle. These days they were almost expecting large gatherings like this to happen every once in a while. Meanwhile, Lu Yi had recovered to full strength. He was currently ruminating about the viability of his plan and wondering how he could increase its success rate. Glyph, Fire Phoenix was such a complex glyph that it took over 100 leaves to host it all. Lu Yi wasn't worried he might fail the construction because the tree of glyphs never failed to construct a glyph. No, he was worried that his spiritual power wouldn't last until the end of the process. He did not want to imagine what would happen if he ran out of spiritual power midway. The mystic fruit cider was a solution, but he wasn't sure if he could regenerate spiritual power faster than he injected it into the glyph. The best way to deal with this was to increase his spiritual power reserves, but that wasn't something that could be done in short notice. The obvious way was to unlock more spiritual points, but not even he could unlock that many spiritual points in such a short time. It was at this moment the answer hit him like a lightning bolt. Glyph, storage. Storage was a glyph specifically used to store spiritual power. In Jiuzhou it was called Spirit Bank. Every flying weapon carried an enhancement with Spirit Bank as the core, or it would be impossible to control the second physical contact was broken. There were two critical requirements that must be met before a cultivator could telekinetically control their spirit artifact. 1. The cultivator must reach the 7th order so that they could control the spiritual power outside their body. 2. They must charge the spirit artifact with their spiritual power. This would allow the cultivator to telekinetically control their spirit artifact. By applying storage to himself, he would be able to artificially expand his spiritual power reserves. And he knew it would work. If he could apply gathering spirits and blood rage to himself, then why not storage? The second he reached a decision, Lu Yi immediately constructed a storage at the center of his chest. Once it was complete, he proceeded to charge it with his spiritual power. Of course, storage itself required some spiritual power to maintain, so it was more draining than it seemed. Moreover, the wash of spiritual power could easily disrupt the integrity of the glyph itself. If he did not maintain his focus, it would easily crumble from the injection of spiritual power and waste his efforts. It was definitely a challenge that sorely tested his spiritual power and mental fortitude. The good news was that his divine soul was powerful enough to handle the task. His control of his spiritual power was also perfect. As time passed, Lu Yi gradually became more comfortable with the task. The glyph showed no signs of crumbling either. After confirming that his plan was a go, Lu Yi began consuming spirit pills and a bottle of mystic fruit cider to replenish his spiritual power. More time passed when suddenly Jiuzhou glanced back at Lu Yi. For a while now, he had a feeling that something didn't feel quite right about Lu Yi. He even sensed a hint of danger from the young man. Of course, he didn't mean in the sense that Lu Yi was planning to ambush him. He was referring to the young man's unstable spiritual power. It felt like a balloon that might explode any moment. He wasn't the only one who sensed this. His fellow cultivators were shooting Lu Yi wary glances as well. The storage Lu Yi had constructed on his chest had reached its limit. He literally could not pour more spiritual power into it even if he tried. A quick calculation later, he concluded that one storage could store roughly 30% of his total spiritual power. He still had plenty of mental energy to spare, so Lu Yi decided to create a second storage on his back. He had a much easier time since this was his second time doing this. Every time Lu Yi created a storage on his person, he was digging a pool where spiritual power could be stored. The second pool was connected to his body and the first pool as well. In total, the two pools carried about 60% of his total spiritual power. Lu Yi continued creating more storages until he finally felt that he had enough spiritual power to carry out the task ahead of him. In total, he had created 5 storages on his body. In front of the flying sword, Jiuzhou's eyes were twitching uncontrollably. The sense of danger behind his back had grown to unbelievable proportions in just a short time. If the young man felt like a bursting balloon a while ago, now he felt like a live volcano that was moments away from eruption. He had no idea what Lu Yi was doing, but he could feel with his own body that it was beyond dangerous. "Please speed up, fellow cultivator Yu," Lu Yi suddenly said. The group wasn't moving quickly because they were waiting for reinforcements to meet up with them. After all, they needed the numbers. Sure, it was nothing compared to the thousands and thousands of enemies already gathered at the edge of Myriad Poison Forest, but every trickle of reinforcement made the odds just a little more even. In fact, he did not truly believe in Lu Ye's claim that he could breach the Thousand Demon Ridge's defense line and enter the Myriad Poison Forest. There was only so much a single person could do no matter how much of a genius they were, not to mention that quantity was a quality in its own right. While Lu Yi was busy doing his thing, he was discussing strategies with the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators who had joined their group. So far, the plan was to make a charge, do their best to tear a hole in the Thousand Demon Ridge's defense line, and rush into the myriad poison forest before it was closed. If it looked like they weren't going to succeed, then they would withdraw and wait for a better opportunity. They could understand Lu Ye's urgent desire to rescue his fellow disciples. It was why they were willing to risk their own lives to help him. Now though, Yulianzhou was actually starting to believe that Lu Ye's claim wasn't just false bravado. If this method Lu Yi claimed could tear a hole in the Thousand Demon Ridge's defense line was already this terrifying during the preparation stage, just how magnificent would it be when it was actually executed? Chapter 372 Birth of the Mythical Bird. Outside the myriad poison forest, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were waiting solemnly for Lu Yi to arrive. They were receiving messages constantly from their fellow cultivators. They knew exactly where Lu Yi was and what he was doing right now. Senior brother Wu Lu Yi is just 50 kilometers away from our location. He'll be arriving very soon, reported Qin Zheng of the Thousand Feather sect as he walked up to a man. The man he called Senior Brother Wu was the 33rd ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy. He belonged to a Tier 1 sect and was much stronger than Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng had led the hunt for Lu Yi at the Misty Mountains, but it had ended poorly to say the least. He had brought great shame upon himself and the Thousand Feather sect. The Thousand Demon Ridge had mobilized many more elites this time, and at least a dozen Scroll of Supremacy elites were present for this mission. Naturally, the days where he was the commander of the operation were behind him. How many people does he have right now? Wu Beihan asked while looking in the direction Lu Yi was coming from. 50 kilometers was a very short distance for a core circle cultivator. He expected Lu Yi to show up in less than an incense stick. 300 to 400. That's it. Wu Beihan humphed. It is nowhere enough to threaten us. It was true. The Thousand Demon Ridge had gathered at least 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators. Although they had to spread out their manpower to surround the entire myriad poison forest, over 700 people were standing by in the direction Lu Yi was expected to show up. If the Grand Sky Coalition thought they could break through when they were outnumbered 2 to 1 at the very least, he was more than happy to oblige them. Qin Zheng was going to warn Wu Beihan about the folly of underestimating Lu Yi, but they did outnumber the enemy 2 to 1. Lu Yi could be the greatest strategist in the world, and he would still be hard-pressed to overcome such a massive disadvantage. That was why he ultimately chose to keep his silence. Moreover, he had been criticized to the face and behind his back by countless people because of his failures at the Misty Mountains. They all blamed him for the massive loss of life and dignity. If he were to speak up now, they would only call him a coward and distrust him even more. In reality, Qin Zheng did not deserve his criticism. From the start, the Misty Mountains was a terrible place to hunt down someone due to its foggy terrain and unknown dangers. Second, he had stepped up not because he wanted to, but because the situation demanded him to. Of course he wasn't able to perform to expectations. In fact, the ward cultivator had been led by the nose almost the entire time. Thankfully Wu Beihan was a careful man. Although his side outnumbered the Grand Sky Coalition 2 to 1, and although he claimed that the enemy had nowhere near the numbers to threaten them, he still ordered his men to double-check their traps and their surroundings. They had set up a lot of wards in this area. Some of them had even forked out the contribution points to purchase a kind of spirit artifact that was specifically used for capturing difficult prey. The spirit artifact was a massive net that required several people to use properly. It was normally used to capture large spirit beasts that was difficult to handle at closer quarters. Despite its expensive price, they had purchased at least a dozen of them. If Lu Yi showed up, then he would be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. Wu Beihan then shot a look at someone behind the defense line. He was a small, unassuming man who was born with a perfectly ordinary appearance. He was the type of person you wouldn't look at twice in a crowd. Even his aura marked him as just a Heaven 8 cultivator. It was one of the reasons why few people knew that he was the 9th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy, the ghost cultivator known as Gui Yingzi. It was no longer a secret that Lu Yi could kill a Heaven 9 cultivator as a Heaven 7 cultivator. Against such a formidable foe, a ghost cultivator stood a better chance at dealing a killing blow than anyone else. As Gui Yingzi was the strongest ghost cultivator in the Spirit Creek battlefield, his presence was deeply assuring to Wu Beihan. Everything was ready. Hundreds of cultivators focused their minds and readied themselves for battle. Now, they were just waiting for the Grand Sky Coalition group to show up. Time passed bit by bit until finally someone cried, "Here they come." A massive amount of auras appeared from the horizon. They were none other than the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators escorting Lu Yi. Leading the group were none other than the sword cultivators of the Northern Profound Sword clan. The Thousand Demon Ridge was stunned by this. They weren't expecting the enemy to charge them so openly. It was like they didn't think they were worth using any tactics at all. For a time they felt both slighted and puzzled. What on earth were they thinking? Their fellow Core Circle cultivators could not be this dumb or conceited, could they? Meanwhile, a stern-faced Yinzhou reported while staring at the myriad poison forest and the army of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators waiting for them. "We are 10 kilometers away, fellow cultivator Lu." "Got it?" Lu Yi slowly rose to his feet before declaring, "I am most grateful for your aid, my friends. You may leave the rest to me now. If you wish to leave, then please do not hesitate to do so." A Heaven 9 cultivator laughed loudly. "I may not know what technique you're preparing, Brother Yi, but I'm pretty sure you'll have a hard time challenging several hundred enemies without backup. Since we have come this far, we might as well see you through the last stretch. That said, if it looks like a breakthrough is impossible, then do not hesitate to run for the hills, okay brother? It's never too late so long as you are still alive to make things right." "Oh, I completely agree." 5 kilometers. Yinzhou growled. At this range, they were close enough to sense the enemy channeling their spiritual power. Lu Yi summoned his spirit boat and leaped off Yinzhou's flying sword. He then zoomed to the forefront while drinking a mystic fruit cider he had held in his hand for a while now. An enormous amount of spiritual power flowed, gushed out, and merged together to form what looked like an egg. It covered Lu Yi completely from view. Shockwaves were spreading in every direction. Complex patterns could be seen evolving rapidly on the surface of the egg. The Grand Sky Coalition group had known that Lu Yi was preparing some sort of super technique for a while, so of course they, more than anyone else, wanted to know exactly what it was. However, the strange egg Lu Yi manifested had only left them even more puzzled. It was because they had never seen such a technique before. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were equally confused. From their perspective, Lu Yi had suddenly rushed to the open before wrapping himself in what looked like an egg. Was it a defensive skill? Was he planning to weather their attacks and force his way through or something? If that was true, then it was suicide. Even a real Lake Realm cultivator might want to avoid a concentrated bombardment by 700 Core Circle cultivators. Lu Yi's spiritual power continued to fluctuate wildly as the patterns on the egg grew clearer and clearer. At the same time, it started shining brighter and brighter. The spiritual power he stored in the spirit storage on his chest had been drained to the last in less than 3 breaths. It was the same for his 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th spiritual power reserves as well. Even then it still wasn't enough. The technique was now draining the spiritual power in his spiritual points. Suffice to say, Lu Yi had never used so much spiritual power in one go in his life. From an outside perspective, it looked like the patterns had only appeared on the surface of the egg. In reality, there were even more patterns on the inside. It was a glyph so complex that it required over 100 leaves to host after all, and now Lu Yi, or rather, the Tree of Glyphs, was constructing it all in just a short time. It drained not just his spiritual power but his mental strength as well. The Grand Sky Coalition cultivators following closely behind Lu Yi were the first ones to notice that something was wrong. It was because the spiritual power emanating from Lu Yi had grown so dangerous they felt like they were being stabbed by a million needles. Originally, the plan was to attack the Thousand Demon Ridge's defensive line under Yinzhou's leadership and force their way into the myriad poison forest. But now, everyone had stopped in their tracks at almost the exact same time. Their eyes twitched as they watched the egg still hurtling toward the Thousand Demon Ridge defensive line at high speed. Every cell in their body was screaming to stay away from Lu Yi. They still didn't know what technique Lu Yi was executing, but it was obvious that it was extremely powerful and dangerous. Friendly fire was a real risk if they got too close to Lu Yi. The Grand Sky Coalition group recalled Lu Yi's words. They finally understood why the young man had said what he said, and why he was fairly confident that he would be able to tear a hole in the Thousand Demon Ridge's defensive line. Speaking of which, the group was now only 5 kilometers away from the defensive line, and the distance was still shrinking by the second. The Thousand Demon Ridge had finally realized that they might be in trouble, as well as the surface of the egg was so hot that it looked like it might explode at any moment. Its aura was so powerful that their hearts were shaking even though Lu Yi was still a good distance away. Wu Beihan's gaze was completely glued to the egg. The alarm bells in his head were telling him to get the hell away while he still could, but his pride ultimately kept him rooted to the ground. Lu Yi was just one man and they were hundreds. What would people say if they retreated now? He did not notice that Gui Yingzi had already concealed himself and ran off. Powerful ghost cultivators like Gui Yingzi were especially sensitive toward danger, and right now he felt like the heavens themselves were about to smite him with their judgment. Naturally, he dared not stay here for even a second longer. 1 kilometer, 500 meters. Wu Beihan roared, "Attack!" The moment he gave the order, countless wards were activated, and hundreds of spells and telekinetic weapons were launched at the egg. Not only that, some brave cultivators even flew toward the egg and tossed their spirit webs over it. Creak creak creak. Cracks appeared all over the fiery red egg. The moment it shattered, a clear and melodious cry abruptly resounded throughout the area. Orange flames spread in every direction as a massive, flame-shrouded bird abruptly appeared in mid-air. It had a body length of 30 meters and a wingspan of 50 meters. It possessed a long tail and an elegant appearance. It was a technique of some sort, and yet it looked almost lifelike. Even the patterns on its feathers could be clearly seen. It flapped its wings and continued flying toward the Thousand Demon Ridge's defensive line. It gave off so much heat that the space behind it was distorting. The spells sank harmlessly into its body. The flying weapons lost their spiritual power and all of their enhancements in an instant, half melted and crashing toward the floor. Even the spirit webs just barely slowed its elegant yet deadly advance. Today was the day a mythical creature manifested and shocked the world. Cultivators from both cultivation factions could only stare blankly and shakily at the giant bird. This time they did recognize the creature. "That's the vermilion bird of the 4 sacred beasts," Yulianzhou murmured in a daze. Even for a sword cultivator like him, he wasn't quite able to stay calm and keep his scalp from shivering. He had read of the 4 sacred beasts in the scriptures before but never seen one with his own eyes. Today he did. At the same time, he was infinitely glad that he was wise enough to heed his senses and stop following Lu Yi. Otherwise, they would have suffered massive damage during the manifestation of the vermilion bird. It wasn't just him. Every Grand Sky Coalition cultivator in the group was hiding a huge sigh of relief. They knew that Lu Yi was planning to cast a powerful technique, but he still managed to exceed their expectations. Just what on earth was this technique? To think that he would manifest the vermilion bird itself into existence. Of course, they were aware that the vermilion bird before them was just a facsimile of the real thing. The real vermilion bird could probably shatter the entire Spirit Creek battlefield just by flapping its wings once. No, this was something Lu Yi had manifested with his own spiritual power. The real question was, how was it possible for a Spirit Creek realm cultivator to execute such a powerful technique? Chapter 373, A Glorious Ascent. Over 700 core circle cultivators were gathered at this side of the myriad poison forest to capture Lu Yi. Both the sky and the earth were sealed with wards and spirit artifacts. Even if the Grand Sky Coalition had their numbers, they would have had a hard time breaking through such a defensive line. However, the vermilion bird easily tore a hole in it like it was made of paper. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators who attempted to catch Lu Yi with the spirit webs were the first to die. Their clothes and even the hair on their body started burning before the vermilion bird even got close. It was like their protective spiritual power did not exist. By the time they finally realized the danger they were facing and tried to escape, it was already too late. The vermilion bird flapped its wings a little as it elegantly glided through the impudent fools who dared to bar its path. Orange flames immediately enveloped their bodies. Blood-curdling screams filled the air as the cultivators fell from the sky like raindrops. They were dead before they even hit the ground. More Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were caught by the orange flames and killed as it continued forward. Even the strongest Spirit Creek realm cultivator was but an ant before this technique. They had maintained a tight formation in order to handle the Grand Sky Coalition's charge better, but it turned out to be their biggest mistake instead. The vermilion bird flew over the spot with the most cultivators, its murderously hot energy killing everyone who wasn't fast enough to get out of the way and scorching the ground into black ashes. Finally, it entered the myriad poison forest. That wasn't the end of the technique, however. The vermilion bird easily burned a hole in the poisonous fog that permanently shrouded the forest. Wherever it traveled, the poisonous fog vanished like it was never there. From a bird's eye view, one could see that a gap at least 50 meters wide had appeared in the Thousand Demon Ridge's defensive line. There wasn't a single person covering that gap unless one counted the charred corpses on the ground. The cultivators on both sides of the gap were staring at the orange figure with abject fear and trepidation. They had lived not because they were strong but because they were lucky. They were lucky that the massive figure hadn't chosen to fly over them. Not a single cultivator who was caught in the vermilion bird's range had lived. They had all turned into charred corpses. It had only been a dozen or so breaths since the assault began, and already they had lost over 200 cultivators. They had even lost a few scroll of supremacy cultivators, including the 33rd ranker, Wu Beihan. On the surface he was the commander and the strongest cultivator of their group. That was why he had ordered his people to attack instead of running or hiding when the vermilion bird first appeared. He had underestimated the Fire Phoenix's power, however. By the time the orange figure was in front of him, there was already no way to run. At least he had died before feeling much pain. After entering the myriad poison forest, the vermilion bird traveled another kilometer or two before letting out one last cry. Then, it abruptly scattered into sparks of light. At the same time, a figure fell out of the vermilion bird and hit the ground with a thud. That's Lu Yi. A 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator let out a shivering cry. Lu Yi was the one who somehow manifested the vermilion bird of the four sacred beasts into existence. Since the mythical creature was now gone, it was only natural that Lu Yi would reappear. However, he didn't look like he was doing too well. He's on his last legs. Someone exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Lu Yi had killed over 200 people with a technique no one had ever seen before. As if to prove this, countless red dots were flying out of the dead bodies and homing in on Lu Yi's location. It was a powerful technique, all right, but was it something a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator could execute without consequences? Of course not. At this level, there was no one who didn't know that there was no such thing as a powerful technique without a cost. They might not know how Lu Yi was even able to execute such a technique, but the important thing was that he looked to be on his last legs. He might even have crippled himself to cast that technique. In any case, he was at his absolute weakest right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed himself to show weakness and would have caught his own fall. The abject terror that paralyzed them a while ago was suddenly replaced by equally huge delight. They all recognized this as an opportunity to kill Lu Yi. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was a walking vault. Anyone who killed him would be rewarded with an endless amount of wealth. That was why the survivors quickly got ready to give chase. However, they didn't manage to move a muscle before the air suddenly became filled with the ringing of swords. Someone shouted, "The Grand Sky Coalition is attacking." The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators whose attention had been drawn toward Lu Yi looked back. They saw the sword maniacs of the Northern Profound Sword clan forming a sword field and flying toward them like a dragon. Following right behind them were 300 to 400 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. The Vermilion Bird's manifestation was awe-inspiring, but the Grand Sky Coalition group wasn't the one who was being attacked. That was why they had recovered faster than the 1,000 Demon Ridge. Yu Lianzhou and the others had immediately realized that this was a golden opportunity. They had attacked the second the Vermilion Bird crashed into the forest. Just like that, a major battle had broken out without warning. Over 3,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were gathered around the myriad poison forest, and at least 700 people were gathered on this side. Even if they had lost over 200 to Lu Yi, they still outnumbered the Grand Sky Coalition group. However, sword cultivators were notorious for their killing prowess, not to mention that the sword maniacs had come together to create a massive sword field consisting of over 1,000 swords. Like a meat grinder, the storm of swords crashed into the crowd and sent blood, flesh and bones flying all over the place. Blood-curdling screams filled the air immediately. Not only that, the 300-plus Grand Sky Coalition cultivators behind them had immediately followed up with their own attacks. As a result, they immediately fell into a disadvantage. If the wards and traps they had prepared were still present, then perhaps they still could have used them to turn this around. However, the Vermilion Bird had destroyed everything when it broke through the defensive line, meaning that superior numbers was the only advantage they had right now. One advantage wasn't enough to repel the Grand Sky Coalition group, especially since they were battered, shocked and caught off guard. For a time, it actually looked like they might lose until the nearest groups heard of their plight and rushed to their rescue. The Grand Sky Coalition group did not hesitate to escape the second the enemy reinforcements showed up. The 1,000 Demon Ridge furiously gave chase for a time. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was running deeper into the myriad poison forest with all his might. He was covered in blood and extremely weakened right now. His consciousness was blurry, and fatigue threatened to overwhelm him at any moment. Not only that, he was nearly out of spiritual power. If he hadn't drunk that bottle of mystic fruit cider right before casting the Fire Phoenix, he would have been a lifeless husk already. Countless cracks had appeared all across his body. Even his muscles and internal organs were damaged to an extent. He was really glad he had saved up 5 spirit storage worth of spiritual power beforehand. Otherwise he would have failed mid-cast. The glyph simply required too much spiritual power and mental strength to execute. He wasn't supposed to cast it at his level. Although he ultimately managed to create the glyph in the end, he was unable to control the Fire Phoenix at all. Otherwise he would have slaughtered all 700,000 Demon Ridge cultivators instead of crashing into the forest. Also, the Fire Phoenix had dissipated not long after he crashed into the forest. It wasn't because its power was spent, but because he literally could not maintain it any longer. He was sure he would die if he tried. Lu Yi reckoned he had to reach the Cloud River realm at least if he wished to construct this glyph with ease and control it perfectly, and even that was a big if. The Mystic Fruit Cider was still in effect and replenishing his depleted spiritual power, but the aftereffects of the Fire Phoenix were quickly showing themselves. He dared not linger at the same spot because he was sure there were other 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators in the forest. Countless people had seen him crashing unceremoniously. Someone had to be coming after him. If he encountered even one of them before he met up with Yi or Jia, he didn't think he would survive. He was nowhere near his peak form right now. The good news was that he had messaged Yi about his arrival, and the trio were currently making their way toward him right now. Plus, Myriad Poison Forest was permanently shrouded in a poisonous fog and not too dissimilar to the Misty Mountains. It would not be easy for them to track him down in this environment. He should be okay as long as he kept his guard up. He was just thinking this when he felt a heavenly power descending on him. The next moment, a half-translucent, gigantic list appeared high above his head. There were 100 names on the list. It was none other than the famous Scroll of Supremacy. Lu Yi's movements stiffened for a second. Lu Yi was of course aware of the Scroll of Supremacy. According to his 4th senior brother, all cultivators who entered the Spirit Creek battlefield for the first time would sense the heavens temporarily. If their performance was outstanding, it might even announce it in an innovative way as a form of acknowledgement and praise. In reality though, only a handful of people had ever received the heavens' acknowledgement and praise. To be specific, only 1 in 10,000 people would receive this reward, and it happened only once every few years. Lu Yi was just planning to conceal himself when this gigantic, half-translucent list appeared above his head like the most obnoxious banner in the entire world. Excluding the blind, anyone within 50 kilometers should be able to see it. No, it couldn't be. Surely not. This is just... Meanwhile, countless people saw 5 names on the Scroll of Supremacy dimming all of a sudden before vanishing into nothing. This meant that these 5 people had either ascended to the Cloud River realm or died. At the same time, a gold emblazoned name appeared on the 33rd spot. Louis Yi Bingzhou, Crimson Blood Sect, Heaven Grade 7th Order Realm. Everyone below the 33rd spot had gone up a placement. Besides that, new names, origin and cultivation level had been added to the bottom of the list. The Scroll of Supremacy was suspended high up in the sky. As Lu Yi feared, every cultivator within 50 kilometers of him could see the list. More importantly, they were all staring at the new 33rd placement and especially the last 5 words at the end of the line. Heaven Grade 7th Order Realm. To say the word stabbed their eyeballs would be an understatement. A long time ago, the Scroll of Supremacy was completely made up of Heaven 9 cultivators. Then Li Baxin appeared and occupied a top 10 spot as a Heaven 8 cultivator. However, Li Baxin was originally a Heaven 9 cultivator, and he had entered the list as one. It was after he lost a spiritual point that his cultivation level was refreshed to the Heaven Grade 8th Order realm. Despite this, he remained an incredibly powerful cultivator as he was originally a Heaven 9th cultivator, not to mention that he was extraordinarily talented and capable of controlling 100 swords telekinetically. It was to the point where even the Grand Master of the Northern Profound Sword clan had wanted to recruit him as his personal disciple a long time ago. This was the first time in history that anyone had ascended to the Scroll of Supremacy as a Heaven 7 cultivator. Chapter 374 Jiuzhou and Disbelief. The Scroll of Supremacy was a rank list generated by the heavens themselves. Countless cultivators roamed the Spirit Creek battlefield, but only the top 100 were displayed on the Scroll of Supremacy. It was a ridiculously high bar to say the least. While the heavens did not provide an explanation as to how one could enter the Scroll of Supremacy, Enough time had passed that the cultivators of Jiuzhou had figured out all the rules themselves. There were two ways to enter the Scroll of Supremacy. The first method was to battle before an audience and display your strength. If the heavens decided that you were strong enough to enter the Scroll of Supremacy, you would. When Lu Yi met Li Baxin for the first time, he was ranked 10th on the Scroll of Supremacy. He had intentionally concealed his strength. The Scroll of Supremacy only updated his placing after the Battle of Golden Tip and his first duel against Yan Xing, elevating him from 10th place to 3rd. Later, Li Baxin challenged Yan Xing to a second duel and slayed the man right outside of the Raving Blademan's outpost. The Scroll of Supremacy then elevated his placing from 3rd to 1st. The heavens determined that his strength had exceeded Feng Yuechan's. The second method was to challenge an existing ranker. The heavens had its own set of rules and methods. For starters, if a non-ranker challenged a ranker to battle and succeeded in defeating or killing them, then they would replace the ranker in question. The heavens offered many benefits to those strong enough to enter the Scroll of Supremacy. It was one of the main reasons why many Heaven 9 cultivators were reluctant to enter the Cloud River realm even after they had honed their skills to perfection. If they entered the Scroll of Supremacy and obtained the heavens' rewards first, then their potential would be greater when they entered the Cloud River realm. The gap between two cultivators was much more noticeable when one had reached the Heaven Grade 9th order. After all, not all cultivators were made equal even if they shared the cultivation level. Although Lu Yi had killed plenty of Heaven 9 cultivators up until this point, none of them were Scroll of Supremacy cultivators. In fact, his chances of winning against a Scroll of Supremacy cultivator was debatable at best. After all, the impartial judge that was the heavens would have included him in the ranking list long ago if he was that strong. That all changed today. Today, Lu Yi had slain over 200,000 Demon Ridge cultivators with Glyph, Fire Phoenix. Not only that, 5 of them were rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy. The highest ranker of the 5 was the 33rd ranker, Wu Beihan, and Lu Yi was given his placement because he was the one who had killed him in combat. It did not matter how he did it. The fact that he succeeded was good enough. Of course, Fire Phoenix was powerful enough that not even the current champion, or any of the previous champions, could have survived it. Going by the first rule, Lu Yi should have ranked first on the Scroll of Supremacy. However, the heavens weren't a mindless golem that could only execute a given set of instructions rigidly. It possessed a mind of its own. It probably understood that Lu Ye's demonstration of power, while most impressive, wasn't a true indicator of his strength. After all, Lu Yi would never have gotten the chance to execute the glyph in a normal fight, not to mention that he literally did not have enough spiritual power to create the glyph. In fact, he had only successfully created the glyph this time because he had created 5 spirit storage and stored up 150% worth of spiritual power beforehand. Also, his enemies had just stood there and taken the attack because their pride had gotten the better of their survival instinct. In a real battle, his enemy would never give him the time to execute the technique. That was why the heavens had granted him Wu Beihan's placement, but not made him the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy. Regardless, it did not change the fact that Lu Yi, a mere Heaven 7 cultivator, had somehow squeezed his way into a ranking list that was supposed to be made up of Heaven 9 cultivators. As if that wasn't crazy enough, he had entered the Scroll of Supremacy as the 33rd ranker. To say that it blinded everyone who saw it, be it from the Thousand Demon Ridge or the Grand Sky Coalition, would be an understatement. No one had ever ranked this high the first time they entered the Scroll of Supremacy. Most of them had to crawl from the bottom of the ranking list. Once again, Lu Yi had made history. The cultivators began messaging their acquaintances, and the news quickly spread to every corner of the Spirit Creek battlefield and the Jiuzhou like wildfire. Soon, there was no cultivator in the world who hadn't heard about this. The world was stunned, of course, and not just because Lu Yi had made history by entering the Scroll of Supremacy as a Heaven 7 cultivator and the 33rd ranker. They were also stunned by the technique he had cast to make it all happen in the first place. No one knew what technique it was or how he did it. All they knew was that it had manifested the vermilion bird of the 4 sacred beasts itself, and it had annihilated over 200,000 Demon Ridge cultivators like nothing. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was feeling like shit in every sense of the word. He had taken off running the second he fell out of the vermilion bird and hit the ground. The myriad poison forest was permanently covered in poisonous fog, trees and foliage, so he stood a fairly good chance of shaking off his enemy. This was before mentioning that he had the concealment bracelet Lady Yun had given him and Glyph, invisibility. Unless his luck was absolutely rotten, he should be able to escape and meet up with Yi and the others without being undetected. Then, the scroll of supremacy appeared above his head like a giant banner, showing the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who were searching for him exactly where he was. Now his enemies were all moving toward him at high speed. To say that Lu Yi was overflowing with bitterness would be an understatement. As if that wasn't bad enough, he noticed that the name on the scroll of supremacy wasn't Lu Yi, but Lu Yi. Is the heavens mocking me or something? My name is Lu Yi, damn it. Someone will pay for this. Lu Yi continued to go deeper into the myriad poison forest while clinging to his fraying consciousness and dragging his exhausted body. The poisonous fog might pose a problem for most cultivators, but it wasn't a threat to him in the slightest thanks to the tree of glyphs. As long as it didn't run out of fuel, it could burn away any and all poison that had entered his body. Thanks to his powerful perception, Lu Yi usually sensed his enemies before they sensed him, even with a heavens forsaken, "I am here" banner above his head. Moreover, it was near impossible to see far in a forest filled with colorful poisonous fog. He had already put on the concealment bracelet. Every time he sensed that there was someone nearby, he would immediately activate its power and conceal himself. Once again, Lady Yun's gift had proven its usefulness. Although Lu Yi was swiftly regenerating his spiritual power, he would rather keep its consumption to a minimum. The amount of spiritual power needed to maintain the concealment bracelet was far less than invisibility, and the effect was better as well. Countless 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators passed through the area in search of him. Lu Yi waited until they were gone before he resumed his escape. He walked and stopped and walked for a bit until suddenly, alarm bells abruptly rang in his head. He hurriedly stopped in his tracks and activated the bracelet once more. His surroundings were perfectly quiet, and he could not see a soul in the area. A while later, Lu Yi thought that his paranoia had gotten to him and tried to deactivate the bracelet. That was when his senses screamed in warning again. Realizing that it wasn't paranoia after all, he held his breath and examined his surroundings carefully. As with before, his exceedingly powerful senses saved his life once more. He sensed a faint flow of life force a short distance away to Lu Ye's side. Someone's there. Considering how powerful his senses were right now, few ghost cultivators could conceal their presence so well that he almost failed to detect them. Whoever the hidden ghost cultivator was, he must be among the best of the best. He quietly applied insight to his eyes. As he expected, he saw traces of spiritual power flowing in a humanoid form at that location. The ghost cultivator seemed to have noticed something as well. Still invisible, they wandered back and forth some distance away from Lu Yi until finally, they came to a stop less than 10 meters away from him. For a time, the duo just stared at each other. Then, the ghost cultivator's spiritual power suddenly sped up. It told Lu Yi that the ghost cultivator was about to attack. This didn't necessarily mean that the ghost cultivator had seen through Lu Yi. He was probably just checking if his senses were accurate. Metal rang as 9 auras burst out of Lu Ye's weapon holder. Of course he wasn't going to give the ghost cultivator the initiative. The ghost cultivator was so surprised by the surprise attack that he broke out of his invisibility, revealing a perfectly ordinary face. He was none other than the 9th ranker on the scroll of supremacy, Gui Yingzi. Spiritual power erupted as Gui Yingzi swung his dagger so fast that it looked like a blur. The man was able to parry all 9 of Lu Ye's flying weapons. When he looked up, Lu Yi was also flying away from him on his flying spirit artifact. Gui Yingzi was furious. This was the first time in his life that anyone had seen through him. He did not know how Lu Yi had done it, but to a ghost cultivator, being seen through by their prey was like having their underwear exposed. It was humiliating to say the least. Without hesitation, Gui Yingzi summoned his own flying spirit artifact and gave chase. At the same time, countless cries erupted from every direction. Lu Yi is over here. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who were searching for Lu Yi in the sky had spotted him. The silent game of cat and mouse immediately turned boisterous. Countless pursuers launched their flying weapons and spells even before they got close to Lu Yi, forcing him to weave here and there to avoid their attacks. Thankfully, not long after he ventured deeper into the myriad poison forest, he suddenly saw an aura flying toward him. The pilot was a brawny man with a white tiger lying on top of his shoulder. He was none other than Jia. Jia's condition looked concerning, however. Both his skin and his spiritual power looked incredibly green, a sign that he was afflicted by some sort of dangerous poison. They had set out of their hiding spot the moment Lu Yi messaged Yi to meet up with him. Since Lu Ye's whereabouts were exposed, there was no need for them to conceal their tracks anymore. Speed was of the essence right now. After the duo met up, Lu Yi immediately leaped onto Zhu Jia's flying spirit artifact. Zhu Jia immediately turned around and fled deeper into the forest. At first, dozens or even hundreds of auras were chasing after them. As they got closer to the center of the Myriad Poison Forest, though, more and more people began to fall off their tail. Myriad Poison Forest was a deadly place where the fog grew increasingly poisonous the deeper you went. Although their pursuers had taken antidote pills and prepared some anti-poison spirit artifacts beforehand, they eventually reached a point where they just could not go deeper without risking their own lives. If they continued further, Lu Yi might die, but they would join him in the afterlife. What surprised them was that Zhu Jia was still alive. A blind man could have seen that he was seriously poisoned, but somehow he wasn't dead yet. His endurance was truly supernatural. A tea time later, the pursuers had finally given up on chasing them completely. They had reached the maximum a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator could go without dying to the poison. Even with the antidote pill, the most they could linger at this point was an incense stick. Even Zhu Jia with his prodigious endurance was wobbling unsteadily and losing control of his flying spiritual artifact. In the end, he did lose control and crashed toward the ground. He and Yi had never gone this deep either. Chapter 375 Not Long to Live. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia broke many tree branches as they crashed toward the forest floor. They just barely avoided a hard fall when Yi hurriedly emerged from amber and caught them with her spiritual power. Even so, Lu Yi was seeing double and stars filled his vision. The aftereffects of using Glyph, Fire Phoenix, had shown themselves a while ago. Though he was gradually regenerating his spiritual power thanks to the mystic fruit cider, the damage he did to himself after casting such a powerful Glyph wasn't nearly as easy to remove. As if that wasn't bad enough, he hadn't had a moment of rest until he finally met up with Zhu Jia. There wasn't a patch of skin that wasn't cracked, and he was covered from head to toe in blood. He looked horrible, to put it mildly. "Are you okay, Lu Yi?" Yi asked with an uncontrollable sob. The last time he looked this bad was when she carried him to Hua Ci at Mount Ing. She hadn't seen him in such a terrible condition for a very long time. Lu Yi waved off her concern and sucked in a deep breath. He then took out the bottle of royal jelly and passed it to Yi, saying, "Give this to Zhu Jia." Zhu Jia was poisoned quite heavily and required treatment as soon as possible. Since Yi had told him that the ordinary honey they collected from the Misty Mountains possessed some poison-neutralizing qualities, he was certain that the royal jelly would only do better. While Yi was feeding Zhu Jia the royal jelly, Lu Yi forced himself to stay awake and began setting up the wards. They were in the depths of Myriad Poison Forest, and the poisonous fog was deadlier than ever before. Although the Tree of Glyphs could, theoretically speaking, protect him from all poison so long as it did not run out of fuel, Zhu Jia and Yi were a different story. Without the wards, they were going to die very soon. He quickly took out his ward flags and constructed the frame of a simple protection ward. He then instructed Yi to place a sufficient amount of spirit stones in certain locations. Finally, he placed the ward flag responsible for controlling the ward at the center of the ward. The ward came active, and screens of light manifested into existence. A half-globe of energy around 30 meters in radius took form around them. That wasn't all. Lu Yi proceeded to construct gathering spirits in his spiritual points. It wasn't to restore his own spiritual power, but to consume the poisonous fog inside the ward. Only then would their environment be harmless, relatively speaking anyway. At his current cultivation level, it was all too easy for him to construct the glyphs even in his current state. The aquamarine fog in the ward began thinning at a visible rate as Lu Yi sucked it into his body. Soon the air inside the ward had become almost completely clear. Lu Yi checked out Zhu Jia again. As expected, the royal jelly contained excellent poison-neutralizing effects. The unnatural green covering his skin had thinned considerably. Finally, he passed the storage bag containing the royal jelly and the superior quality honey to Yi and said, "Feed Amber the remaining royal jelly and use the honey in this storage bag as antidotes if necessary. Keep watch over us, okay? I'm going to catch some rest now." Yi hurriedly nodded as she accepted the storage bag. When she looked up, Lu Yi had already fallen into a dreamless slumber. He was so tired he didn't even lie on the ground before losing consciousness. Yi walked forward and carefully laid him on the ground. Her heart ached when she saw the wounds covering his body and his blood-soaked clothes. Meanwhile, the news that Lu Yi had been driven into the Myriad Poison Forest, and that he would soon perish had spread throughout the Spirit Creek battlefield and the Jiuzhou almost immediately after the ascension to the 33rd place on the Scroll of Supremacy. the entire Thousand Demon Ridge was celebrating his inevitable demise. The times had undoubtedly been difficult, but the walking calamity was finally going to cease existing. The Sanuvabich had been a thorn in their side since the day he was exposed as a Crimson Blood sect disciple, and since then he just would not stop making waves every few months or so. The Battle of Golden Tip had resulted in some serious consequences, but at the time Lu Yi and the people he fought were all pretty weak. In the eyes of the true elites, the threat he posed at the time was insignificant at best and child's play at worst. However, the threat Lu Yi posed to the Thousand Demon Ridge grew exponentially every time his cultivation level increased. At the outer circle, he had ruined his neighbors so badly that their cultivators did not dare to venture out of their outpost all year long, and the 2,000 Demon Ridge sects located next to their outpost hadn't rebuilt their outpost to this day. As a result, the Crimson Blood sect practically ruled everything within several hundred kilometers of their outpost with an iron fist. It was all thanks to Lu Yi. It was even worse after he entered the inner circle. From the start, he had displayed the uncanny ability to breach grand wards, even though the techniques he revealed at the time were still easily countered. Then he studied under the Heavenly Derivative sect and actually became proficient at breaching grand wards in just a short time. As if that wasn't bad enough, he decided to capitalize on his skill and created an ever-growing invasion army, conquering at least 100 outposts before the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators finally put an end to his conquest. At least millions of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were affected by his activities. It was also the first time the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators had to step up and intervene in the matters of the Spirit Creek battlefield. So, Lu Yi had mucked up both the outer circle and the inner circle for the Thousand Demon Ridge. Faces turned green every time they recalled the amount of people and resources they had lost to the one man. Naturally, they all dreamed of the day when Lu Yi finally entered the core circle. They were going to teach him a lesson he would never forget and then some. To be fair, their wish came sooner than expected. The bastard had ascended to the Heaven Grade 7th Order realm in just a short time. The outcome was different from what they had predicted, however. First, they had tried to hunt him down in the Misty Mountains only to lose several hundred people with nothing to show. Then he had executed a never-before-seen technique that annihilated not just 200 cultivators in one go, but also 5 Scroll of Supremacy champions. It even included the third ranker, Wu Beihan. As a result, Lu Yi made history by ascending to the Scroll of Supremacy as a Heaven 7 cultivator. At this point, the guy wasn't just a walking calamity anymore. He was practically the bane of the Thousand Demon Ridge. Absolutely nothing the guy was involved in had ever worked out for them. Thankfully, their misery was finally over. The man had been driven into the inner depths of the Myriad Poison Forest, one of the most infamous forbidden areas in the Spirit Creek battlefield. It did not matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could possibly survive this. Naturally, the Thousand Demon Ridge was overjoyed by this news. They even forgot the massive casualties they had sustained for the moment. After all, no amount of loss was too much so long as Lu Yi was dead. The guy was just growing too fast and too powerful in just a short time. It would be disastrous if they did not eliminate him when they still could. On a related note, the Scroll of Supremacy hanging in the sky earlier had vanished a long time ago. However, cultivators could still check the rank list through their battlefield imprint. This made checking Lu Yi's status very simple. All they needed to do was to check the list and see if his name had disappeared. During Lu Yi's time at the Heavenly Derivative sect, the Sanuvabich had pulled the wool all over them by faking his death. They had believed it and even celebrated for a time. 2 months later he returned to the Spirit Creek battlefield, created the Grand Sky Coalition invasion force, and wrecked them so hard their own mothers couldn't recognize them. Well, there was no faking his death this time. Unless he dropped off the Scroll of Supremacy, they could check his status every second of the day if they wanted to. There were also rumors that many Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were attempting to contact Lu Yi to no avail. This only affirmed their belief that Lu Yi did not have long to live. The fact that he hadn't responded to his allies' messages meant that he must have fallen unconscious. It shouldn't take more than a few days before the poison got to him and killed him. Just in case, they summoned reinforcements and surrounded the entire Myriad Poison Forest so that not even a fly could escape. Both the sky and the ground were completely secured. The Grand Sky Coalition was doing their utmost to save Lu Yi, of course. The sects in Bingzhou had taken up leadership of the rescue force and attempted to break through the Thousand Demon Ridge defense line a couple of times. Unfortunately, the disparity between their numbers was just too huge, and they were unable to make much headway. In the end, they had to wait for their numbers to grow some more. However, they all knew that Lu Yi wouldn't live until then. Myriad Poison Forest became increasingly toxic the deeper one traveled. Lu Yi was already not responding to their messages right now, and who knew how much time he had left before he finally perished. Could be 2 days. It could be 1. Could even be hours. In any case, the moment his name disappeared from the scroll of supremacy was the moment he died. Meanwhile, a woman with a wholesome figure was swiftly approaching the core circle from the inner circle. It was none other than Hua Ci Arrives. Although she had promised Lu Yi not to go to the Myriad Poison Forest earlier, how could she not when she was fully aware of his plight? She wouldn't have gone if she hadn't claimed the rest of her inheritance, as she would only be making things worse for him. But she had reclaimed her inheritance, and her friends happened to be trapped in the Myriad Poison Forest right now. It was practically the perfect battleground for her. Right now, her face was covered in worry and urgency. She had been trying to contact Lu Yi non-stop through their battlefield imprint for a while now, but the man hadn't responded to any of her messages. She had heard of the situation in the Myriad Poison Forest. It was why she was traveling at max speed regardless of the drain on her spiritual power. It was all just to get to Myriad Poison Forest even a second sooner. However, she was just an ordinary 9th Order cultivator, not to mention she was a medicine cultivator. She was deeply worried that she wouldn't make it to Lu Yi and the others in time. It was at this moment a couple of auras appeared in the distance. They did not hesitate to approach her. Hua Ci Arrives stopped in her tracks and watched the strangers warily. She was technically on the border between the inner circle and the core circle. It was why the cultivators she encountered in the area were all overwhelmingly stronger than her. As for these strangers, their aura was thick, and their flight speed was incredibly impressive. It was clear they had cultivated a heaven-grade cultivation technique. The leader of the group was a Heaven 8 cultivator. He shot her a cold look before showing off the battlefield imprint at the back of his hand. It glowed red. Normally, cultivators would avoid getting close to each other while flying, much less reveal their affiliation right from the get-go. This meant that the cultivators before her didn't plan on wasting any time on her. If they belonged to the same cultivation faction, then all was well. If not, then they were going to kill her without mercy. They could see that Hua Ci Arrives was just a 9th Order cultivator. Half of them would have been enough to kill her. Instead of raising her own hand in response, Hua Ci Arrives replied calmly, "I am a medicine cultivator." Medicine cultivators enjoyed special privileges in the Spirit Creek battlefield due to their rarity and incredibly important power. One such privilege was the right to be taken alive by the enemy. It was the main reason Lu Yi had chosen to capture Feng Yu instead of killing her outright the day he attacked Clan Feng's outpost. Otherwise, she could kowtow on the floor until her skull had split open, and she still wouldn't live to see tomorrow's sun. The young man who showed his battlefield imprint raised his eyebrows before declaring, "Words are cheap." He then shot a flying weapon straight at her. Hua Ci Arrives did not attempt to dodge the attack. Right before it would hit her solar plexus, it abruptly changed directions and left a deep cut on her arm. Blood splattered out of the 3-inch long wound, and it was almost deep enough to reveal the bone underneath. Chapter 376, Jiuzhou's True Power. It was very simple to verify if someone was a medicine cultivator or not. They only needed to check their treatment skills. That was why the Heaven 8 cultivator had cut Hua Ci Arrives. Hua Ci Arrives flipped her hand over and summoned a warm and gentle aquamarine light on her palm. The light washed over the wound for around 3 breaths before the bleeding had ceased completely. Another dozen or so breaths later, Hua Ci Arrives deemed the wound sufficiently treated and stopped. The group of cultivators were all looking at Hua Ci's arm with raised eyebrows. It was because the wound was showing signs of recovery already. When Hua Ci Arrives had displayed her spiritual power attribute, they already figured out that she was likely telling the truth. After all, only medicine cultivators possessed such warm and gentle spiritual power. Now though, they realized that they had underestimated the woman. Not all medicine cultivators could heal a wound this quickly. It proved that she wasn't just a medicine cultivator, but an extremely skilled one. "Which sect do you come from?" the Heaven 8 cultivator asked. "I'm an independent cultivator." Of course Hua Ci Arrives wasn't stupid enough to tell them her true affiliation. The Heaven 8 cultivator made a non-committal grunt. Independents were made up of all kinds of cultivator factions just like the sects, but they possessed the least amount of medicine cultivators since few of them would choose to remain as independent cultivators. After all, there was no such thing as a sect with too many medicine cultivators. The medicine cultivator could be the lousiest of the entire Spirit Creek battlefield, and they would still be welcomed with open arms. Hua Ci was a ninth-order cultivator, an uncommon breed even if she belonged to a different cultivator faction. A medicine cultivator? They would have to be incredibly stupid to believe her claim. That said, they did not force Hua Ci to divulge the truth. Since they had captured her, the only way she might regain her freedom was if the sect she belonged to contacted them and paid the ransom money. They would figure out her background then. It was one of the unspoken rules that hadn't changed since the Spirit Creek battlefield came to be. Hua Ci did not bother to resist. In fact, she tossed them her storage bag of her own accord. It wasn't like she brought any valuables with her anyway. There were only a handful of spirit stones, spirit pills and spirit artifacts in it. The Thousand Demon Ridge group set off to their destination once more, this time with a prisoner in their midst. Their leader, the Heaven 8 cultivator who cut her just now, thought that her flight speed was too slow, so he fetched her on his flying spirit artifact. No one tried to torture her or even bind her. They did not think a ninth-order medicine cultivator could threaten them whatsoever. "Where are you going?" Hua Ci asked. "Myriad Poison Forest." The Heaven 8 cultivator fetching her replied carelessly. Hua Ci nodded and kept quiet after that. The group would never know that the answer had inadvertently saved their lives. In the inner depths of the Myriad Poison Forest, Lu Yi slowly awakened from his dreamless slumber. He felt weakened and tired despite his sleep. It wasn't something he was going to recover from without a few days of rest at least. Someone had taken off his bloody clothes and wrapped his wounds for him though. It was probably Yi's handiwork. He asked, "How long was I asleep?" "Almost 2 days," Yi replied while handing him a water skin. Lu Yi took a few greedy gulps before he finally checked out his surroundings. The ward he had set up was still working, so the poisonous fog was unable to enter. However, the surroundings outside the ward were overflowing with aquamarine, poisonous fog. The energy globe keeping the poisonous fog from coming in was sizzling non-stop, a clear sign that the fog was corroding the fog. It was fine though. As long as they had enough spirit stones, the fog would not be able to make it through. Yi's skin was looking a little green. Despite being an apparition, the poison was clearly corroding her somewhat. Jiuzhou was doing even worse. Despite the royal jelly, there wasn't an inch of his body that wasn't covered in green, and his eyes looked deeply sunken. He looked like he might pass away at any moment. In fact, he would have died 2 days ago if he wasn't as strong as he was. The only one who looked perfectly healthy was Amber. His aura was perfectly clear as well. "My items didn't work?" Lu Yi asked with a deep frown on his face. "They did, but senior brother Jiuzhou had probably accumulated too much poison in his body. The items could suppress its effects for a time, but not expel it completely." Jiuzhou had shielded Amber with his spiritual power the entire time before Lu Yi showed up. As a result, Amber managed to avoid being poisoned. Yi too was safe until Jiuzhou had lost control of his flying spirit artifact, and she had to emerge from Amber's body to catch their fall. As it turned out, not even an apparition was immune to the poison. The bad news was that she couldn't consume the royal jelly because she was an apparition. The good news was that her symptoms were moderate at worst because she wasn't exposed for too long. While Lu Yi was unconscious, Yi had fed Jiuzhou the royal jelly as he instructed. At first it looked like Jiuzhou would be saved after all. However, it wasn't long before the deadly poison in his body returned in full force. Worse still, the royal jelly was growing less and less effective with repeated usage. Lu Yi looked at Jiuzhou and asked, "How do you feel?" Jiuzhou shot him his usual silly grin. He would have looked better if he cried. Lu Yi knew that Jiuzhou was in grave danger, but they had very few options right now. He did not expect the poison in Jiuzhou to be so bad that even the royal jelly could not neutralize it. The only way he might be saved was if he returned to the headquarters, and his senior sister treated him in person. However, they were currently surrounded in the Myriad Poison Forest, and he himself wasn't at his peak form right now. How could he possibly break them out of the encirclement and lead them to safety? He might not know what was going on outside, but he knew that the Thousand Demon Ridge must have them surrounded completely. No, they would only die if they showed their faces. What if I try burning the poison with the Tree of Glyphs? It shielded me from the heat before. Perhaps it can affect another person as well? Unfortunately, it didn't work. The Tree of Glyphs was firmly rooted in his source spiritual point, and while he could consume energy by channeling its power and causing its invisible roots to appear from his body, he could not burn the poison in Jiuzhou's body no matter what he tried. The only other option was to channel his fire attribute spiritual power into Jia's body and literally burn away the poison. However, not only was it highly inefficient, it would severely damage Jia's insides as well. "Can't you think of anything, Lu Yi?" Yi asked while watching Jia worriedly. For the past couple days she could only watch the big man weaken little by little without being able to do anything. She was beyond frustrated and anxious to say the least. Lu Yi thought for a moment before looking at Jia. "Can you ascend to the Cloud River realm?" On the surface, Jia was just a Heaven 7 cultivator. In reality, Lu Yi knew that this was far from his limit. Jia possessed a unique mutant core that could store a tremendous amount of spiritual power like his spirit storage, but way better. The reason the body-tempering cultivator did not unlock more spiritual points wasn't because he couldn't, but because he refused to. Maybe it was because he wanted to ascend to the next cultivation level together with Lu Yi, or maybe it was because he had formed an unbreakable habit while he was traveling with Sima Yang. He loved cultivating, but he would never allow his cultivation level to exceed his companion's cultivation level. This was something Lu Yi had realized a long time ago. Lu Yi did not know how much spiritual power the big man had saved up in his mutant core, but the crisis would resolve itself if he could ascend to the Cloud River realm. The Spirit Creek battlefield was a place for Spirit Creek realm cultivators and no one else. If Jia ascended, then he would automatically be kicked out of the Spirit Creek battlefield and back to their headquarters in Jiuzhou. His second senior sister would be able to save him then. Since ancient times, many cultivators had chosen to ascend to the Cloud River realm in their outpost because it contained a rich amount of spiritual qi, and it was a safe environment. Naturally, everyone knew that a cultivator would be kicked out of the Spirit Creek battlefield after they had ascended to the Cloud River realm. Lu Yi had never witnessed it with his own eyes, however. "I'm not sure," Jia replied. "Give it a try." Even if Jia failed in the end, it couldn't hurt to be at a higher cultivation level. It might buy them enough time to think of an alternative solution. Jia nodded and closed his eyes. The moment the body-tempering cultivator channeled his spiritual power, Lu Yi immediately heard a series of strange popping sounds coming from his body. This wasn't the first time he had experienced Jia's unlocking speed, but he still couldn't stop his eyes from twitching with incredulity. Most cultivators took at least some time to break through the barrier around their spiritual points, but Jia? Heavens, it was like he was popping bubbles. Wherever his spiritual power traveled, the barriers crumbled like they didn't even exist. Lu Yi reckoned it was because he had more than enough spiritual power to make the breakthrough. A dam could cut off a river but not a flood. 60 pops came and went in an unbelievably short time. After that, Jia took a moment to connect his new spiritual points into microcosmic orbits and ascend to the heaven-grade 8th order realm. The pops began once more, and this time both Lu Yi and Yi were counting the number in their heads. When it stopped at 60 pops once again, Lu Yi realized that he had underestimated the amount of spiritual power in the body-tempering cultivator's mutant core this whole time. Jia was qualified to become a Cloud River realm cultivator ages ago. In the past, the biggest roadblock in Jia's cultivation was his lack of contribution points. He was unable to purchase the heaven-grade cultivation technique he needed to continue his cultivation. After Lu Yi had got him the contribution points though, there was nothing stopping him from ascending all the way to the Cloud River realm. Now Jia had unlocked all 360 spiritual points in his body, although he hadn't connected them to his cosmic orbit circulation yet. As a result, he still appeared to be a Heaven 8 cultivator. Now that his spiritual points had been fully unlocked, he could ascend to the Cloud River realm at any moment. "Tell Sister Shui and the sect master that they do not need to worry about me," Lu Yi instructed while pulling out the loot he had collected for the past few weeks. He then put it all in a storage bag and tied it to his waist. Perhaps it was because his cultivation level had increased, but Jia's complexion looked better than it was before. Jia watched him for a moment before turning all of a sudden and leaning against a tree trunk. He then crossed his arms and turned his back toward Lu Yi. What does he mean by this? Lu Yi was completely confused by his body language. Yi explained, "He doesn't want to leave. He's worried about you." Lu Yi broke into a smile and walked up to Jia. He then crouched beside him and said patiently, "You don't want this place to be your resting place, do you? Head back to the headquarters and seek out our second senior sister. Right now, she's the only one who can save you. I'm not trying to push you away, but this is literally the only way left to save you. You don't need to worry about me. You might have noticed, but I'm immune to poison. This place might be extremely dangerous to most people, but it is nothing to me. I can break you out of here," Jia suddenly declared with a fierce expression. Chapter 377 Jia Ascends. "Don't be silly." Lu Yi gave Jia a pat on the shoulder. "The 1,000-demon ridge vastly outnumbers us. They want us to show ourselves so they can eliminate us all. Right now this is the safest place in the core circle for me." Jia looked a bit dejected. Despite his protest, he knew that Lu Yi was probably right. "Ascend and return to the headquarters, Jia. And please give the sect master and second senior sister my regards." Jia was still silent, but Lu Yi had already walked away from him and begun perfecting the ward he had set up earlier. It wasn't that the ward wasn't functional, because it was, but he was dead tired when he had set it up at the beginning and did not make it as good as it could be. After he installed a couple more ward flags into the ward, its stability and range immediately increased visibly. Jia watched Lu Yi until the young man was finally done. Then he said, "You must live." Lu Yi looked back with a smile. "I will." Jia finally sat down on the ground and regenerated his spiritual power to full. Then, his cultivation level began falling drastically. It wasn't difficult to ascend from the Spirit Creek realm to the Cloud River realm. In fact, it was way harder to unlock the spiritual points. As long as the cultivator met the base requirement to ascend to the Cloud River realm, the ascension process itself was almost risk-free. It took Jia only a while to stop all the microcosmic orbits in his body to stop circulating completely. Then, he started penetrating his spiritual points one after another, starting from his source spiritual point. The more spiritual points he penetrated, the stronger his spiritual power became. In fact, they could even hear the energy flowing inside his body. It wasn't that obvious at the beginning, but like a tiny stream that steadily grew bigger over time, the noise grew louder and louder. When he finally penetrated all 360 spiritual points in his body, his spiritual power had become as loud as a roaring river. They could practically feel the vibration on their skin. Then a radiant spiritual light and an invisible shockwave erupted from Jia's body. Just like that, the body-tempering cultivator had become a Cloud River realm cultivator. In fact, the name of the cultivation realms directly described the flow of one's spiritual power. A Spirit Creek realm cultivator's spiritual power flowed like streams within a microcosmic orbit circulation system, and their cultivation level was determined by the amount of microcosmic orbits inside of their body. This was why they didn't name the cultivation level after the 9th order as the 10th order, the 11th order and so on. There was no 10th or 11th microcosmic orbit. But of course, they were treated as such when contribution points were involved. For example, a 9th order cultivator who killed a Heaven 7 cultivator would be rewarded as if they had killed someone a level above their cultivation level. Unlike a Spirit Creek realm cultivator, a Cloud River realm cultivator only had one cosmic orbit that encompassed every spiritual point they had unlocked. For someone who unlocked all 360 spiritual points in their body like Jia, it could be said he had a perfect cosmic orbit circulation system. Since the cultivator's spiritual power was now fully connected in one big cosmic orbit instead of many microcosmic orbits, it was like combining many creeks into one giant river. In this unified system, the cultivator's strength and control would undergo a qualitative increase. This was why most Spirit Creek realm cultivators chose to unlock as many spiritual points as possible before ascending to the Cloud River realm. It was also why many Heaven 7 and Heaven 8 cultivators would rather languish for decades than ascend to the Cloud River realm as they were. The more spiritual points they unlocked, the more spiritual power and control they would get when they connected their spiritual points into one massive river. Naturally, their future potential would be greater as well. Every additional spiritual point made a cultivator stronger when they were at the Cloud River realm. In fact, that one extra spiritual point might be the difference between ascending to the Realm Lake realm or not. Everyone knew that there was nothing more important in cultivation than a solid foundation, and to a cultivator, that foundation was the Spirit Creek realm. Every cultivator strove to solidify their foundation to the utmost degree because the amount of spiritual points directly affected one's strength when they ascended to the Cloud River realm. Both a cultivator with 240 spiritual points and another with 360 spiritual points could ascend to the Cloud River realm. However, the power gap between the two was almost day and night. In the Spirit Creek realm, the ability to overcome the cultivation gap and defeat a stronger foe was generally a right that belonged to geniuses only. But at the Cloud River realm, it was an all too common sight. This was the first time Lu Yi witnessed someone ascending to the Cloud River realm. Since this was a process he was going to undergo eventually, he kept a close eye on Jia in hopes of gleaning some useful insights. However, there wasn't much to learn. As the people claimed, the process of ascending to the Cloud River realm was almost a risk-free process. Unless the cultivator was trying to ascend with less than the minimum amount of spiritual points, the process was practically smooth sailing the whole way. Almost the second Jia had ascended to the Cloud River realm, the space around him suddenly distorted unnaturally. Jia clearly noticed this anomaly as well and hurriedly opened his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but the distorted space had already returned to normal. The body-tempering cultivator was also gone without a trace. Lu Yi immediately messaged Shui Yuan. A while later she responded saying that Jia had appeared at the Sanctum of Providence, and that she was inspecting his condition right now. She told him not to worry. Lu Yi was feeling the opposite of worry. Last time, his second senior sister had saved Jia from a much deadlier poison. This should be child's play for her, especially since she was now a divine ocean realm cultivator. Jia was finally out of danger, but worry returned to his face when he looked at Unlike Jia, the girl was nowhere close to ascending to the Cloud River realm. She would not be able to exploit the heavens rules and return to the headquarters. Worse still, an apparition was incapable of eating anything. I'm fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable is all. Immediately consoled him after sensing his worry. Has Amber eaten the royal jelly? Yeah. Do you feel like you're better after it ate the royal jelly? He was hoping that Amber eating the antidote might improve Yi's condition, but unfortunately the girl shook her head. She then held his arm and placed her head on his shoulder, saying, "Stop worrying about me and focus on your recovery first. If you feel that something is off, you must tell me immediately, understand?" Lu Yi instructed seriously. When the girl did not respond, he flicked her in the forehead hard and asked again, "Do you understand?" "I get it already, bully." Rubbed her forehead with an aggrieved expression. Lu Yi checked his battlefield imprint. He had been unconscious for 2 days, and he discovered that he had a ton of unread messages. They were more or less all asking about his condition. Even more people told him to hang on just a bit longer, and that they were going to coordinate with him and save him as soon as they had gathered enough manpower. Even some of his acquaintances from the inner circle were on their way to the Myriad Poison Forest. There was Luo Fu of the Silverlight Island, Zhou Pei of the Lofty Plume Court, Zhao Li of the Heavenly Derivative Sect and more. They were all worried about him. Lu Yi replied to each and every message. He assured them that he was safe and that they didn't need to worry about him. Roughly 50 kilometers away from the Myriad Poison Forest, over 2,000 Grand Sky Coalition cultivators had gathered together in a hidden location. They were led by the cultivators of the major sects of Bingzhou. Right now, they were gathering around Yu Lianzhou of the Northern Profound Sword Clan and waiting for him to finish his conversation with Lu Yi. An entire incense stick later, Yu Lianzhou finally finished the conversation and looked up at the crowd. A cultivator from the righteous sect immediately asked, "How is it?" Yu Lianzhou swept his glance across everyone and said, "Fellow cultivator Lu strongly advises us against engaging the Thousand Demon Ridge in a large-scale battle. He does not wish for our blood to be on his hands." Lu Yi was well aware that a large-scale battle involving thousands of people was going to result in massive casualties no matter who emerged victorious in the end. This was his biggest worry when he learned that the Grand Sky Coalition was organizing a rescue operation for him. He also said that he is in no danger right now. He is in no danger of dying from poison because he has secured a safe area with his wards. He is wounded, but not so wounded that he requires emergency treatment. He also said that he's probably going to cultivate until he reaches the Heaven Grade 9th Order realm before coming out of the Myriad Poison Forest. Everyone wore strange expressions after they heard this. They had been terrified and on edge for the past couple of days because Lu Yi hadn't responded to their messages. They all worried that every second they delayed might mean the death of one of the greatest rising stars the Grand Sky Coalition had ever seen in the Spirit Creek battlefield. But now, not only was Lu Yi safe, it sounded like he had found the perfect refuge to hide in until he became a Heaven 9 cultivator. Assuming he wasn't just trying to assure them, it would be ill-advised to clash with the Thousand Demon Ridge forces gathered around the Myriad Poison Forest. "Do you think he's telling the truth, brother Yu?" There was a chance Lu Yi was lying to save their lives. He swore a heavenly oath in the message. Yu Lianzhou replied with a complicated expression on his face, "So, Yes, I'm pretty sure he's telling the truth. So, are we still going to continue with the rescue operation? If Lu Yi really was doing as well as he claimed, should they continue with the rescue operation or not? If they abandoned the operation now, well, they had already come this far. It would feel weird to go back without having done anything. But if they continued with the operation, it didn't sound like Lu Yi needed saving, not to mention that it might have the opposite effect. Yu Lianzhou said, "Fellow cultivator Lu told us to return to whatever it was we should be doing. While the Thousand Demon Ridge has surrounded the entire Myriad Poison Forest, they don't dare to pursue him deeper. In other words, they are wasting time they could be spending on cultivating their power." Fellow cultivator Lu said that he is only all too happy to waste the Thousand Demon Ridge's time, not to mention that the day he ascends to the Heaven Grade 9th Order realm is the day he breaks free. It was no empty boast. Lu Yi was already capable of killing Heaven 9 cultivators as a Heaven 7 cultivator, not to mention that he possessed that Fire Phoenix technique that had propelled him to the third spot on the Scroll of Supremacy. Once he became a Heaven 9 cultivator, was there anyone in the Spirit Creek battlefield who was a match for him? When the day came, the Thousand Demon Ridge could gather everyone and still not prevent him from breaking free. I guess we are going to leave him to his own devices then. Fellow cultivator Yi truly is one of a kind. Still, we have come all the way here. We can't leave without at least killing some Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators, can we? Plus, it's not every day we gather this many people in the core circle. We gotta do something. Yeah. The Thousand Demon Ridge went so far just to kill fellow cultivator Yi. Even if his safety is assured, we can't not show them we're not to be trifled with. They're going to think us cowards and weaklings otherwise. The group started discussing their next course of action. The leaders of the group, all rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy, already knew from the start that there was no chance they were disbanding the group without doing something. Now that rescuing Lu Yi was no longer a pressing matter, they were actually free to act however they liked. It wasn't long until they came to a decision. Soon, their group of 2,000 broke up into countless smaller groups and scattered in every direction. Lu Yi didn't need rescuing and they couldn't attack the enemy forces in Myriad Poison Forest. In that case, they were going to intercept the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators looking to join their brethren at the Myriad Poison Forest. It wasn't the grand battle they had envisioned, but it was still better than returning empty-handed. They could always assemble and discuss a new plan if the operation turned out to be less fruitful than expected. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge were all wondering the same thing. Why was Lu Yi not dead yet? Chapter 378 Wonder Woman Hua Ci Arrives. 2 days ago, Lu Yi summoned the Vermilion Bird of the Four Sacred Beasts using an unknown technique and annihilated over 200 cultivators in one strike. While the technique was powerful beyond measure, there was no way he had cast it without an unimaginable cost. Later, he met up with Jiuzhou and escaped into the inner depths of the Myriad Poison Forest, going further than any Spirit Creek realm cultivator had ever gone without dying. They all thought that he would be poisoned to death at any moment. However, it had been 2 days since Lu Yi went in, but the bastard was still alive. And how could they tell? His name was still present on the Scroll of Supremacy. How is he still alive? That was the question every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator was asking themselves right now. Even if he was a master of wards and he was able to create a livable environment for himself, he was already poisoned the moment he entered the Myriad Poison Forest. He shouldn't be able to hang on for so long. Maybe we're overthinking this. Maybe he's going to die any moment now. Any moment now. It was that hope that kept them waiting at the edge of the Myriad Poison Forest. They could not rest until Lu Yi was well and truly dead. They weren't going to leave until they saw his name disappearing from the Scroll of Supremacy with their own eyes. Unfortunately, they received some bad news while waiting for Lu Yi to perish. The Grand Sky Coalition was intercepting all Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators who were making their way to the Myriad Poison Forest, and already they had lost a lot of good people. They had predicted this though. They had gone above and beyond to hunt down Lu Yi. Of course the Grand Sky Coalition was going to dish out some payback. However, the Grand Sky Coalition could not attack the defense line because they were outnumbered, so they opted to intercept their reinforcements instead. So, the Thousand Demon Ridge began warning everyone making their way over to the Myriad Poison Forest to be careful. At the same time, they also dispatched some squads to receive their allies. About 100 kilometers away from the Myriad Poison Forest, a battle? Or rather, a one-sided massacre had just finished a while ago. A couple of thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were lying dead on the ground. Beside the bodies was a quiet and demure woman calmly raising her hand to reveal her affiliation. She was Hua Ci, of course. Right now, Hua Ci was feeling quite exasperated with her now dead escorts. She was hoping that they would take her all the way to Myriad Poison Forest so she could find an opportunity to slip through and seek out Lu Yi, but these bastards were unfortunate enough to pass through an area that just happened to be hiding a squad of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. Naturally, they were slaughtered without resistance. Left with no choice, Hua Ci could only reveal her battlefield imprint. The Grand Sky Coalition squad numbered 8 people in total, and their leader was a Heaven 9 cultivator. His sword was 3 inches away from Hua Ci when he noticed the blue light on her hand and ceased his attack. He exclaimed in surprise, "Junior sister, why are you with the 1,000 Demon Ridge?" Hua Ci explained, "I'm a medicine cultivator. They took me hostage while I was coming to the core circle." Everyone let out exclamations of realization. In the Spirit Creek battlefield, it was quite common for medicine cultivators to be captured by the enemy. Generally speaking, the cultivators would not mistreat their prisoners too much unless they were exceptionally sadistic. Naturally, they had no idea that Hua Ci was one of theirs until she had revealed her battlefield imprint. "This place isn't very safe right now, junior sister. Would you like to travel with us?" the swordsman asked. Although Hua Ci was just an ordinary Ninth Order cultivator, she was qualified to explore the core circle. More importantly, she was a medicine cultivator. Cultivators got hurt all the time, and having a medicine cultivator in their squad would allow them to push themselves further. When Hua Ci shook her head, the swordsman nodded. "You should leave as soon as possible. The 1,000 Demon Ridge may visit this location very soon. Safe travels, junior sister." With that, they got on their flying spirit artifact and took off. After seeing off the group of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators, Hua Ci glanced at the lifeless bodies beside her again and felt a wave of scorn toward them. They had acted like they were invincible when they ran into her, but in reality they were so weak that the Grand Sky Coalition cultivators had slaughtered them like helpless chicks. The problem was that she was relying on them to take her into the Myriad Poison Forest, something her Grand Sky Coalition comrades couldn't do no matter how helpful they were. 100 kilometers, sigh. She had no choice but to bring out her own flying spirit artifact and continue toward the Myriad Poison Forest. Her storage bag was currently in her rescuers' hands. They thought it had belonged to the 1,000 Demon Ridge group, and she hadn't mentioned it because there was nothing valuable in it anyway. The flying spirit artifact beneath her feet was literally her only possession right now. Thankfully, her luck took a turn for the better after this interlude. She did not encounter any more Grand Sky Coalition or 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators until she reached the edge of the Myriad Poison Forest. It was there she saw large groups of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators surrounding the forest. From a bird's eye view, it was easy to tell that the 1,000 Demon Ridge had the place surrounded not just on the ground but in the sky as well. Countless 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were patrolling the area just in case Lu Yi decided to escape through the sky. Unfortunately, they weren't able to look into the forest despite their vantage point. Its thick, poisonous fog was obscuring the view. Hua Ci did not descend to the ground. Instead, she floated in midair and stared at the poisonous forest before her for a moment. Some 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators noticed her presence but paid her no heed. At most, they stared at her a second or two longer because she was beautiful. After all, no one thought that a Grand Sky Coalition cultivator, a medicine cultivator no less, would be bold or crazy enough to reveal herself before them, much less float in the mid-air as if she was afraid they wouldn't notice her. Excluding familiar faces, it was impossible to tell if a stranger belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition or the 1,000 Demon Ridge unless they revealed it themselves by willing their battlefield imprint to glow. However, who would check her affiliation when she had so brazenly showed herself to her supposed enemies? It was a classic case of human error. "Is there anyone here who's a medicine cultivator? We need a medicine cultivator." Suddenly she heard a cry from nearby. Hua Ci turned her head and saw a young man hollering on top of his lungs. She was going to ignore him when his next words changed her mind immediately. "We're looking to enter the forest to search for Lu Yi. Will any medicine cultivator lend us their assistance?" "I am a medicine cultivator," she said while landing in front of the young man. The young man examined her for a moment. While she was certainly easy on the eye, good looks weren't what he was looking for right now. Your cultivation level is a little too low. He wanted a medicine cultivator who had switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique because his party would be safer assuming they were planning to venture deeper into the forest. Hua Ci added, I am well versed in the art of poison removal. The young man shot her a suspicious look. He then walked up to a man with a thin face and sharp chin and whispered a little something. The man let out a chuckle and took out a pink-colored spirit pill from his storage bag. The young man took the spirit pill and handed it to Hua Ci. He then asked, assuming that someone was afflicted with this poison, can you cure it? Hua Ci grabbed the pill and, without even bothering to check what pill it was, tossed it into her mouth immediately. Everyone around her was stunned by this. The young man who gave her the pill could barely keep his jaw off the floor. He was just going to test her claim. He did not expect her to eat the spirit pill like it was candy. The owner of the spirit pill, the man with a thin face and sharp chin, could not help but step closer and look Hua Ci up and down for a reaction. A long time later he finally uttered in disbelief, You're fine? The spirit pill wasn't a deadly poison, but it was something most women greatly abhorred. It was because it was an extremely powerful aphrodisiac that could stoke even the lust of a female cultivator who had switched to a cultivation technique. For obvious reasons, the pill was usually consumed behind closed doors. They had never seen someone bold enough to eat it in public. If the user didn't know what they were doing, there was a 100% chance they were going to engrave themselves into the history of Jiuzhou in the most embarrassing fashion possible. Do you have more? Hua Ci actually asked with a wishful expression, causing the pill owner's eyes to twitch once. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a strange woman. Your poison removal skills are truly remarkable, junior sister. The young man beside her let out a hearty laugh. All right then. We will be in your care. Hua Ci smiled kindly. Do not worry. I will take good care of your lives. Her response sounded a little strange, but the young man did not think much about it. He made a wave and said, All right, we have everyone we need. Let's go. At his command, over 20 cultivators gathered around the young man before heading into the forest with him. Although the Thousand Demon Ridge was sure that Lu Yi was going to die very soon, they made sure to venture into the forest from time to time just in case he tried something tricky. If they were lucky, they would find him skulking about the trees. If not, they were putting pressure on the young man at least. They could not allow him to sneak back to the outer edge and potentially recover from whatever poison was afflicting him right now. The dangers of the myriad poison forest did not consist of the poisonous fog alone. There were countless poisonous creatures living in the area as well. The only reason the Thousand Demon Ridge was fine was because they had more or less cleared out all the poisonous creatures living at the edge of the forest. The group of 20 did not spread out too far after they entered the myriad poison forest. Lu Yi had taught many of their comrades a fatal lesson at the Misty Mountains, and they weren't about to make the same mistake. Hua Ci was at the center of the group because she was their only medicine cultivator, not to mention that she hadn't switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique yet. It would be horrible to lose her in this deadly poisonous forest. Why aren't you shielding yourself with your spiritual power, junior sister? I know you're great at poison removal, but still? The leader of the group warned in a hurry when he noticed that Hua Ci wasn't shielding herself at all. Sure thing, Hua Ci replied carelessly before covering herself in a layer of protective spiritual power. It was only then the young man relaxed and returned his attention to their surroundings. They traveled a few kilometers in the forest until the poison in the air became almost unbearable. Despite having consumed a couple of antidote pills beforehand, the poison was starting to affect their health. The leader of the group decided to retreat then. This wasn't their first search attempt and it wouldn't be their last. They hadn't found even the shadow of Lu Yi so far, but in this case failure was actually good news. It meant that Lu Yi was still stuck within the inner depths of the myriad poison forest. The young man was just about to give the order when suddenly, he heard a soft thump. Immediately after that, someone cried, Shit! Junior brother Wang has collapsed. As if on cue, a couple more thumps happened all around them. One of them yelled right before he fell unconscious, Run! The poison is too. He fell silent before he could even finish his sentence. This sudden turn of events scared the rest of the group because they had never experienced this during their previous searches. It wasn't like this was the first time they were at this depth either. They did not understand why it was happening now. In just the blink of an eye, only a few people were still standing. However, even they were feeling faint and wobbly on their feet. Chapter 379 Who says medicine cultivators cannot kill? The leader of the group immediately realized that they were in big trouble. He did not know what exactly had befallen the group, but they had been poisoned by a deadly and nigh undetectable poison. None of them had noticed it coursing through their veins until it was too late. It was scary to say the least. His first reaction was to leave the place immediately, but the thought had just crossed his mind when he felt his spiritual power falling apart against his will. He instinctively grabbed Hua Ci's arm and said, "Save." His eyes widened in shock. He saw 24 red dots flying into the back of the medicine cultivator's hand. It was a scene he was all too familiar with. The contribution points of his dead allies had been absorbed into her battlefield imprint, meaning that she was the one who poisoned them. His eyes were full of disbelief as he blurted, "You." He cut himself off and looked down on his arm. He had instinctively grabbed Hua Ci's elbow just a moment ago, but now he had lost all feeling in it. At the same time, he recalled what the medicine cultivator had said to him earlier. As it turned out, she had meant what she said literally. "Why are you doing this?" the young man asked through gritted teeth. He just could not understand why she would go so far against a group of strangers. Hua Ci smiled kindly. "Did I not introduce myself earlier? I am a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect." The young man's pupils contracted into needles. He looked like he wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at the absurdity of the truth. A disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. He had brought a medicine cultivator of the Crimson Blood sect into the myriad poison forest with them to search for Lu Yi. No wonder she had poisoned them all. He deeply regretted not checking Hua Ci's affiliation before accepting her into his party, but then again, how could he possibly anticipate that a Crimson Blood sect disciple would be bold enough to waltz right up to an entire defense line full of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators? "I'll kill you." As his consciousness blurred, the young man made a desperate final attempt and launched a palm strike. However, Hua Ci easily dodged the attack just by jumping a few steps to the back. Thump. The young man hit the ground and the last red dot flew into the back of Hua Ci's hand. Hua Ci felt like she was living a dream as she stared at the bodies around her. She knew that her inheritance was powerful, but this outcome was beyond even her greatest expectations. In the past, she could only use her mushrooms to fight against the enemy. Not only that, it grew increasingly ineffective as her opponents grew stronger, not to mention that she needed to plant the mushrooms on the ground. There was little her mushrooms could do against a flying opponent. After she claimed the remaining portion of her inheritance though, her mushrooms weren't her only methods of killing anymore. If she wanted to, she could poison a target anywhere, anytime. These 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators had operated with her for a long time. Naturally, she had all the time in the world to poison them. She stared at her shivering hands and felt the rapid beating of her heart. It wasn't fear that was gripping her right now. Who says medicine cultivators cannot kill? With that done, she dispelled the protective spiritual power around her and inhaled the surrounding fog deeply. The poisonous fog was so deadly that even the cultivators of the core circle could not withstand it, but to her, it was better than even world spiritual chi. She felt like she was inhaling the sweetest air in the world. After she had calmed herself down, she hummed a small tune while picking up the storage bags around her. Finally, she put the swiftly rotting corpses behind her and continued deeper into the forest. Deep within the myriad poison forest, Lu Yi was receiving Yi's care when suddenly, he felt a strange reaction from his battlefield imprint. It wasn't quite like what he normally felt when he received a message. As it turned out, it wasn't. It was a challenge request. This reminded Lu Yi that it had been 3 days since he ascended the Scroll of Supremacy. In fact, his second senior sister had mentioned this when he was conversing with her via messaging. When a cultivator first ascended the Scroll of Supremacy, they were given 3 days to prepare themselves. When 3 days had passed, they would gain the right to challenge a higher ranker and be challenged by a lower ranker. In other words, a cultivator who first ascended the Scroll of Supremacy would not be able to challenge or be challenged during the first 3 days. Besides that, he could not challenge or be challenged by those who were more than 5 ranks above or below him. For example, Lu Yi was ranked 33rd right now. This meant that the highest ranker he could challenge was the 27th ranker, and everyone between the 38th spot to the 34th spot could challenge him. The 39th ranker would not be able to challenge him because he was 6 spots away. The challenge rules were one of the most interesting things about the Scroll of Supremacy. It was because the heavens were directly involved in it, and why it had all kinds of unbreakable rules. The challenge did not need to be issued face-to-face either. While most Spirit Creek Realm cultivators were active in the Spirit Creek battlefield, there were some who lingered in Jiuzhou for one reason or another. If the challenge had to be issued face-to-face, a ranker might choose to hide in their outpost or their Jiuzhou headquarters permanently to avoid being challenged. To issue a challenge, all a ranker needed to do was to use the battlefield imprint. It was incredibly convenient since the heavens did most of the heavy lifting. Take Lu Ye's first challenge for example. The challenger's identity was unknown, but Lu Yi was given 4 hours to prepare for the challenge. It allowed him to adjust himself to the best condition before facing the opponent. When the time came, the heavens would teleport Lu Yi and the challenger into an exclusive battlefield. Not only that, the challenged ranker was allowed to choose the battlefield from a vast selection of terrains. Since Lu Yi was the one being challenged here, he could choose a terrain that best enabled his qualities. The choice would be in the other person's hands if he was the challenger. Of course, the challenged ranker could choose to reject the challenge. However, rejecting the challenge was the same as losing the challenge, so the challenger would claim his rank. Lu Yi had never experienced this before, even though he had heard many things about it. Naturally, he was surprised to receive a challenge. Now that he thought about it, the Thousand Demon Ridge was probably wondering why he wasn't dead yet and getting impatient. They couldn't check his status in person either since he was hiding in the Myriad Poison Forest. That was probably why they were challenging him through the Scroll of Supremacy. If he was stupid enough to accept the challenge and enter the battlefield, then even better. This way they could kill him without risking their lives in the Myriad Poison Forest. He inspected all the information he received through the battlefield imprint carefully and found that they were exactly as his second senior sister had told him. Now he had two choices. He could either accept the challenge or reject it. Lu Yi thought over the options for a second before accepting the challenge. He immediately felt the heaven's invisible power descending on him and granting him even more information. He now had 4 hours to prepare for the challenge. He could also decide the terrain he wished to fight his challenger at while preparing. As Lu Yi browsed through the list, he also received the rough information of the terrains. It showed him pictures, size, unique features and so on. There were roughly 100 terrains he could choose from. There were ruins, heaths, deserts, forests and even the sea. Each terrain differed not just in type but also in size. Some were a few kilometers wide and some were only the size of an arena. Since this was the first time he experienced this, Lu Yi wanted to acquire as much information as possible. He tried checking the challenger's information to no avail. For whatever reason, the heavens decided that the challenger could use some invisible protection. He checked the Scroll of Supremacy next and eyed the 5 rankers between the 34th spot to the 38th spot. 3 of the 5 rankers belonged to Thousand Demon Ridge, and they were all Heaven 9 cultivators. His challenger had to be one of the 3,000 Demon Ridge rankers. Yi had been watching his odd behavior curiously. "Are you talking to someone, Lu Yi?" "No. Someone on the Scroll of Supremacy issued me a challenge," he replied distractedly. "Really?" Yi exclaimed in surprise. "Did you accept it?" "I did." "But you're still not recovered yet," she said worriedly. 3 days had passed, but Lu Yi was still suffering from the side effects of using Fire Phoenix. It would be incredible if he could unleash even half of his normal strength. "I'm not actually going to fight them. I just want to check out the place." Just because he accepted the challenge didn't mean he must meet his challenger in battle. He could simply forfeit the battle once his 4-hour preparation time was up. Sure, he would lose his placement as a result, but it was a small price to pay compared to his life. After assuring Yi, Lu Yi moved on to check the top 10 rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy. Every single one of them belonged to a Tier 1 sect in Jiuzhou. In fact, the top 15 rankers all came from a Tier 1 sect. Cultivators from Tier 2 sects only appeared starting from the 16th spot, and Tier 3 sects starting from the 51st. Not only that, there weren't many Tier 3 sects on the Scroll of Supremacy in general. Speaking of which, Jiuzhou was ranked 7th on the Scroll of Supremacy. It was quite impressive. The champion of the Scroll of Supremacy was a man named Shi Guang from the Wei Profound sect, Jianghu. Lu Yi wondered if he was the former 3rd runner-up of the rank list. Yan Xing was dead, and Feng Yuechan and Li Baxian had both ascended to the Cloud River realm. Since the 3 tumors occupying the top rung of the Scroll of Supremacy were finally gone, the 3rd runner-up should automatically ascend to the 1st place. If that was true, then Shi Guang owed Lu Yi a thanks at the very least. If he hadn't bought Li Baxian 2-point restoration pills and sent him on his way, he would never have taken the 1st place. After Lu Yi was done figuring out the intricacies of the Scroll of Supremacy, he withdrew his mind and continued recovering. He didn't waste his time doing nothing either. He studied a book he had taken from Lady Yun's study and consumed spirit pills to cultivate at the same time. The existence of the protective ward actually prevented him from constructing a circle of boon or gathering spirits inside his spiritual points. If the world's spiritual chi in the area flowed too quickly, it would cause the poisonous fog to corrode the ward much faster than normal. Thankfully, his cultivation speed remained pretty quick even though he was just consuming spirit pills. In fact, consuming spill pills had always been his main method of cultivation. 4 hours came and went just like that. Lu Yi connected his mind to the battlefield imprint and forfeited the battle immediately. He checked the Scroll of Supremacy once more. He had dropped from the 33rd spot to the 37th spot, while the former 37,000 Demon Ridge cultivator had taken over his position. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly as he memorized the guy's name and origin. Before he could withdraw his mind though, he felt yet another challenge request entering his battlefield imprint. Just like the last time, he accepted the request before leaving it to dry. At the same time, a message was spreading across the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators like wildfire. It was said that Lu Yi was probably in a bad state because he had repeatedly refused the challenge requests of the Scroll of Supremacy. Chapter 380 Hua Ci Arrives. As Lu Yi had guessed before, the 1,000 Demon Ridge was trying to sound out his condition by issuing him challenge requests. Lu Yi had not died from poison even though it had been 3 days since he crossed the point of no return, and the 1,000 Demon Ridge did not dare to follow him into the death zone. Therefore, this was the only realistic way they had to check his condition. Lu Yi had accepted the challenge but forfeited every time his 4-hour preparation time was up. This proved that his condition was poor, or considering his personality he would not have given up without putting up a fight. Moreover, the battle of the Scroll of Supremacy did not always end in death. If one of the combatants felt like they were in danger of dying, they could just yell, "I yield," and the heavens would automatically take them away from the battlefield. The fact that Lu Yi did not even dare to show his face could only mean that he was afraid that the 1,000 Demon Ridge would find out his real condition. Their anxiety subsided greatly when they learned this. Now they truly believed that it was only a matter of time before Lu Yi perished. Another 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yi slipped from the 37th spot to the 41st. The 1,000 Demon Ridge wasn't done with him though. Yet another challenger had issued him a challenge request. In the myriad poison forest, Lu Yi was growing impatient with the constant interruption. Every time 4 hours had passed, someone would issue him a challenge and interrupt his recovery, cultivation and study all at the same time. While he could earn himself 4 hours of peace by accepting the challenge and leaving it to dry, it did not change the fact that he was being interrupted. That was why Lu Yi declined the third challenge request straight up, causing his ranking to decline to the 46th spot. For the next incense stick, everyone who possessed the right to connect to the heavens and check the Scroll of Supremacy watched as Lu Yi nosedived all the way from the 41st spot all the way to the bottom. Finally, he vanished completely from the Scroll of Supremacy. 3 days ago, Lu Yi had made history by ascending to the 33rd spot as a Heaven 7 cultivator. 3 days later, the rising star had dropped out of the rank list almost just as quickly. It was the literal definition of a flash in the pan. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were satisfied that Lu Yi had finally stopped poking their eyes with his existence in the Scroll of Supremacy. Lu Yi was also satisfied that no one could interrupt him through the Scroll of Supremacy anymore. He was going to catch a good rest when suddenly, he frowned and called out, "Yi." Yi was in the middle of barbecuing some raw meat. She turned toward him distractedly as she asked, "What is it?" It was then she noticed that Lu Ye's expression was off. He was staring in a certain direction and slowly rising to his feet. His spiritual power suddenly circulated at high speed as if he was preparing for combat. In fact, he was. Yi immediately sank into the underground while Amber leaped onto Lu Ye's shoulder. The tiger looked like it was being useless, but in fact it was ready to respond to any danger. Somehow, someone had made it all the way to their location. This was the last thing Lu Yi was expecting. The myriad poison forest had been fully surrounded by the 1,000 Demon Ridge, so this mysterious stranger could only be their enemy. The fact that they made it this far showed just how strong they were. He wondered what rank they were on the Scroll of Supremacy. Lu Yi held the inviolable with one hand and a ward flag with the other. He might not be able to unleash even half of his full power right now, but he had set up a number of wards in the area. No matter how strong the mysterious stranger was, they weren't going to kill him this easily. Creak, creak, creak. By now, the stranger was close enough that he could hear them crushing some tree branches beneath their feet. They were slowly passing through the thick aquamarine fog and making their way toward the ward. Despite imbuing his eyes with insight, he was still unable to see through the poisonous fog and see the newcomer's face. Judging from the vague outline, it was probably a woman. A short while later, the stranger finally arrived at the edge of the ward and beamed at Lu Yi. If the stranger's arrival had shocked him before, now he was completely flabbergasted. Sister Hua Ci, Yi exclaimed in disbelief as she emerged from the underground. The last person she had expected to see here was Hua Ci. No, wait, she must have come all the way to find us. Yi was just about to jump into Hua Ci's lap when Lu Yi abruptly caught her shoulder, causing her to look back in puzzlement. Lu Yi squinted a little at the Hua Ci outside the ward and said, I'm pretty sure our medicine cultivator does not have the ability to pass through the 1,000 demon ridges encirclement and come all the way here. Who are you? His words struck Yi like a thunderbolt. She had been so overjoyed that she completely failed to realize it should be impossible for Hua Ci to make it here alone. Furious at the deception, she stared at Hua Ci and yelled, Who are you? How did you disguise yourself as Sister Hua Ci? Hua Ci broke into a wry smile before shooting Lu Yi a somewhat aggrieved look. She then let out a sigh, rubbed her tummy and pretended to cry, Oh, you poor, poor child. Your dad doesn't want us anymore. What are we going to do? Wai Yi's eyes widened like saucers. What does that mean? Lu Yi was even more shocked than she was. He felt like he had taken a lightning-invoking talisman paper to the face. Initially, he was certain that the Hua Ci in front of him was fake. After she said this though, he wasn't quite sure anymore. No one except that woman would be so foul-mouthed in front of him. He quickly recalled a way to verify this and sent Hua Ci a message through his battlefield imprint. The woman immediately responded, Daddy, your child and his mother have come to see you. Aren't you happy? Lu Yi's eyes twitched uncontrollably as he waved his flag. A gap opened in the ward and Hua Ci stepped in. Lu Yi was unaware of the message and so asked distrustfully, Is she really Sister Hua Ci? She is. Sister Hua Ci. Yi immediately hopped, skipped and jumped over to Hua Ci. She was beyond happy to see her here. Lu Yi had also sat down while looking Hua Ci up and down. He still felt like was dreaming because he did not think that Hua Ci would come all the way to find him, much less succeed. Also, her aura marked her as a 9th order cultivator. This clearly did not line up with what he remembered of her cultivation speed. After Yi had finally calmed herself down, Lu Yi finally asked, How on earth did you get here? With my own 2 feet, duh. Hua Ci replied matter-of-factly. Did the 1,000 demon ridge evacuate already? No. I count at least thousands of people covering both the sky and the ground of the myriad poison forest. There are many squads going in and out of the forest in search of you as well. You're well and truly trapped, dear. Then how did you walk in, dear? I'm a medicine cultivator. There was a search party who requested a medicine cultivator to join them, so I did. Lu Yi was going to ask where that search party went when he saw her carrying at least 30 to 40 storage bags on her waist. That was his answer. Lu Yi was shocked yet again. What on earth had she received at Mount Ing? She was just a 9th order medicine cultivator, and yet she had wiped out an entire squad of core circle cultivators single-handedly. Judging from the amount of storage bags on her waist, the squad must have numbered at least 20 people. That wasn't even his biggest question. How on earth was Hua Ci able to resist the poisonous fog? She might be an outstanding medicine cultivator, but there was only so much one could do against the deadly phenomenon. He could resist it because he had the Tree of Glyphs. More accurately, the Tree of Glyphs burned away the poison before it could do any real harm to his body. It had to have something with her inheritance. Suddenly Hua Ci spoke up, the meat is blackening. Ah. Yi hurriedly went back to the bonfire and flipped the meat around. Hua Ci examined Lu Yi up and down while asking, You're not poisoned. The reason she came all the way despite the dangers was because she was afraid that Lu Yi would succumb to the poison. However, the guy looked poison-free despite his weakened condition. If anything, Yi was the one who looked like she could use some poison removal. I'm immune to poison, Lu Yi replied before throwing the question back to her. How are you not poisoned? What a coincidence. I'm immune to poison as well. Hua Ci shot him a benevolent smile before walking up to Lu Yi and crouching beside him. She instructed, "Give me your hand." Lu Yi obeyed and Hua Ci placed 2 fingers on his wrist. Although he looked like he was fine on the surface, there were countless poisons that were both deadly and undetectable. She would not be able to rest easily until she had checked his condition herself. A moment later she finally confirmed that Lu Yi wasn't poisoned. "Open your mouth." "Ah." Lu Yi did as she said. "Stick out your tongue." "Enough." Lu Yi realized she was toying with him and did not obey her this time. "Hee, that isn't your choice to make," Hua Ci said while grabbing his hand suddenly. It felt soft as silk and warm as sunlight. At the same time, he suddenly felt numb as if he had been stung by a venomous bee, though the feeling faded as quickly as it came. After that, Hua Ci immediately grabbed Lu Ye's mouth in an attempt to force out his tongue. Before she could even begin squeezing though, Lu Yi had responded by grabbing her own face. "I think I can get used to this." Hua Ci's mouth turned into an O shape, and not because Lu Yi was squeezing her. She blinked in confusion as they stared into each other's eyes. "This isn't right, he should have been paralyzed the moment I touched him." "What are you doing?" Lu Yi asked in an unclear voice. "How are you?" Hua Ci did not know what to say. Meanwhile, Yi was watching the duo squeezing each other's cheeks, puffing up their lips and staring into each other's eyes soulfully. When she recalled what Hua Ci had said at the beginning, she stomped her foot and vanished into Amber's body. "I'm not watching this." On Lu Ye's shoulder, Amber had covered its eyes with its paws as well. "Did you just poison me?" It was only now Lu Yi realized what Hua Ci had done to him. The tree of glyphs residing in his source spiritual point had released a large puff of gray fog, a sign that the poison was being purged from his body. "How are you fine?" Hua Ci just could not figure out why. "I told you I'm immune to poison." "Impossible." Hua Ci clearly did not believe him. There was no such thing as immunity to all poison. "Can you release me now?" "You first." "Okay." Lu Yi let go of Hua Ci's face and Hua Ci Lu Ye's. However, Hua Ci was still holding his hand tightly. At the same time, the gray fog expelling from the 3 of glyphs grew thicker. Chapter 381 You Toxic Woman? Lu Yi shot the tree of glyphs a glance before looking back at Hua Ci. "Why are you trying to poison me, you toxic woman?" Hua Ci exclaimed in amazement. "Are you really immune to poison?" "What, you thought I was joking?" "I don't believe you." "Whatever. By the way, it's my turn to ask questions. What on earth is this inheritance of yours?" Lu Yi did not think that Hua Ci was actually trying to kill him, of course. However, he was curious to know how she suddenly gained the ability to poison someone without being noticed. After all, she practically looked the same as before, the only difference was her increased cultivation level. No, wait, it's like her very body is full of poison. All she did was grab his hand and toxins began invading his body. If his assumption was true, then his random jab about her being a toxic woman wasn't just accurate, but literally accurate. He grew even more curious about her inheritance at Mount Ing. She had clearly told him that the inheritance was a medicine cultivator's inheritance, so why on earth had her abilities grown in the opposite direction? On second thought, Hua Ci's ability to grow horrifying mushrooms had come from that inheritance as well, so he supposed it wasn't that strange. Plus, there were plenty of medicine cultivators in Jiuzhou who were experts in poison. Toxicology was a part of pharmacology after all. Still, he was expecting a medicine cultivator's inheritance to be 90% about saving lives, and 10% about poisoning others. For it to be the other way around, whoever had left behind the inheritance seemed to be pretty suspect. "Are you sure you're fine? You do not need to force yourself." The duo were holding each other's hands and conversing just a few inches away from each other's faces. If it wasn't for the fact that there was green light flashing around Lu Ye's wrist again and again, anyone would have thought that they were partners confessing their longing for one another after a long separation. "Oh, I've never been better," replied Lu Yi smoothly while holding Hua Ci's hand with his left hand and enjoying the sensation. "You're the one who's suffered much to come this far." On the outside, Hua Ci shot him a beatific smile and said, "It is my responsibility." On the inside, she swore she was going to show him who's boss if it was the last thing she did. After obtaining the full inheritance from Mount Ing, Hua Ci had thought that the days where Lu Yi one-upped her were finally over. However, not only did the guy actually look like he was immune to poison, the first thing he did after they met was to take advantage of her. She was, in a sense, a walking sack of deadly poison. If she wanted to, there was no one in the world who could touch her without being poisoned. However, nothing she did to Lu Yi was working. Aquamarine light kept flashing and vanishing from both of Lu Ye's hands. In his source spiritual point, the tree of glyphs was giving off an impressive amount of gray smoke. Finally, Hua Ci could not stand his ministration any longer and uttered, "Let go already." Lu Yi merely shot her a sunny grin. He still did not know what kind of inheritance she had obtained from Mount Ing, but she had clearly been trying to take him down a peg, not realizing that the tree of glyphs prevented any and all poison from doing him harm. As a result, not only did she go for wool only to come back shorn, she couldn't even pull away from his grasp. Yi. Hua Ci looked at Amber and cried, "He's bullying me. I need you to discipline him." It was only then that Lu Yi finally let go of her and said with mock seriousness, "Let's spar again in the future. And you're not allowed to call for help next time." Hua Ci merely glared at him while giving her hand a shake. He had caressed it so much that it was hurting a bit. With that mini interlude behind them, Hua Ci looked around her before asking, "If I knew you guys were mostly fine, I would not have rushed over. Where is Jiuzhou, by the way? I thought that the three of you were together." He ascended to the Cloud River realm and went back to the headquarters. Hua Ci wasn't expecting that. Jiuzhou ascended to the Cloud River realm? But how? I thought he was only Heaven 7. Let's just say that his talent is extraordinary. He did not elaborate because he and Yi were the only two people who knew about Jiuzhou's mutant core. He saw no reason to spill his secret even between close friends. Hua Ci nodded before calling out again, "Yi." The girl appeared with her head drooped and her cheeks red. That was literally the first time she saw two people acting lovey-dovey with each other, so to speak. As a result, she wasn't quite able to look at Hua Ci in the face even now. Hua Ci shot her a kind smile as she grabbed her hand. A quick inspection later, she said, "It's no big problem." After pulling Yi to one side and sitting on the floor, the greenish color on Yi's skin began vanishing at a visible rate. No one knew how Hua Ci had done it, but it made sense that she could cure someone as easily as she could poison them, especially since Yi's condition wasn't severe to begin with. It wasn't long before she was fully cured. "Thank you, Sister Hua Ci," Yi thanked her with a sweet smile. Hua Ci gave the cute girl a reassuring pat on the back of her hand before turning back to Lu Yi. The young man was now chowing down on the meat Yi had cooked earlier. "What are your immediate plans in the future?" "Recover and cultivate. I'm glad you're not diving headfirst into recklessness for once." The Thousand Demon Ridge was currently in a state of total lockdown, and even with Hua Ci's newfound power, the three of them plus Amber still weren't enough to break out. Lu Yi could try executing Glyph, Fire Phoenix again, but the side effects were so that he wasn't willing to use it as anything but a last resort. Their surroundings were hardly friendly, but at least they were in no danger of dying. Now that Hua Ci was here, they had even less to worry about the poisonous fog around them. Lu Yi had told Jiuzhou in his message that he was going to cultivate until Heaven 9 before breaking out, but honestly, he did not think that was going to happen. At his current level, it would take ages to make it to Heaven 9. No, he was going to break out when he was Heaven 8. He thought he would be able to do it at that cultivation level. Yi was sitting next to Hua Ci while the latter was catching up with Lu Yi. For some reason, the girl kept shooting Hua Ci's tummy an odd look from time to time. Finally, she caved to her curiosity and gave Hua Ci's tummy a rub. Hua Ci's arrival had undoubtedly given Lu Yi and Yi an additional layer of security. Inside the ward, Lu Yi was resting and cultivating as usual. Outside the ward, Hua Ci and Yi were running about and busying themselves with something. Just a day later, the women had constructed a simple 3-floor-high wooden building and even a wooden fence outside the building, effectively forming a courtyard. Finally, Lu Yi established a number of wards surrounding their new residence before moving in. With this, their quality of life had skyrocketed by several leagues. Lu Yi could not help but think how different his quality of life was with and without a woman. Yi was just a girl, so she didn't count. If Lu Yi's life in the myriad poison forest was as plain as it was boring, then Hua Ci's life was the opposite. He didn't know what she was doing in the norm, but she was so busy that he only got to see her a few times a day, if at all. One thing was certain though, her presence had brought the Thousand Demon Ridge much suffering. How could he tell? It was because she always returned with dozens of storage bags around her waist. Sometimes she only brought back a dozen or so storage bags. Sometimes she brought back as many as 30 storage bags. She always handed him the storage bags so that he could unlock them all and split the loot. As a result, Lu Yi grew even more interested in Hua Ci's inheritance. Just what did she obtain to allow her, a ninth-order medicine cultivator, to slaughter the core circle cultivators like helpless chicks? In just a few days, the amount of storage bags she brought back had exceeded 100. Time passed slowly, and the Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't feeling very good as of late, to be honest. For one, the Vanquisher of Sects was still alive. Although he had vanished from the Scroll of Supremacy, there were other ways to check his status. And he was definitely still alive. Somehow, the young man was still breathing even though it had been half a month since he was trapped in the Myriad Poison Forest. Currently, the Thousand Demon Ridge had arrived at two popular theories. One, the Vanquisher of Sects had a method to resist the deadly poison of the Myriad Poison Forest. This theory was deemed unlikely though. The forest was deemed a forbidden area for a reason. It should not be possible for a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator to resist its poison for so long. The second theory was that he had found a safe area that was untouched by the poison of the Myriad Poison Forest. That was how he was able to live until now. If that was true, then that bastard must have used up all of his luck to find it. Such a place should not exist within the Myriad Poison Forest, but since Lu Yi was still alive, they had to assume that it did exist, and he had somehow stumbled upon it, the lucky bastard. The Thousand Demon Ridge had never stopped sending people into the Myriad Poison Forest in search for Lu Yi. At first, the exploration proved to be difficult but not particularly dangerous. Their cultivators always managed to exit the forest before they succumbed to the poison. However, things took a turn for the worse on the third day. First, they had lost an entire squad of over 20 cultivators. By the time someone had found their remains, they had already rotted into skeletons. The next day, another squad had vanished without a trace. Since then, they kept losing people to the forest no matter what precautions they took. It was as if this forbidden area was a sleeping giant, and their presence had awoken it from its slumber. Now, it was killing them continuously to appease its own rage. No one knew how their allies had died. Looking at the info they had gathered before things went to shit, the locations they went to should not have resulted in total annihilation even if the cultivators in question were complete idiots. Moreover, they had never gone deeper than a few kilometers. In any case, their casualties had hiked to previously unthinkable levels due to Lu Yi. Not only that, they were now faced with a difficult choice. It had been half a month since they gathered outside the Myriad Poison Forest, and their cultivation progress was suffering because of this. That they were all core circle cultivators only made things worse. They were all people who were expected to have a bright future, but it was impossible to make any progress so long as they remained at the Myriad Poison Forest. They were effectively stunting their growth for one Lu Yi. On the other hand, few people could bear leaving without confirming Lu Yi's death. As if that wasn't bad enough, the Grand Sky Coalition had been harassing them this whole time. While the Grand Sky Coalition was unable to amass enough numbers to pose a threat, they kept ambushing the comrades who were coming over to join them. Despite their best attempts to mitigate this, they were still losing people every day. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators could not understand why this was happening. The situation should have been overwhelmingly in their advantage. It should have ended with Lu Yi being lured to the Myriad Poison Forest and killed with little resistance. So how did it turn out like this? That was when they received even worse news. Jiuzhou, the body-tempering cultivator who should have been trapped in the Myriad Poison Forest just like Lu Yi, had been sighted in the Cloud River battlefield. They felt like they were going insane. Chapter 382 Hua Ci's Soup. In the building, Lu Yi was studying Lady Yun's books as usual. While carrying a clay pot in her hand, Hua Ci walked into the room and knelt beside him. She then grabbed a bowl and filled it with what looked like milky white soup. A fragrant scent immediately permeated the room. "It's time to drink your soup, dear," Hua Ci said gently as she placed the bowl in front of Lu Yi. An outsider might have thought that she was his lover or his wife. Lu Yi knew better than that though. He set down his book and stared at what he strongly suspected to be a scorpion tail in his bowl, eyes twitching. Ever since Hua Ci had shown up at their temporary doorsteps, his health had been recovering steadily. He had to admit that his recovery probably would have taken twice as long without her. His injuries were mostly gone a few days ago, and today he was back at peak strength once more. It was all thanks to the herbal soup Hua Ci cooked for him every day. The herbal soup was as potent as it was tasty. If the tree of glyphs didn't release a massive cloud of smoke every time he finished drinking it, he would have believed that it was cooked using some incredibly rare herbs. In reality, all the ingredients had been procured from the myriad poison forest. If the most common thing in the forest was the poisonous fog that shrouded it all year, then the second most common thing was its poisonous creatures. Spiders, toads, scorpions, vipers, centipedes, he had seen them all in Hua Ci's clay pot. While the ingredients were novel to say the least, he could not deny their efficacy. According to Hua Ci, she saw no reason not to use her full capabilities to treat him since he was immune to poison. Lu Yi thought she was just using this opportunity to get some payback and schadenfreude. Lu Yi accepted the bowl and slowly drank the soup. Hua Ci had also poured a bowl for herself. She suddenly looked at Amber and asked, "Would you like a bowl too?" The tiger had been staring at the duo with incredulity. The moment it heard Hua Ci's question, it immediately leaped out of the window. Amber feared nothing and no one but Hua Ci? She was a different story. "Oh right, this is for you." Lu Yi suddenly recalled something and produced a bracelet from his storage bag. Hua Ci squinted at it and asked, "What is this? A token of love?" "Oh yes. It's the family heirloom of my Lu family, and only the first wife has the right to receive it." Hua Ci accepted it and put it around her wrist. After she activated the bracelet and figured out what it was for, she tried to hand it back to Lu Yi while saying, "You need it more than me." The bracelet could conceal a person's presence and turn them invisible. It was none other than the concealment bracelet Lady Yun had given Lu Yi before. Lu Yi activated invisibility without a word. It was only then she put the concealment bracelet back on her wrist. She had been hunting the cultivators of Thousand Demon Ridge every day, and her method of killing was to poison her targets without their knowledge. Since the myriad poison forest was overflowing with poison to begin with, practically no one had ever found out that her victims were really killed by a cultivator. The item would ensure that it stayed that way. As for Lu Ye's claim that the bracelet was a family heirloom and something to be passed down to the first wife only, it went in one ear and out the other as a matter of course. It wasn't long before the duo had cleaned out the entire clay pot of soup. After Hua Ci had cleaned up the dishes and left the building, she sought out a suitable location nearby and sat down. Then she started inhaling the surrounding aquamarine fog into her body. Ever since she fully inherited the inheritance at Mount Ing, her cultivation method had become very different from an ordinary cultivator's. For starters, her need for world spiritual qi had greatly lessened. 2. Poison accelerated her growth much faster than world spiritual qi. The deadlier the poison, the greater the boost to her cultivation. The myriad poison forest might be a forbidden area to most cultivators, but to Hua Ci, there was no better cultivation environment in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. On the third floor, Lu Yi was lazily flipping to a new page when suddenly, he sat up straight and turned serious. It was because the page was displaying a type of glyph he had never seen before. Generally speaking, the glyphs he knew could be split into 2 types. The first type was of course the glyphs he inherited from the Tree of Glyphs. The glyphs he picked up from the Tree of Glyphs could be constructed any time he wanted and without fear of failure. In fact, he had never failed to construct a glyph that was born on the leaves of the Tree of Glyphs. For example, Fire Phoenix was the biggest and most complex glyphs he had ever known, and he had still successfully constructed it on the first try, though the side effects were definitely nothing to scoff at. The second source was the books he had obtained from Lady Yun's study. Unlike the first type, there was a not insignificant chance he might fail when constructing these glyphs. The more complex the glyph, the greater the chance of failure. That was why Lu Yi rarely used the glyphs he had picked up from the books in combat. A single mistake could result in his death. That said, it wasn't like the second type of glyphs were useless. On the contrary, they could be applied to wards to great effect. Different glyphs had different levels of complexity. In fact, one could rank a glyph by the amount of yin and yang elements they were constructed from, though no one actually did this because there was no such thing as a useless glyph as long as they were applied in the right places. Lu Yi himself categorized the glyphs he knew by difficulty. Glyphs that took over 100 yin and yang elements to construct were Tier 1 glyphs, glyphs that took over 200 yin and yang elements to construct were Tier 2 glyphs, so on and so on. The categorization did not apply to Fire Phoenix because Lu Yi reckoned that it was made up of at least 100,000 yin and yang elements. It was an unimaginable number to say the least. Every glyph Lu Yi had mastered so far was only made up of several hundred yin and yang elements at most. In fact, A small amount of them only consisted of 1 to 200 yin and yang elements. None of them even came close to the 1000th mark, much less the 100,000th mark. And today he finally saw his first 1000-element glyph. The glyph before his eyes was made up of nearly 3000 yin and yang elements. He had no doubt that it was incredibly difficult to construct. However, the introduction and the description of the glyph's effects intrigued Lu Yi deeply. The glyph was without a doubt a powerful glyph. Although it wasn't useful in combat, it could be absolutely incredible if used in the right time and place. Lu Yi immediately gathered his concentration and began disassembling the glyph as per Lady Yun's teaching. Disassembly was an indispensable process in learning any glyph. To successfully construct a glyph, one must first familiarize themselves with its structure. They must know exactly how many yin and yang elements it was made up of, and how they connected to one another. If the glyph weaver made even one mistake, then chances were they were going to fail to construct the glyph. This was why glyph weavers were a rare breed, and why most of them only focused on one particular field of glyphs. For example, ward cultivators only focused on glyphs that applied to wards, artificers only focused on glyphs that applied to artificing, and glyph warlocks only focused on glyphs that applied to combat. It wasn't that they didn't want to master more glyphs. They simply did not have the energy or the ability to do so. Given enough time, these glyph weavers might be able to expand their breadth of knowledge to another field, but the way of glyphs was as deep as it was profound. They could easily spend their whole lives studying the way of glyphs and never reach total mastery of even a single field, much less all of them. Lu Yi was aiming to master them all not because he had an exaggerated belief of his talent, but because he had the tree of glyphs, something no one else possessed. It took Lu Yi a full day before he finally finished disassembling the glyph and familiarizing himself with its structure. Now he was ready to construct it. He took out a crystalline wafer and began constructing the glyph on it. Constructing a glyph on a crystalline wafer made it easier to observe the glyph and summarize one's mistakes. It also made the glyph more stable, and failure would not damage him anyway. If he had tried to construct it like normal, the resulting explosion could have hurt him greatly. Lady Yun had taught him all about the benefits of using the medium since the beginning. Time passed. The myriad poison forest was fairly quiet these days. The Thousand Demon Ridge was still surrounding the forest because no one knew if they would get another chance like this if Lu Yi did, as unlikely as it seemed, survive this tribulation. They had no choice but to keep waiting no matter how impatient they were. In the wooden building, Lu Yi did not forget to cultivate while familiarizing himself with the glyph. He continued to chug down pills like the glutton he was and unlock his spiritual points one after another. When he first entered the myriad poison forest, he had only unlocked 248 spiritual points, or 8 additional spiritual points since he departed from the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost. It had been a month since he entered the myriad poison forest, and he now had 275 spiritual points unlocked. This meant that he had almost unlocked a spiritual point every day. His cultivation speed was something no Spirit Creek Realm cultivator in the Jiuzhou could match. It was because he had a massive stock of spirit pills and fuel. Besides the 6 to 8 hours he spent on resting, he spent almost every waking hour cultivating and reading his books. As he mentioned before, his imprisonment in the myriad poison forest might not necessarily be a bad thing for him. This was especially true after Hua Ci arrived, and he could afford to set up a circle of boon and construct gathering spirits in his spiritual points once more. His cultivation efficiency improved tremendously after that. The reason he didn't do that in the past was because he was worried that the flow of world spiritual qi would put too much pressure on the protective ward. If the ward was damaged, then Yi and Amber would be poisoned for sure. But now that Hua Ci was here, he did not need to worry about that anymore. Even if the ward was completely wrecked, they had Hua Ci to cure them of their affliction. This was the core circle, so the concentration of world spiritual qi of the forest was pretty good even though there were no divine opportunity columns to amplify the effects. He was now only 25 spiritual points away from Heaven 8. At first, he was planning to break out of the forest after reaching that cultivation level, but his original idea expanded after he saw the glyph in the book. Hopefully, its execution would be up to par with his planning. Speaking of which, Lu Yi had successfully constructed the complex glyph already. However, his success rate wasn't very good yet. He would have to keep practicing. There was no rushing this. A few days later, Hua Ci entered Lu Ye's room with a clay pot in her hands as usual. However, the young man was staring at her in shock. He examined her a few times to confirm that he wasn't seeing things before asking, "You're Heaven 7 already?" "Yep. I just ascended today," Hua Ci replied while filling up his bowl. Lu Yi could hardly believe it. Chapter 383 Heaven 8 and Glyph, Void. From the beginning of his cultivation journey, he had been able to consume spirit pills to increase his cultivation without limit thanks to the Tree of Glyph's poison-neutralizing effects and the gluttonous feast support. It was why he was supremely confident in his speed at unlocking spiritual points. In fact, he dared to claim that no one in the Jiuzhou was a match for him. After all, using Heaven Grade 7th Order Realm as the standard, who else but him could unlock a spiritual point a day in this less-than-ideal environment? That was until he saw Hua Ci. When Hua Ci had left the outpost for Mount Ing, she was just an 8th Order cultivator. Not long later, she entered the Myriad Poison Forest as a 9th Order cultivator. This didn't surprise Lu Yi because she had reclaimed her inheritance. He assumed that her inheritance had boosted her cultivation level somehow. However, it had only been a little over a month since she entered the Myriad Poison Forest. How on earth did she ascend from the 9th Order realm to the Heaven Grade 7th Order realm in such a short time? After reaching the 9th Order, a cultivator must unlock 60 spiritual points to enter the next cultivation level. This meant that she had unlocked 1 or 2 spiritual points per day. There is no way I can compete against that right now. Lu Yi wasn't completely ignorant in regards to Hua Ci's cultivation method. After all, the woman spent the large majority of her time cultivating outside the wooden building. There was no poisonous fog inside the building because of the wards. He just wasn't expecting her unnatural way of cultivating to boost her cultivation speed so much. Now that they were both Heaven 7s, it was only a matter of time before her cultivation level surpassed his. For some reason, the revelation made him feel a surge of competitiveness and tension. Jia had ascended to the Cloud River realm before him because the body-tempering cultivator had hoarded an ocean of spiritual power in his unique mutant core. In fact, he was qualified for ascension a long time ago. If Hua Ci entered the Cloud River realm before him, then... Actually, that's not a bad thing. After all, it means that her future is bright. Just like that, his tension disappeared like it never was. Another month passed as Lu Yi continued to unlock a spiritual point a day. Finally, he shattered the barrier surrounding his spiritual point, injected it with his spiritual power, and officially unlocked 300 spiritual points. It had been over 2 months since he was trapped in the Myriad Poison Forest. Despite this, he still managed to brute force his way to his 300 spiritual point. Now that he had met the requirements, it was time to increase his cultivation level. He channeled his spiritual power and linked the 60 free spiritual points together into a new microcosmic orbit. When the spiritual power in the orbit began circulating on its own without needing his intervention, he officially entered the Heaven Grade 8th Order realm. Lu Yi spent the next day solidifying his foundation and making sure that his circulation system was flawless. Finally, he rose to his feet and left his room. He went to the courtyard and began planting his ward flags. The frame of a ward slowly took form. Yi asked while watching him curiously, "What are you making, Lu Yi?" "A fun ward," Lu Yi answered carelessly. He wasn't trying to hide the truth from Yi on purpose, but this would be the first time he created this ward. It would be embarrassing if it failed after he boasted in front of the girl. After the framework was complete, Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power and began constructing the inner structure of the ward. He left the core for last. The core was none other than the glyph he had spent over a month studying and practicing tirelessly, the glyph that was made up of over 3,000 yin and yang elements. He had practiced the glyph until he could create it with a reasonable success rate. It wasn't 100%, and it never would unless he was constructing a glyph from the Tree of Glyphs, but the risk was now within acceptable limits. His first attempt went very well. He was able to form the glyph at first try. Yi had accompanied Lu Yi for a long time, so she wasn't completely ignorant to the way of glyphs. Even so, the glyph at the center of the ward was one of the most complex glyphs she had ever seen. She clicked her tongue in amazement while asking, "Lu Yi, this glyph looks really complicated. What is it?" "Void." "Void." That's right. The name of this glyph is Void. It was a glyph that was related to space, so it could be used for many different things. If it was constructed at the center of a ward though, then most likely the ward had to be the famous teleportation ward. There weren't too many teleportation wards in Jiuzhou because the Divine Opportunity column itself already supported teleportation. Normally, the cultivators simply teleported to their destination or close to their destination using their own or their allies' Divine Opportunity column. Not only that, it required a significant amount of investment and time to establish a teleportation ward, not to mention that it needed constant maintenance. On the other hand, the Divine Opportunity column was an object granted by the heavens and nearly indestructible. The teleportation ward Lu Yi had laid down was incredibly rough and simple because its framework was made up entirely of ward flags, and the internal structure and core were built using his spiritual power. Not only that, Lu Yi had to tweak the teleportation ward to gather world spiritual chi on its own so that it wouldn't run out of spiritual power and collapse. He was now proficient enough in the way of wards to make such a modification. Ideally, the teleportation ward would be established using a ward nexus. In general, a ward that was built using a ward nexus was more stable. On the other hand, a ward that was built using ward flags was more flexible. Theoretically speaking, Lu Yi could create any ward he had already mastered using the 32 basic ward flags in his repertoire. A ward nexus only worked on a single or several types of ward, which was why it was less flexible than ward flags. The ward was now complete, but Lu Yi wasn't sure if it would actually work. Still, nothing could be done if one never dared to take the first step. Now that he was a Heaven 8 cultivator, he was sure he could break out of the 1,000 Demon Ridges encirclement if he wanted to. However, what worried Lu Yi was what happened after he broke out. For starters, he would still be hunted all over the core circle like a rat. Hiding in an ally's outpost would only be bringing them trouble and destruction as well. He might even go as far as to say that there was almost no safe place for him in the core circle at all. That was how much the 1,000 Demon Ridge feared him. That was why the Myriad Poison Forest was a great refuge. Since it was a forbidden area, the 1,000 Demon Ridge could gather 10 times the number and still not be able to lift a finger against him. If they dared to venture into the forest and search for him, Hua Ci Arrives would send them to the afterlife long before they could reach him. That was why he was going to prepare some insurance before breaking out. An escape route that was always available to him anytime, anywhere. The escape route was the teleportation ward he just built, and his refuge the Myriad Poison Forest itself. While the forest's world spiritual chi was undoubtedly lousier than an outpost's, cultivation wasn't a problem as long as he had enough spirit pills. At worst, his cultivation efficiency would suffer a little. Most cultivators required an excellent environment to cultivate their spiritual power, but in his case it was almost unnecessary. Sometimes life was just unfair. After checking the teleportation ward again and confirming that everything was in order, he instructed, "Keep an eye on the ward, will you?" He then went outside of the protective ward surrounding the wooden building. As with most things, there were more than one type of teleportation ward. First, there was random teleportation. The ward would randomly teleport the person to anywhere within a certain range of the ward. Second, there was directional teleportation. Depending on the configuration, a directional teleportation ward could be one-to-one, one-to-many, or many-to-many. A directional teleportation ward that supported one-to-one teleportation consisted of two connected teleportation wards. Usually, the passenger could teleport to and fro both teleportation wards. A directional teleportation ward that supported one-to-many teleportation consisted of one central ward and many sub-wards. The passenger could teleport between the central ward and the sub-wards, but not between the sub-wards themselves. Finally, there was many-to-many teleportation. The teleportation wards were both central wards and sub-wards. The arrangement of two teleportation wards could differ drastically depending on their intended function. Lu Yi was currently setting up a one-to-one directional teleportation ward. The teleportation ward he had created outside the wooden building was the central ward. This meant that he would need to create a sub-ward to complete the setup. Nighttime arrived and Hua Ci Arrives returned from her cultivation. When she saw Yi sitting in the courtyard with Amber beside her, she asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "Lu Yi set up a ward and told me to keep watch," Yi replied honestly. "Where is he?" "I don't know." A while later, Hua Ci Arrives and Yi were both sitting at the courtyard and staring blankly at the teleportation ward. "Yi, did he tell you what this teleportation ward is for?" "Nope. He's as secretive as usual." Meanwhile, at a clearing about 10 kilometers away from the wooden building, Lu Yi stepped on the sub-ward he just created and inhaled slightly. When he activated the sub-ward, he immediately felt it resonating with the central ward he had created at the wooden building. So far so good. The fact that the two teleportation wards were resonating meant that it was working as intended at the basic level at least. Now, it was time to test if it would actually work. As soon as he channeled his spiritual power into the sub-ward, the surrounding space began distorting without warning. The next moment, he felt himself being enveloped by an indescribable power before falling. He felt as if he had suddenly been dropped into a bottomless abyss. The sensation went as quickly as it came. By the time he came to, he was no longer where he had been. At the same time, Yi and Hua Ci suddenly straightened up a little. It was because they suddenly heard a weird, indescribable noise from nearby. "What's that?" Yi asked curiously. "Perhaps one of the locals is passing through the area?" Hua Ci replied while tilting his head. If that was true, its size must be pretty impressive to have caused such a loud noise. She reckoned that it was a venomous python or something. She had encountered plenty of boas in the forest, and most of them had gone into her and Lu Ye's stomach as soup. "Look, the ward is broken." "What happened?" Yi exclaimed in surprise. The ward before them had begun acting weirdly the moment they heard the weird noise from before, and now the space within the ward had become so distorted they could barely see through it. Finally, its spiritual power fell into disarray, and the ward broke completely. Is it just me or is someone crying for help?" Hua Ci suddenly asked while holding a hand to her ear. "Really? Really? Listen carefully." Yi did as she was told. A second later, his expression turned odd. "It sounds like Lu Yi." The two girls exchanged a glance with each other before hurrying toward the source of the voice. A moment later, they spotted a man hanging limply on a tree branch tens of meters away from the wooden building. "Lu Yi!" Yi exclaimed in shock before flying up to him and carrying him back to the ground. His clothes were torn up like they had been cut by a million blades, and some of his wounds were deep enough to see the bones within. He was also drenched from head to toe in blood. Chapter 384, Teleportation Ward. Lu Yi looked green as he lay on his bed and recalled what happened after he activated the teleportation ward. This wasn't his first experience with teleportation. Every time he traveled from the headquarters to the outpost or vice versa, he teleported using the Divine Opportunity column. The trip was always swift and harmless. 1 second he was here and the next he was already at his destination. That was why Lu Yi never thought that teleportation could be a horrific experience, until now. When he activated the sub-ward, he immediately felt like the ground had vanished from beneath his feet, and that he was falling through an infinite abyss. The teleportation process was way longer than when he teleported using the Divine Opportunity column as well. As if that wasn't bad enough, he felt an indescribable energy pulling and pushing him like he was a dough. It did not stop until he was finally back in the real world. He believed himself to be a fairly brave man. At the peak of the Golden Tip, he had fought 43 matches in a row as a fifth-order cultivator without fear from the start to finish. He could not help but shiver when he recalled the teleportation though. Throughout the whole process he had felt like a dead leaf that was completely at the mercy of the howling wind. He wasn't even able to summon his spiritual power during the teleportation process. He had felt incredibly insecure to say the least. Even worse, he was injured during the teleportation process. While he was stuck in the unspeakable abyss, sharp, invisible energy had cut him from every direction and turned him into the bloody, tattered wreck Hua Ci and Yi had seen after he was spat back into reality. The good news was that his physique was tough enough that the wounds were superficial at best. He quickly recovered after Hua Ci treated him. The bad news was that the trauma was going to take some time to remove, especially since he was going to do it all over again. A day later, a refreshed Lu Yi returned to the courtyard and a new set of clothes. At the side, both Yi and Hua Ci were watching him with worry. "Are you really going to try it again?" "Of course. It didn't go quite as I expected the first time because there were some minor issues. I'm sure it'll be fine after I make some adjustments," Lu Yi declared confidently before giving himself an encouraging slap to the face. "As long as the ward is accurate and stable enough, I'm sure that horrible experience won't repeat itself." "Yeah." And so he replaced the damaged teleportation ward in the courtyard under Yi and Hua Ci's worried gazes. He then returned to the place he had laid down the sub-ward. The location he had chosen to lay down his sub-ward was deep enough that the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators couldn't make it this far, and the creatures living in the forest wouldn't be interested in the ward flags. Still, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief when he noticed that the ward flags he left behind were still present. 2 hours later, Yi and Hua Ci suddenly heard a strange noise coming from nearby. The duo exchanged a glance with each other before walking toward the source without a word. A short while later, they were greeted by the sight of a tattered and bloodied Lu Yi yet again. "Help!" the young man exhaled while stretching a hand toward the two girls. He was forcing himself to look up, but his face was white as a sheet, and he was so dizzy he could not even climb to his feet without aid. Another day passed and the trio were standing at the courtyard once more. This time Yi and Hua Ci merely stared at Lu Yi with a blank expression. Lu Yi declared solemnly, "Third time's the charm. I've already located the problem, and it can be fixed with just a minor adjustment." 2 hours later, Hua Ci carried a bloodied Lu Yi back into the wooden building. The fourth day at the same location. "I know you're not going to believe what I say, but that's fine. Seeing is believing." Amber shot Lu Yi a pitying look from the windowsill on the third floor before looking away. It then grabbed a spirit stone from the storage bag hanging around its neck before tossing it into its mouth. The fifth day, Lu Yi tried to say something against Yi and Hua Ci's inquiring look but could not think of anything. In the end he left without saying a word. After Lu Yi was gone, Hua Ci asked Yi with an amused look, "Where do you think he'll appear this time?" Yi placed a finger on her lip and thought seriously. A while later, she pointed in a certain direction and said, "There." Hua Ci smiled. "I bet he'll appear from there." The girls waited patiently while listening attentively for the familiar noise. Not long later, Hua Ci smiled and said, "It's your win." Yi had managed to guess the exact direction where Lu Yi would appear. "Let's go," Hua Ci added before taking off toward Lu Yi. It was quite scary the first time, but the two girls quickly adapted to their new lifestyle of Lu Yi turning himself into a bloody wreck, and the two of them carrying him back to the wooden house for treatment. If they didn't know what he was planning, they would have thought that he had a hidden masochistic side in him. This time though, they didn't go far before they saw Lu Yi shambling his way toward them like a drunkard. His face was just as white as last time, but he didn't look injured and even his clothes looked perfectly unblemished. Yi hurried over to catch him. He shot her a grin and declared, "I did it." The effects still weren't exactly as he had imagined, but he was finally done with the adjustments. Unfortunately, the sub-ward still could not teleport him back to the central ward precisely. Logically speaking, he should have appeared directly over of the central ward, but in reality he had appeared at least 30 meters away from it. His setup was fine. It was just that the ward wasn't stable enough. That was why there was some slight deviation during the teleportation process. The further apart the two wards, the greater the deviation. The solution to this problem was actually quite simple. He simply needed to improve his cultivation level or improve the stability of the wards. Unfortunately, neither solution was available to him right now. Also, Lu Yi had a feeling that the maximum range of his teleportation wards was 50 kilometers. Any further than that and they literally wouldn't work. He was just a Heaven 8 cultivator. When he grew stronger, his teleportation wards would naturally improve in stability and range. Lu Yi spent the day meditating and returning to peak condition after finishing the adjustments. He then finally revealed his plans to Yi and Hua Ci. As expected, both girls wanted to come along with Lu Yi. Hua Ci was a Heaven 7 cultivator now, and her method of killing was practically impossible to defend against. Barring the forbidden areas, there was nowhere in the core circle where she couldn't venture alone. Yi and Amber had been improving by leaps and bounds as well. Despite their cultivation level, Lu Yi was certain that they would not slow him down. That said, "Trust me, it's better if I go alone. Also, I'm 100% sure you do not want to go through what I did, not to mention that my teleportation ward's carrying capacity is quite limited right now. It can teleport one person without too many issues, but more than that. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't work or worse, failed mid-teleportation." That mollified the two girls immediately. They weren't afraid to get hurt, but they weren't as tough as Lu Yi. They didn't want to appear covered in blood and tattered clothes. "You must be careful," Hua Ci warned. "I know. Just stay here and wait for me." There was nothing to prepare, so Lu Yi took off immediately. First, he went to his sub-ward and retrieved the ward flags. Then he summoned his spirit boat and took to the sky. It had been 2 whole months since Lu Yi was trapped in the myriad poison forest. At the beginning, the Thousand Demon Ridge thought that it was only a matter of time before they got word of his demise. In reality, the guy was still alive as well to this day. By now, they were certain that Lu Yi had found a safe zone in the myriad poison forest. There was no way he could have survived for this long otherwise. They had lost their patience a long time ago, but they were reluctant to call it a day and withdraw either. That was why the entire myriad poison forest was still surrounded to this day. They were even patrolling and searching the skies to prevent Lu Yi from escaping via his flying spirit artifact. Lu Yi flew up in a straight line. It wasn't until he was tens of meters above ground that he finally escaped the poisonous fog. When he passed through the boundary and emerged into the sunlight, he almost felt as if he had been reborn. He sucked in a deep breath and basked under the sun for a bit. Then he slowly turned toward the man, regarding him with shock and suspicion about 30 meters away. The man was obviously one of the cultivators responsible for patrolling the sky and searching for Lu Yi. For 2 months, his efforts were completely futile and almost pointless. It was why he failed to react immediately when Lu Yi suddenly appeared before him. It wasn't until he met Lu Yi's eyes that he finally exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Lu Yi!" It wasn't until Lu Yi flew toward him that the patrol recalled his prowess and achievements and turned deathly white. Lu Yi's appearance was so unexpected and exciting that he had forgotten about them until now. He also realized that he was absolutely no match for the Vanquisher of Sects despite being at the Heaven Grade 8th Order realm. Realizing that his life was in grave danger, he immediately shot a flying weapon at Lu Yi and took out a spirit talisman paper from his storage bag at the same time. Golden light surrounded him the moment he slapped it on his person. Spirit talisman papers were more common among low-level cultivators because their repertoire of techniques was quite limited. Spirit talisman papers could make up for this weakness and even have a major effect under the right circumstances. Most of the cultivators Lu Yi encountered while traveling from the Green Cloud Mountain to the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost used spirit talisman papers. However, this did not mean that cultivators forewent spirit talisman papers completely after they reached a high cultivation level. Yes, they used offensive spirit talisman papers far less frequently after gaining access to the far more economical option that was flying weapons at the 7th Order, but defensive or supportive spirit talisman papers remained incredibly useful. Plus, they could afford to purchase higher quality spirit talisman papers. For example, the Heaven 8 cultivator before Lu Yi had used a middle-grade golden body talisman paper. Not even a Heaven 9 cultivator would be able to break through its protection in short order. Of course, nothing was absolute in this world. Not only were there core circle cultivators who employed offensive spirit talisman papers as part of their repertoire, and they were usually trump cards that could turn the tables or put the final nail in the coffin in an instant. This was why one had to be careful regardless of conventional wisdom. The Heaven 8 cultivator had activated his golden body talisman paper at the same time he fired his flying weapon at Lu Yi. While his reaction speed could be better, his chosen countermeasures could only be described as the experience of a true veteran. He knew exactly what to do when going up against an enemy who was stronger than him. Unfortunately, there were some people in the world who defied experience and logic. There was a flash of light and fiery red energy, and fear filled his heart in an instant. It was because Lu Yi had shattered the middle-grade talisman paper and cut through his neck in one strike. Chapter 385, Breaking Out. As his consciousness blurred, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator finally realized that Lu Yi was Heaven 8 as well. They were technically at the same cultivation level, and yet he had failed to block even a single attack. Just how sharp and powerful was his saber to shatter even a middle-grade golden body talisman paper in one strike? It just didn't make any sense. As the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator's head went flying, and his headless corpse fell toward the ground while spewing blood from the neck, a flying weapon shot out of Lu Yi's weapon holder and sailed across his waist. When it returned, a storage bag was hanging off the tip of the blade. Lu Yi had killed the man and robbed his storage bag in one fell swoop. This was just the beginning though. More people started coming toward him from every direction while shouting, "Lu Yi has appeared. Lu Yi is here." Lu Yi squinted a little as he kept the inviolable pointed toward the ground and stared at the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators closing in on him. Then he charged toward them with a surge of spiritual power. He was Heaven 7 when he had broken through the defense line and entered the Thousand Demon Ridge. Now he was Heaven 8. He wanted to know if he could single-handedly break out of the encirclement. The Thousand Demon Ridge had kept him pinned down for over 2 months. Of course he had to repay the favor. It didn't matter even if they were too much for him. He could simply drop back into the forest if the danger grew unmanageable. They could be millions and they still wouldn't be able to do anything against him. The group he was charging toward were only made up of 5 cultivators. They immediately fired their flying weapons at him from multiple angles. Lu Yi nimbly dodged all the attacks he could dodge and blocked those he could with the inviolable. The distance between them was being shortened by the second. The group of 5 looked increasingly serious as Lu Yi grew closer and closer. They scattered in every direction before they could enter his attack range, or so they thought. Lu Yi's 9 flying weapons shot out of the weapon holder in unison and flew toward the group of 5, their speed and power far exceeding anything they had tried to attack him with. An instant later, blood spewed from broken bodies, and blood-curdling screams filled the air. 3 of them fell uncontrollably toward the deadly forest beneath their feet, and the remaining 2 were injured as well. While this was happening, Lu Yi was already pouncing toward what was probably a, judging from the amount of vitality coursing around his body-tempering cultivator. He tried bringing his shield spirit artifact down on Lu Yi, but a single slash was all it took to widen his eyes like saucers and send him flying uncontrollably through the air. The body-tempering cultivator could hardly believe what was happening. How is he a combat cultivator? He's even stronger than I am. That was all he managed to think before a fiery red blast covered his vision. He saw the beautiful figure of a fire phoenix before he was engulfed in flames. It was Lu Yi's fire phoenix technique. He had first obtained the spell technique from the Red Lotus Sky mnemonic. After he had picked up the glyph, Fire Phoenix, the spell had become much more powerful than before. Not only was the spell shaped exactly like the Fire Phoenix, it looked so detailed that one could see even the contours of its feathers. It looked like a mini version of the all-destroying bird he had conjured that day. The Fire Phoenix technique easily burned through his vitality and protective spiritual power, causing him to scream in pain. He too fell into the forest like his 3 companions. Lu Yi turned to look at the last 1000 Demon Ridge cultivator of the 5, but the man had already escaped far, far away. Lu Yi did not give chase, not just because it would be a waste of energy, but also because there was a massive hole in the man's stomach that was leaking blood and innards by the second. It was unlikely he would survive even if he managed to get to a medicine cultivator in time. The spirit boat took off like a beam of light once more while his 9 flying weapons flew back into his weapon holder. Meanwhile, the news that Lu Yi had finally shown himself was spreading in every direction like wildfire. Countless thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were leaping onto the flying spirit artifacts and making a beeline for his location. They had waited 2 heavens-damned months for the bastard to show himself. Now was the time to throw everything they had against him and wipe him out once and for all. From a bird's-eye view, one would see countless auras taking to the sky from all around the Myriad Poison Forest and converging on Lu Yi's location. Above Myriad Poison Forest, Lu Yi was flying almost without pause while fighting against group after group of 1000 Demon Ridge cultivators. Wherever he went, bodies kept falling toward the ground while dragging long trails of blood. A while later, a massive number of auras suddenly emerged from the horizon. It had to be the 1000 Demon Ridge's main force. At a glance, he counted almost 1,000 people stretching from the left all the way to the right. Although Lu Yi was a Heaven 8 cultivator right now, there was no way he could fight this many enemies alone, not unless he used his Fire Phoenix once more. However, he had to assume that his enemies were ready for it after the massive damage he dealt to them the first time. The distance between the 1 man and 1 army of cultivators swiftly shortened. He could hear them yelling at him and calling for his death. When they were about 600 meters away from each other, Lu Yi abruptly swooped upward. At first glance, it looked like he was trying to avoid the main force and kill his way through a weak spot in their defense. Realizing this, the main force immediately reacted by climbing to a higher altitude as well. Those on the ground saw countless auras dragging colorful tails of light behind them and climbing higher and higher into the sky until finally, they passed through the clouds and became completely invisible. No one knew how high the sky of Jiuzhou or the Spirit Creek battlefield was because no one had ever flown beyond the boundary. Even the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators could not go beyond a certain limit. It wasn't because they physically could not fly that high, but because the judgment of the heavens awaited all who flew past the limit. The higher they flew, the deadlier the lightning would become until finally, even a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator would not be able to survive the punishment. It was rumored that those who managed to overcome the judgment of the heavens would be able to break through the Divine Ocean Realm and achieve the cultivation level beyond. It was why countless divine ocean realm cultivators had done just that after they had reached the absolute pinnacle of their abilities. Unfortunately, as far as they were aware, no one had ever succeeded. Naturally, a Spirit Creek realm cultivator could not fly higher than a divine ocean realm cultivator. In fact, the higher Lu Yi went, the more he felt himself slow down, as if an invisible pressure was preventing from going further. Finally, he reached a level where he physically could not fly higher even if he pushed with all his might. Moreover, he could sense a hint of danger lurking in the clouds above his head. If he wasn't mistaken, his senses were warning him about the legendary judgment of the heavens. He looked back at the main force and saw dozens of cultivators speeding toward him at high speed. They were moving faster than expected, and he could even hear the singing of swords from their auras. His acute perception made him feel as if someone was poking his skin with multiple swords. His senses were correct. The group of dozens were all sword cultivators. In Jiuzhou, there was no cultivator faction that was superior to these sword maniacs in terms of killing power and telekinesis speed. Both sword cultivators and ghost cultivators that naturally possessed the power to kill opponents above their cultivation level, but the reasons they were successful weren't the same. Ghost cultivators could kill those who were stronger than them because of their concealment and assassination skills. Sword cultivators could overcome the gap because they had poured all their heart and soul into the way of killing. Their single-mindedness was why they were able to carve out a place in Jiuzhou. Unfortunately, it was also why their total number was the lowest of all cultivator factions. They were even rarer than medicine cultivators because the requirements one must meet to become sword cultivator was no joke. Take the Northern Profound Sword Clan for example. They were a Tier 1 sect in Bingzhou, and yet they did not even have 1,000 members. This would be an impossible sight for any other Tier 1 sect belonging to a different cultivation faction. Despite this, the entire Jiuzhou would quake in their boots if 800 sword cultivators were to descend from Heavenstone one day. It was because it meant that the entire sect was mobilizing for whatever reason. Of course, sword cultivators weren't exclusive to the Grand Sky Coalition. The Thousand Demon Ridge owned many sword cultivators as well. The dozens flying toward Lu Yi right now were a culmination of various sects, and one could even say they were the true main force of the main force. When Lu Yi first entered the core circle, his pursuers had been made fully aware of his ridiculous telekinesis speed. Since then, they realized that the only ones who might catch up to the bastard were sword cultivators. The dozens of sword cultivators did not disappoint either. Not only were they flying way faster than their comrades, even Lu Yi had to admit that he was a tad slower than them. Although Lu Yi wanted to test their mettle very much, he was neither crazy nor stupid. Sword cultivators were infamous for their devotion to the killing arts, and he knew there was no chance he would be able to defeat dozens of them alone. If they managed to catch up to him, then he was going to suffer some serious injuries at the very least. That was why he did a sharp turn and nosedived the moment he reached the top. The dozens of sword cultivators were surprised to see him zooming toward the ground even faster than when he ascended. It was true that Lu Yi was slower than these sword cultivators, but that was without using windwalk. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators immediately realized they had been hoodwinked when they saw this. In their attempt to pursue Lu Yi, what was a tight mix of cultivators of all strengths and skills had unwittingly separated into several tiers. Generally speaking, the ones at the top were the strongest, the ones at the middle were SOSO, and the ones at the bottom were the weakest of them all. In less than 10 breaths, Lu Yi was less than 70 meters away from the poisonous fog. There was a flash, and the spirit boat abruptly made another sharp turn and flew parallel to the ground. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators at this location were mostly Heavenly 7 cultivators. There weren't even many Heaven 8 cultivators in the mix. They attacked the moment they saw Lu Yi flying toward them. The entire sky was filled with flying weapons and spells. Combat in the air and on the ground were two different things entirely. Not only did the act of flying itself take mental energy to maintain, there was far more space to maneuver when fighting in the air. This was why those with great mental strength held far more advantage than those who didn't in the air. Lu Yi darted swiftly around the incoming storm. He got away from the area with the densest amount of projectiles, dodged as many spells and flying weapons as he could, and parried the rest by swinging the inviolable repeatedly. Finally, he collided with the enemy's formation. His weapon holder buzzed as 9 flying weapons scattered in every direction. Together, they weaved a storm of death and destruction. Chapter 386, Terrible Humiliation. A shower of blood erupted in the sky as the flying weapons went to town on the poor Heaven 7 and Heaven 8 cultivators. The screams sounded like they would never end. Blood, flesh and bones trailed after Lu Yi wherever he went. Dots of red light also chased after him like fireflies. Each dot represented the death of a cultivator, so 30 dots equaled 30 kills in total. Even more were injured by his unstoppable assault. They vanished after they made contact with Lu Ye's battlefield imprint. It was literally raining bodies in the myriad poison forest right now. Countless people, dead or alive, were falling into the poisonous, aquamarine-colored fog. 30 dead was hardly an insignificant loss, but considering that the 1,000 Demon Ridge force he was contending against easily numbered over 1,000 people, it wasn't that much. It was at this moment he heard the ringing of swords. The sword cultivators had finally caught up to him. Swords wreathed in dazzling sword lights sailed toward him at high speed. They were nimbler and deadlier than any other flying weapon he had encountered until now. His hair stood on end before the attacks even got close to him. It should be obvious, but a sword could travel much faster than a cultivator could fly. They were in front of him almost immediately after the sword cultivators had launched them. Without hesitation, Lu Yi plunged into the seemingly borderless fog of poison beneath him and vanished. The sword cultivators did not let up on their attack, but soon they discovered that their flying swords had become much slower after they entered the poisonous fog. Not only was their connection to their flying weapons deteriorating, the sword's spiritual power was decreasing rapidly as well. As it turned out, the fog was as corrosive as it was poisonous. It greatly limited their ability to control their spirit artifacts. The sword cultivators all wore grim expressions on their faces. This was bad. They could be many times stronger and more numerous than they were now, but so long as they continued to fight above the myriad poison forest, the initiative would always be in Lu Ye's hands. Technically speaking, they could chase Lu Yi into the poisonous fog. However, they were well aware that doing so would only fast-forward their demise. Several hundred meters away, Lu Yi abruptly flew out of the poisonous fog and charged toward an unsuspecting group of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators. The group wasn't particularly strong, and they were busy trying to locate Lu Yi through the fog. Although they scattered immediately after Lu Yi showed himself, some of them just weren't fast enough to escape the man. A couple more bodies instantly fell toward the fog while screaming the entire way. The dozens of sword cultivators immediately made the decision to split into two groups. One would hover just above the poisonous fog and prevent Lu Yi from diving back into it, and the other would keep chasing after Lu Yi. This way, Lu Yi would not be able to escape back into the poisonous fog without engaging them first. Naturally, Lu Yi wasn't going to clash against the sword cultivators. He picked a random direction and charged full speed ahead. All around Lu Yi, 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators attempted to intercept him and stop him in his tracks. However, all they managed to do was to repeat the same mistake as before. The stronger ones were at the forefront of the group, and the weaker ones lagged further and further behind. Eventually, Lu Yi did a massive U-turn and rushed straight toward the cultivators at the tail end of the group. The unfortunate cultivators turned green in the face when they realized this. That surprise maneuver from earlier had already cost them dozens of lives. This one was probably going to turn out more or less the same way. Although the sword cultivators were trying to keep up with Lu Yi as best they could, the unfortunate fact was that they couldn't keep up with Lu Yi with Windwalk active. The best they could hope for was to not be completely left in the dust. By now, the main force's formation was in complete disarray. The weak cultivators Lu Yi was targeting weren't just going to stay still and let him kill them like helpless chicks, so most of them scattered in every direction, and the rest grouped up and summoned their defensive spirit artifacts, hoping that that would be enough to dissuade Lu Yi. Lu Yi blurred past them in the blink of an eye. Fire Phoenix spells engulfed the group while his 9 flying weapons cut through them. Not a single person in the group was able to withstand his attacks. Not even a body-tempering cultivator with a shield spirit artifact was able to block a strike that was empowered with 2 sharp edges, not to mention the Fire Phoenix spells. The scene suddenly turned comedic. From a third person's perspective, it looked like Lu Yi was leading his pursuers on a wild goosish chase while cutting them bit by bit. Unfortunately, neither his pursuers nor the unfortunate bastards he had designated as prey were able to do anything to stop this. The bodies just wouldn't stop raining. It wasn't until more 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators joined in on the pursuit that they finally put an end to Lu Ye's mad maneuvers. At least several thousand cultivators had surrounded the entire myriad poison forest, and the one Lu Yi was facing was only 1,000 or so people strong. The forest was pretty massive. It took them some time to fly all the way to Lu Ye's location. Several thousand cultivators surged toward Lu Yi. Even more spirit artifacts and flying weapons filled the sky. It reminded Lu Yi of the mutant wasp swarm that had hunted him like a rat 2 months ago. Lu Yi had already escaped in the opposite direction, of course. The reason he was able to do what he did was because he was only dealing with 1,000 or so pursuers. Now that their number had grown to thousands, of course his tactics wouldn't work anymore. Plus, he had used up a lot of spiritual power even though the fight was short. This was especially true for the Glyph, Windwalk. At least 60% of his used spiritual power had been fed into the Glyph. Currently, Lu Yi was dissatisfied with his control over his flying spirit artifact. While he wasn't expecting to get to Jiujia's level, the body-tempering cultivator could probably thread a needle with his flying spirit artifact. He at least wanted to get to the point where fighting in the air felt perfectly natural to him. As of now, he still felt like he was limited in some ways. Then again, perhaps he felt this way because he was comparing himself to Jiuzhou. His level of control was already outstanding compared to most cultivators. He was still being pursued by an ungodly number of thousand demon-ridge cultivators. The sword cultivators especially clung to him like the maggot to bones. Lu Yi had Windwalk, and the sword cultivators had their own secret arts. While they didn't last long as a matter of course, at least they didn't need to worry about being left in the dust for now. This experience was terribly humiliating for the Thousand Demon Ridge to say the least. After waiting for over 2 months for Lu Yi to show himself, they had been led around like a cat chasing after its toy. Not even the sword cultivators were able to do much to improve their situation. Lu Yi had successfully broken out of their encirclement with nary a scratch. But this pursuit had cost them over 100 people already. For a time, they could not stop cursing Lu Yi for his cowardice, and scorning him for picking off their weak and avoiding their strong. The bigger emotion that dominated their heart was fear, however. It had only been 2 or so months and the bastard was Heaven 8 already. How much longer would it take for him to reach Heaven 9? At the Heaven Grade 8th Order realm, Lu Yi was undoubtedly far stronger than the man they had hunted at the Misty Mountains. Moreover, most of the casualties he had inflicted were caused by his wards and other indirect methods such as the mutant wasps. However, he wasn't doing any of that right now. He was fighting them directly via his own strength and skill. Sure, he targeted their weaklings and only their weaklings, but the fact that he was able to stay ahead of the hammer itself was a testament to his strength, was it not? For the past 2 months, after the Thousand Demon Ridge had mobilized thousands of Spirit Creek Realm cultivators to trap him within the myriad poison forest, there wasn't a single person who didn't wish to know what his ultimate fate would be. Naturally, countless people were speechless when today's news finally made it to Jiuzhou. It was said that Lu Yi had single-handedly broken out of the Thousand Demon Ridge's encirclement. Although they were still chasing after him right now, the fact that he managed to leave Myriad Poison Forest at all meant that Thousand Demon Ridge's 2-month-long encirclement had ended in failure. Starting today, the chances that the Thousand Demon Ridge would get another shot like this was incredibly slim. The heavens themselves would have to conspire against Lu Yi to bring him to heel. At least the Thousand Demon Ridge was beyond feeling embarrassment already. What was one more when they had already lost their face to Lu Yi repeatedly in the past? As the saying went, the difference between 100 ticks and 10 ticks was just the number. It was uncomfortable either way. The pursuit was still ongoing, but most people could not keep up with Lu Yi anymore. Although a small group of people, especially the sword cultivators, were still giving chase, the bastard was slowly but surely pulling away from them. 2 hours later, even the sword cultivators had lost track of Lu Yi completely. The defeat was difficult to swallow, but even the sword cultivators had to admit that Lu Yi was faster than them in terms of telekinetic speed. The bastard was just too fast. His speed made no sense whatsoever. Once again, the entire Thousand Demon Ridge was searching for Lu Yi. Although they had lost his trail, the operation to kill him was far from over. It was the wishes of the higher-ups as well. The real Lake Realm and Divine Ocean Realm cultivators recognized the threat that Lu Yi represented even better than the Spirit Creek Realm cultivators. Once upon a time, the Crimson Blood sect had produced Feng Wujiang. They did not wish to see the same thing happening all over again. At the beginning, Qin Zheng of the Thousand Feather sect had created the Yi Elimination Front with the explicit goal of killing Lu Yi. However, it was disbanded after the failure at Misty Mountains because it was just a temporary organization that had been haphazardly put together to maintain morale. Today, the organization had resurfaced as an official organization. In just half a day, the current champion of the Scroll of Supremacy, Shi Guang of the Way Profound sect, had announced that hundreds of core circle sects would be joining the Yi elimination front. Almost every 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator on the Scroll of Supremacy would be joining as well. Their goal was to eliminate Lu Yi before he ascended to Heaven 9. On one hand, the higher-ups had given them the order to eliminate Lu Yi at all costs. On the other, the Spirit Creek Realm cultivators literally did not dare to allow Lu Yi to live even a second longer. The bastard was already nigh unmanageable as a Heaven 8 cultivator. He would literally be invincible if they allowed him to ascend to Heaven 9. The Yi elimination front waited patiently while countless people were searching all over the core circle for Lu Yi. Even the most cultivation-obsessed cultivator had temporarily paused their cultivation so that they could join in on the hunt at first notice. Over 500 kilometers away from the Myriad Poison Forest, at a divine trade bazaar. While there were plenty of bazaars made up of independent cultivators in the outer circle, the same could not be said for the inner circle or the core circle. It was because most of the bazaars in these circles were built and managed by the Divine Trade Association. Chapter 387, I'm Not Here to Hide. Divine trade bazaars could be found everywhere in the inner circle and the core circle. There were even cities named the City of Heavens, which directly referred to the powers above. Theoretically speaking, any cultivator with a sufficient amount of contribution points could enter the Vault of Providence and purchase anything they wanted through the Divine Opportunity column. In reality, few people would spend their contribution points frivolously because it was a rare currency. The reason the Divine Trade Association was a cultivator's first choice of trading and not the Vault of Providence was very simple. The Divine Trade Association traded in spirit stones, not contribution points. Generally speaking, cultivators only spent their contribution points during emergencies or when they were purchasing rare items. Regardless, the existence of the Divine Trade Bazaar and the City of Heavens made trading extremely convenient for cultivators. They also gave the independent cultivators the freedom they yearned for and the mortals a place to live. This Divine Trade Bazaar was pretty huge, though the same could be said for all Divine Trade Bazaars within the core circle. It was because most of the cultivators in the core circle had already changed to a heaven-grade cultivation technique and so could afford to spend more, which in turn made the Divine Trade Association quite wealthy. In the outer circle, the attendants were generally weak in terms of cultivation level. But here, everyone was at least a 7th or 8th order cultivator. More importantly, they were extraordinarily good-looking. Few people could walk into a building and feel unwelcomed. Today, a female attendant was walking up to a young man and greeting him earnestly when suddenly, her smile froze on her face. That said, she quickly recovered and said with a polite bow, "Greetings, senior brother. Are you here to buy or sell?" "I am here for both." "I see. This way, please." A moment later, a manager who looked to be in his 40s or 50s entered a private room. Although he was only a 9th order cultivator, his spiritual power was pure and bright. It was clear that he was an old-school 9th order cultivator. Heavens know if he would ever be able to ascend to the Cloud River realm. The manager clasped his hand respectfully and said, "Greetings, fellow cultivator Yi." The young man in the room was none other than Lu Yi. He was sipping a cup of tea before the manager came in. By now, Lu Yi was used to being recognized at first glance. The Thousand Demon Ridge had spread his image across the entire Spirit Creek battlefield since ages ago. Of course, the Divine Trade Association would recognize him as well. "May I know your surname?" "I am Zhou." "Fellow cultivator Zhou. This Divine Trade Association is most honored by your arrival, and we would be even more honored if you would accept this gift of ours, fellow cultivator Yi," Manager Zhou said smilingly while pushing a storage bag toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi was puzzled. This wasn't the first time he had visited the Divine Trade Association, but it was certainly the first time he had received a gift from them. Manager Zhou explained smilingly, "The Divine Trade Association is but a humble business place, and not a place of war or an asylum. You may see this as our token of apology." Now Lu Yi realized what was going on. The manager must have thought that he had come here to shelter from the Thousand Demon Ridge. "Your humility is unbecoming, Manager Zhou. I am aware how powerful the Divine Trade Association is. Also, the Divine Trade Bazaar and the Cities of Heavens have always been places of peace and occasionally, shelters to people who wish to lie low a little. Why am I an exception to the rule?" Manager Zhou replied, "That's because you and the others are not the same, of course. As you said, we have sheltered plenty of people who seek to hide from their enemies, but none of them have ever single-handedly triggered the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge to mobilize at such a scale before you came. But of course, if you must hide in our humble abode, then the Divine Trade Association will accept your patronage. We promise that no one will be able to lay a finger on you so long as you remain within our premise. The Divine Trade Association promotes peaceful trading, but we are not afraid to use violence to enforce said peace. His statement was phrased in a way that was neither servile nor domineering. While the Divine Trade Association would rather stay out of trouble, they weren't afraid to get their hands dirty if necessary. Since the beginning, Lu Yi had thought that the Divine Trade Association was no simple organization. You could tell this from their chosen name alone. Divine Trade Association? City of Heavens? There were countless sects and groups in the Jiuzhou, but no one had ever dared to name themselves by the powers that be except the Divine Trade Association. Not even Grand Sky Coalition or Thousand Demon Ridge had the balls to do so. Don't worry, I am not here to seek shelter. Lu Yi pushed the storage bag back to Manager Zhou. The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, "My apologies for being presumptuous then." Lu Yi then handed him 2 storage bags and a jade slip before saying, "I would like to sell some stuff and to purchase some items." Manager Zhou accepted the items and checked them briefly. Despite his composure, he was unable to stop his eyes from twitching in shock when he saw the contents of the storage bags. Just how many people did Lu Yi kill to amass this much loot? They were quite varied too. At least the contents of the jade slip were pretty normal. Most of the items listed in the jade slips were common items such as ward flags. They had more than enough such items to fulfill his demand. "When would you like to collect your items, fellow cultivator? When would you like me to leave? It might surprise you, but I don't want to be trapped in this premise either. I've had enough of that for the past 2 months. Understood. Please give us a moment, Manager Zhou said before turning to leave. One more thing. I would like to use your Divine Opportunity column. Of course, fellow cultivator. Please follow me. Lu Yi followed Manager Zhou out of the private room. A female attendant then escorted him to the Divine Trade Association's Sanctum of Providence. Just like the other sects, the Divine Trade Association had their own Divine Opportunity column. Even better, anyone regardless of affiliation could use their Divine Opportunity column, though Lu Yi did hear that the user must pay a certain amount of contribution points to use it. In other words, there was a usage fee. The Sanctum of Providence was completely empty. Lu Yi walked up to the Divine Opportunity column and connected to the Vault of Providence immediately. As expected, it cost 50 contribution points to connect to the Vault of Providence using the Divine Trade Association's Divine Opportunity column. It might not be a lot of contribution points, but it definitely wasn't a small amount either. If he were to calculate it based on cultivator lives, he would have to kill a few heaven-grade cultivators to accumulate that amount. Speaking of contribution points, he currently had 9,843 contribution points. This was after the usage fee was deducted. He had spent 4,000 contribution points when he purchased the ward flags at the Three Sages School. In less than 3 months he had more than doubled that number. He did not think there was anyone in the history of the Spirit Creek battlefield who could match his earning speed. There were many reasons why he was able to accumulate this many contribution points in the past, but as of late, it was because he had slain a lot of enemies. This was especially true when he was still a Heaven 7 cultivator. While killing a Heaven 7 cultivator only awarded 10 contribution points, he was awarded 22 contribution points for killing a Heaven 8 cultivator, and 36 for a Heaven 9 cultivator. The Heavens had always rewarded cultivators handsomely for killing enemies beyond one's cultivation level. Lu Yi considered his options for a moment before spending 8,000 contribution points to purchase 40 Flame of Earthen Spirits. Now he only had 1,843 points left. Right now, the biggest use of contribution points to him was buying Flame of Earthen Spirits to feed the Tree of Glyphs and unlock more glyphs. He did not spend everything he had because he had to save some for emergencies. In fact, he almost never spent everything he had unless the circumstances were unusual. When he walked out of the Sanctum of Providence, he noticed that Manager Zhou was already waiting for him outside. They were definitely working fast in order to send Lu Yi away as soon as possible. Manager Zhou handed the 2 storage bags back to Lu Yi and said, "These are the ward flags you have ordered, fellow cultivator. Please confirm that that is the case." Lu Yi opened the storage bags and probed its contents. A second later, he nodded in satisfaction. He did not bother calculating if the ward flags he bought were of equal value to the items he sold. Considering the current circumstances, the Divine Trade Association would be crazy to try and scam him and risk delaying his departure even further. They were all hoping he would leave before the Thousand Demon Ridge and the Grand Sky Coalition decided to turn their premise into a battleground. Lu Yi put away the storage bags and began striding toward the exit. Naturally, he was aware that a few pairs of eyes were glued to his back. They were obviously Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators who caught wind of his appearance and decided to check if the information was true. He only counted 5 of them in the hall, but then again, it had only been half a tea time since he entered this premise. Hordes of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators must be rushing to this bazaar at full speed right now. He would be surrounded if he did not leave as soon as possible. The moment Lu Yi walked out of the building, he immediately summoned his spirit boat and blasted into the sky. He had just taken off when the 5,000 Demon Ridge cultivators did the same thing and gave chase. At the same time, more Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were closing in from outside the bazaar. For a while, auras of all colors and sizes streaked across the sky. While chasing after Lu Yi, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators did not forget to message their friends and allies. Suddenly, someone cried out in warning, "Watch out! He's coming after us." A group of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators looked up and saw that that was indeed the case. Lu Yi had turned around and charged straight toward them. They outnumbered Lu Yi at least dozens to one, but they couldn't help but panic anyway. These people had participated in the aerial battle of Myriad Poison Forest and so were aware exactly how powerful the young man was. If even 1,000 people were unable to stop Lu Yi from playing them like a fiddle, how could they hope to do anything with just dozens? Avoiding combat was impossible though. The bastard flew faster than even a sword cultivator. To avoid combat was to be taken down one by one without resistance. So, the Heaven 9 cultivator leading the group shouted, "Prepare for battle." They immediately spread out into formation and waited nervously for Lu Yi to enter their range. As usual, the flying weapons and the spells were the first things to fly his way. Lu Yi nimbly weaved through the attacks while blocking those he couldn't with protection. Standing at the forefront of the group were several body-tempering cultivators. They were all holding their defensive spirit artifacts with grim expressions. Lu Yi slammed loudly into the body-tempering cultivator with the weakest cultivation level before bringing down his flame-wreathed saber, causing the poor guy to fall toward the ground like a meteor. The worst part was that the collision didn't slow him down in the slightest. Not only that, he passed through the enemy formation like they did not exist and drew a trail of blood with the inviolable. Even more people fell toward the ground after the body-tempering cultivator. That single exchange had already cost them a few lives. Their expression grew even grimmer. The Heaven 9 cultivator growled, "Do not panic. He can't keep this up forever." Although they had lost several people, Lu Yi had withstood a good amount of attacks as well. The only reason he was unhurt was because they were blocked by protection. Not only that, a fight like this cost him a ton of spiritual power. No one here was an idiot. They all knew that he could not remain unstoppable forever, not to mention that reinforcements would arrive if they could delay him long enough. It would be worth it if they succeeded. Chapter 388 Where is he? The second the Heaven 9 cultivator said this, Lu Yi turned around and attacked them once more. The exact same scene replayed in front of them. Their attacks couldn't do any harm to Lu Yi because most of them were dodged, and the few that hit were blocked by his protection. As if that wasn't enough, his fiery red saber and flying weapons had claimed a couple more lives. In the sky, Lu Yi paused what he was doing and looked down on his spirit boat. One of the attacks had nearly hit his spirit boat, and there was a dent on the side of the spirit artifact to prove it. Thankfully, it did not affect the spirit boat's overall function. Small flying spirit artifacts generally had lousy defenses, and the spirit boat was no exception. If it took too many hits and broke, he wouldn't die, but he would certainly be trapped with little to no way to escape. His enemies had clearly noticed this as well, whispering among themselves and plotting to attack his flying spirit artifact if he got close again. Lu Yi's chances of escape would nosedive if they could destroy his flying spirit artifact. It was at this moment Lu Yi pointed his hand in their direction and fired what looked like a fire phoenix. The spell crossed dozens of meters in an instant and threatened to engulf the group. The group was able to block the spell in time, but a second, third and many more followed in short order. It was as if the barrage of spells would never end. It was one thing if the spells were weak, but they were big enough to cover a lot of space and hot enough to distort space itself. The 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators blanched at the sudden turn of events. For a time, they even wondered if Lu Yi was really a spell cultivator all along. It still wouldn't explain why his spell casting speed was off the charts though. After all, not even a Heaven 9 spell cultivator could fire such a powerful spell so frequently. As if that wasn't bad enough, Lu Yi wasn't only shooting his Fire Phoenix technique at them. His flying weapons were using the distraction created by the spell technique to kill them one by one. The second their defense line was blown apart, people immediately started screaming and dropping like flies. In just a moment, a dozen people were dead just like that. Now it was no longer even possible for them to defend against Lu Ye's attacks. When Lu Yi charged them once more, the Heaven 9 cultivator finally lost his composure and yelled, "Run!" He was the first to take off after saying that. The rest of the group scattered in every direction as well. Lu Yi was about to give chase when a massive amount of auras abruptly emerged from the horizon. They were clearly 1,000 Demon Ridge reinforcements. He had no choice but to abandon his plan and leave. Meanwhile, the slumbering monster that was the Yi elimination front had finally awoken. Countless messages were sent to every corner of the core circle. As soon as someone had located Lu Yi, the nearest Yi elimination front cultivators would immediately rush over to stop him. They weren't going to give him even a moment to breathe. For the next few days, Lu Yi would fight against the cultivators of the Yi elimination front at least dozens of times. On average, he had to fight at least 7 or 8 battles per day. If the enemy group was smaller than he expected, then Lu Yi would do his best to kill as many of them as possible. Otherwise, he would fly away without looking back. The Yi elimination front lost a lot of good people because of this. A good amount of them were Heaven 9 cultivators. In a mountain forest, an army of 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were searching the sky and the ground for Lu Yi. Due to the sheer amount of people who were involved in the pursuit, Lu Yi was unable to stay hidden for long even if he managed to shake off his tail for a time. Without exaggeration, every 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator in the core circle had placed killing Lu Yi as their top priority. Everything else could be set aside for the moment. An hour ago, a group of Yi elimination front cultivators encountered Lu Yi in this forest and fought a great battle against him. It had ended with the young man escaping. They didn't know where he disappeared to, but they were certain that he was still in the area. Frankly, Lu Yi's performance for the past few days had stunned them all. For starters, he was strong enough to kill a Heaven 9 cultivator as a Heaven 7 cultivator. After he ascended to Heaven 8, not even a normal Heaven 9 cultivator could present a challenge to him anymore. What really confounded them, however, was his endurance. Lu Yi had only ascended to the Heaven Grade 8th Order realm a while ago, meaning that he had over 300 spiritual points of spiritual power. However, they had been hunting him for days and giving him almost no time to recover. Just how was he still able to keep going? Even a Cloud River Realm cultivator should have been on their last legs in his position. In reality, Lu Yi only looked a little fatigued during the latest battle. His strength appeared to be as dominant as ever. One thing was certain though. No matter what the young man had done to recover his spiritual power, there was no way he could keep this up forever. He had to be nearing his physical limit already. In other words, today would be the day they kill Lu Yi. In a hidden cave inside the forest, Lu Yi was setting up a teleportation ward. The 1,000 Demon Ridges strategy was correct. Lu Yi had nearly reached his limits. His body felt heavy, and his mind was shrouded by a fog that refused to clear unless he consumed a drop of soul-cleansing water, which he wasn't about to do. Despite his ability to consume spirit pills and replenish his spiritual power without limit, he was still losing more spiritual power than he was putting into his body. Right now he had less than 20% spiritual power left. He could still fight, but even the idea of fighting made him feel like throwing up. This was before considering he was moderately injured even with protection, and his spirit boat could break down at any moment. Several days of high-intensity battles with almost no pause in between would do that. Any other Spirit Creek Realm cultivator in his position would be dead 100 times over already. That was why it was time to return to Myriad Poison Forest and rest up. The cave he had chosen to hide himself in was less than 25 kilometers away from the edge of Myriad Poison Forest, and less than 50 kilometers away from his central ward. Assuming that nothing went wrong, he should be able to teleport back to the wooden building without a hitch. Of course, Lu Yi could have fought his way back to the myriad poison forest. He had broken out when the Thousand Demon Ridge was at their strongest. Naturally, he could break in since most of them had left the forest. However, the Thousand Demon Ridge would also know that he was hiding there. If they decided to surround the forest once more, he would have to waste his time and energy plowing through them a second time. That was why he was going to teleport back to the myriad poison forest. Even if they somehow found out about the ward, they still wouldn't know where he had teleported to. It would be perfect. While he was resting in myriad poison forest, the Thousand Demon Ridge would be searching the entire core circle like headless chickens. It felt good to toy with thousands and thousands of enemies. As usual, he planted the ward flags first and constructed the teleportation ward's frame. He then constructed the inner structure with his spiritual power. Finally, he created void at the center of the ward and made the necessary adjustments. He stood in the middle of the teleportation ward and activated it with his spiritual power. He immediately sensed the ward resonating with another ward somewhere in the distance. Everything had gone perfectly. The sub-ward beneath his feet had linked up with the central ward in the myriad poison forest. He recalled the sensation of teleportation and grimaced a bit. Still, he gritted his teeth and fully activated the ward. His heart lurched and the ground abruptly vanished from beneath his feet. As he fell through what felt like an infinite abyss, he felt himself being compressed by an omnipresent pressure. It was like an invisible hand was pulling and pushing, squeezing and stretching him from every direction. The worst part was that he was completely helpless to resist it. He could only channel his protective spiritual power and hope that it would end soon. He did not think he would ever get used to it. Almost the second Lu Yi had fully activated the sub-ward, a squad patrolling in the air had sensed the energy disturbance. It wasn't long before a message was sent, and countless cultivators had converged at this location. Just a moment later, the cave entrance was blocked, and even the sky was crawling with cultivators. Now they just needed Lu Yi to show up so they could kill him once and for all. "Are you sure he's here?" a Heaven 9 cultivator asked suddenly. The person who discovered the disturbance first reported, "Our men had never explored this cave, and yet we had felt a spike of spiritual power from within. I'm pretty sure it's Lu Yi. I couldn't sense any life force inside though." "I can go in and take a look," a brawny body-tempering cultivator offered. "What if it's a trap?" The Heaven 9 cultivator shook his head immediately. "Lu Yi is an expert in the way of wards. I wouldn't be surprised if he's booby-trapped the place. Is there anyone here who's a golem master or a beast tamer?" "I am a golem master," an ordinary-looking cultivator stepped out. "Can you please scope out the cave with your golems?" The golem master nodded and pulled out a golem that looked like a cat. After the mechanical object was activated, the cat darted lithely into the cave. Just a few seconds later, boom. They all felt a massive spike of spiritual power right before jets of flame shot out of the cave entrance. The cultivators were both stunned at the strength of the explosion and glad that they had decided to send in a golem instead of a cultivator. Only the toughest of them might have survived an explosion of this magnitude. "We need a ward cultivator." The Heaven 9 cultivator called out again. This time, a lot more people stepped into the open. He randomly picked a couple of people before waving for them to follow him. "We're heading inside." The small group quickly entered the cave. A few minutes later they walked out with nothing to show. They weren't able to find any useful information. The explosion had destroyed everything. All they knew for certain was that Lu Yi had definitely set up an explosion ward. An hour ago the Thousand Demon Ridge had lost Lu Yi in this area. The explosion ward basically proved that he had stayed in the cave before. So the question was, where the hell was Lu Yi? They had the sky and the ground surrounded. Lu Yi should not be able to escape without a trace even if he was twice as powerful as he was. And yet he had. No one was able to come up with a sure answer. In the end, they could only assume that Lu Yi had somehow eluded their search using some sort of concealment ability. They sincerely hoped that their theory was wrong. If it was true, how on earth were they going to find him? Meanwhile, in the inner depths of the myriad poison forest, Lu Yi had suddenly appeared in mid-air. As expected, he had not appeared on top of the central ward, though he reckoned that he couldn't be too far away. The problem was that he had appeared in the sky. He began falling the second he realized he was back in reality. Thankfully, the ground was only 30 or so meters away from him. It was well within his endurance limit. Chapter 389 Climbing the Scroll of Supremacy. In the air, Lu Yi hurriedly adjusted his posture as the ground rapidly closed in on him. In the end, he was able to hit the ground on one knee. "Oh my!" someone exclaimed in surprise. "Why are you bending the knee to me all of a sudden?" Lu Ye's eyes twitched when he heard the voice. He looked up and saw Hua Ci beaming at him. "Cut the jokes and give me a hand already. I can't stand up on my own." A while later, Hua Ci had deposited Lu Yi on his bed on the third floor. He was sound asleep by the time she began treating his wounds. He had fought with almost no pause for several days straight. He was beyond tired. Their wooden building had become a true shelter. Outside, there was nowhere he could go without being hunted down by the Thousand Demon Rich. This was the only place he could truly relax and rest. Lu Yi woke up to the sound of light snoring. He also felt a slight pressure on his chest. When he opened his eyes and looked down, he saw that Amber was curled up on his chest. Lu Yi pinched the back of its neck and moved it to one side. He then sat up and just blanked out for a bit. He did not return to reality until the fragrant scent wafted in from outside. The stimulation immediately caused his stomach to gurgle. He changed into a new set of clothes and took a moment to straighten out the wrinkles. Then he walked down the stairs and exited the building. A table had been set in the courtyard. It was covered in all kinds of delicious food. There was even a makeshift stove beside the table. Yi and Hua Ci were cooking and enjoying a great conversation with each other when he arrived. For a time, Lu Yi simply crossed his arms and admired the girls from the door. He watched as Yi crouched on the ground while adding some wood to the fire, and Hua Ci, a headscarf wrapped around her head and an apron around her waist, busying in front of the stove. He was glad to be alive, truly. "You're finally awake, Lu Yi?" Yi called out happily when she saw him. Hua Ci looked back and met his eyes with a gentle smile. "You must be hungry. Sit down and eat." Lu Yi strode up to the table and grabbed a seat. He then grabbed his chopsticks and hesitated for a not insignificant amount of time. Finally, he decided to start with the plate of mushrooms first. It was because he literally did not recognize everything else on the table. All he knew was that the food must come from the myriad poison forest, and most people in the world would never be able to enjoy such delicacies, unless they were unique like him or Hua Ci. He raised his eyebrows when he took his first bite of the mushroom. It tasted surprisingly delicious and fresh for, well, mushrooms. And of course, the tree of glyphs in his source spiritual point gave off gray smoke immediately after he took his first bite. Now that his appetite was completely aroused, any trepidation he might have had regarding the ingredients were completely gone. He started chowing down to his heart's content. Hua Ci sat opposite him after placing the final dish on the table. She took her time eating and put some food on Lu Ye's plate from time to time. Yi couldn't join in because she was an apparition, so she simply stood behind Lu Yi and brushed his messy hair for him. A fulfilling meal later, Lu Yi leaned back against his chair, crossed his legs and rubbed his stomach in deep satisfaction. He then enjoyed the cup of tea he had served him. Her service was excellent as usual. The fatigue he had accumulated for days was gone just like that. He had to admit that Hua Ci's dishes were incredibly nutritious. Assuming that one had a way to deal with the poison, one could go from deathly tired to perfectly energetic in just a few days. If nutrition was blood, he would be bleeding out of his pores right now. Lu Yi did not feel like moving after such a fulfilling meal, so he said, "Can you please bring me the storage bags?" They had killed a lot of people during their latest adventure. Naturally, he had acquired a comparable amount of loot as well. He didn't have the time to unlock them before, but now was the perfect time to do so. "K," she replied before floating up to the third floor. It wasn't long before she returned with a massive pile of storage bags. Yi loved it when Lu Yi unlocked the storage bags. The act of uncovering something unknown itself was an exciting experience, not to mention that there were always pleasant surprises. Every time Lu Yi had unlocked a storage bag, Yi would remove its contents and separate them by category. If the storage bag contained something good, then she would break out in smiles. If not, then she would mutter, "Popper," under her breath. It should not need to be said, but no two people were exactly as wealthy as one another. In Lu Ye's case, he basically never had to worry about cultivation resources besides his first few months of cultivation. To date, he had never ran out of spirit stones or spirit pills, and it wasn't looking to happen anytime soon. For most other cultivators though, their finances were SOSO at best. Most of them were simply incapable of amassing Lu Ye's level of wealth via slaying enemies. Cultivators consumed cultivation resources since the day they started cultivating. Spirit stones and spirit pills were a staple for any cultivator, and yet some of them were unable to afford it, especially when their cultivation level was low. After all, they had to spend some of their money on life-saving items such as spirit talisman papers. As if that wasn't bad enough, their expenses only went up every time they climbed a cultivation level. A 7th-order cultivator had to purchase flying weapons to expand their repertoire, and an 8th-order cultivator a flying spirit artifact for faster travel. And of course, a 9th-order cultivator must purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique if they wish to advance further. In fact, the poorest community in the Spirit Creek battlefield wasn't the Outer Circle cultivators, but the Inner Circle cultivators. They had a million things they needed to buy at this stage of their cultivation. While their financial situation was better after they entered the core circle, cultivators naturally consumed more cultivation resources each time they climbed up a cultivation level. As a result, many people remained as poor as a pauper. This was why most of the storage bags Lu Yi unlocked contained only a paltry amount of spirit pills and spirit stones, and why the cultivators of the Thousand Demon Ridge wanted to kill Lu Yi so badly. The threat he posed to their entire faction was one half of the reason, and the bounty on his head was the other half. Even if the bounty would be split between all the participants, it was still enough wealth to make them wealthier than they had ever been their whole lives. Given enough benefit, anyone could be motivated to do anything. An hour later, Lu Yi was done unlocking the storage bags. While Yi was still sorting out the goods, he went to the central ward and began rearranging the whole thing. Since the central ward was created using ward flags, and both Lu Ye's cultivation level and his proficiency with creating teleportation wards were still lacking, he always had to rearrange it after teleporting back to the central ward. Lu Yi felt the onset of a headache as he stared at the central ward. He did not know if it was a problem with his skill or his experience, but he could never teleport back to the exact location of the central ward. When he was still experimenting with the teleportation, he had never teleported too far away from the central ward. This time though, maybe it was because the distance between the two wards was too great. Not only did he appear nearly 150 meters away from the central ward, he had appeared in the air instead of the ground. He could survive a fall from 30 meters above the ground, but what if it was 300? 3,000? He had learned how to set up a teleportation ward as an emergency escape measure. If he had to teleport back to the central ward, it could only be because he was cornered and in poor condition. And if he was so weakened that he couldn't even control his flying spirit artifact, then the deviation was going to kill him for sure. Unfortunately, he did not have a good solution to solve this problem. For now, he could only rearrange the central ward to the best of his abilities and pray that the deviation wouldn't be as bad the next time he used it. While Lu Yi was busying himself and generally enjoying a relaxing time in the myriad poison forest, the Yi elimination front was busy turning the place he was last discovered upside down. However, they weren't even able to find his hair, much less the man himself. Somehow, Lu Yi had vanished into thin air. Back in the 3rd floor of the wooden building, Lu Yi was swallowing spirit pills to recover his spiritual power and feeding the tree of glyphs with the flame of earthen spirits he had bought from the Vault of Providence. He had bought 40 flames of earthen spirits in one go, and he wondered what kind of glyphs he would obtain this time. Right now, most of the leaves on the tree of glyphs were on fire. Forget the lifelike vermilion bird perched on the crown on the tree, Lu Yi had mastered almost 20 ordinary glyphs in total. While many of them were unsuited for combat, that didn't mean they were useless by any means. At the very least, it gave him more options when fighting against his enemies. The reason he could slaughter a Heaven 9 cultivator like a chicken wasn't just because his spiritual power was sufficiently pure and vast, but also because he could apply his glyphs any time without being detected. The glyphs were the real reason he was as tricky as he was strong. 2 days later, Lu Yi had made a full recovery. He had even unlocked 2 spiritual points. Today he was only dozens of spiritual points away from reaching Heaven 9. When the day came, there should be no one in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield who could threaten him anymore. He had good reason to be this confident. Perhaps the non-stop battles from several days ago had acclimatized him to a tumultuous pace of life, but he felt almost uncomfortable with how idle life had been for the past 2 days. It was at this moment his friends informed him of some unsavory rumors the Thousand Demon Ridge had been spreading in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Because the Thousand Demon Ridge was unable to locate Lu Yi, they grew impatient and started spreading some rather ugly rumors about him. For starters, they called him a coward in hopes that he would be provoked into revealing himself. Lu Yi had no plans of leaving the myriad poison forest for now, so after he finished speaking with his friends via the battlefield imprint, he decided to pause his cultivation and activate his battlefield imprint. Then he connected his mind to the Scroll of Supremacy. As a ranker, he had the right to increase his ranking on the Scroll of Supremacy. The reason he hadn't challenged it before was 1, he wasn't in the mood to do so, and 2, he wanted to obtain the best available reward. The heavens rewarded all those who climbed the Scroll of Supremacy. Specifically, it rewarded those who managed to stay on the rank list for at least a month. Since only 100 cultivators were listed on the Scroll of Supremacy, of course it was difficult to stay there for a month. This was especially true for those at the bottom of the rank list. The names there changed at least multiple times every day. The higher a ranker placed on the Scroll of Supremacy, the better the rewards they would receive. Even if they lost and fell in rank, they could always make another go at it another time. Right now, Lu Ye's plan was to climb to the top of the Scroll of Supremacy and stay there for a whole month. His fourth senior brother once told him that the reward granted by the heavens was very beneficial to a cultivator. Naturally, the better the placement, the greater the rewards. That was why he advised Lu Yi not to hold back when climbing the Scroll of Supremacy. Ideally, he should aim for the highest spot he could reach in the shortest amount of time possible. Lu Yi gave it a try and discovered that he could only challenge the bottom 3 cultivators on the rank list. They were all Heaven 9 cultivators from different sections. The 99th and 98th cultivators were both from the Thousand Demon Ridge. The 100th cultivator was from the Grand Sky Coalition. Lu Yi wasn't going to challenge his own comrade as a matter of course. Without hesitation, he challenged the guy on the 99th spot. Chapter 390. I thought this was a 1 versus 1. Unless they had no other choice, cultivators from the same faction generally avoided challenging one another. It was because they would only be giving their enemies the opportunity to take advantage of them. When Lu Yi tried to challenge the 99th ranker though, he received a surprising response. As it turned out, the guy was currently being challenged. It should not need to be said, but a ranker could not accept 2 challenges at the same time. Even if Lu Yi must challenge the guy, he must wait until they were finished with their latest battle. So, he set his sights on the 98th ranker, only to discover that they were currently being challenged as well. Now that he thought about it, the last 3 spots on the Scroll of Supremacy must be in a state of constant turmoil. In fact, those who didn't have the strength to climb up the ranks would probably be removed very quickly even if they somehow got on the rank list by chance. Lu Yi was about to resign himself to a long wait when the name of the 100th ranker suddenly distorted and disappeared. The next moment, a new name appeared on the list. It meant that the previous 100th ranker had been defeated and replaced by a new ranker. Lu Yi hurriedly checked the affiliation of the new ranker and confirmed that they were from the Thousand Demon Ridge. He immediately issued them a challenge request. This time, he didn't receive an automated response saying that the ranker was currently being challenged. It didn't take long before the challenge request was accepted. They had to accept. Lu Yi would replace them if they rejected the challenge request or ignored it for too long. The battle didn't begin immediately because the ranker had just finished a battle and ascended the Scroll of Supremacy. Of course they were going to take a moment to recover their strength. While waiting, Lu Yi continued to consume spirit pills and feed the tree of glyphs the flame of earth and spirits. At the same time, he spared some concentration to research the Scroll of Supremacy. Most of his understanding of the Scroll of Supremacy consisted of hearsay. Although he had ascended to the 33rd spot for a time, the Thousand Demon Ridge had come together to flush him out of the rank list in just 3 days. He had never even fought a challenge battle before. That was why he couldn't claim to know the Scroll of Supremacy very well at all. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The moment he felt a response in his battlefield imprint, Lu Yi immediately paused what he was doing and got ready for battle. He felt the power of the heavens descending from the sky before enveloping his entire person. The next second, the space around him began to distort, and his vision was filled by a blinding white light. When the white light faded, he saw a young man in his 20s standing a short distance opposite him. It was most likely the Thousand Demon Ridge ranker he was challenging. Gao. Ha. Lu Yi turned toward the noise and discovered that Amber and Yi were standing right next to him and examining their surroundings curiously. Amber was sleeping and Yi was cultivating a while ago. Somehow they had both been dragged into this battlefield. Where are we, Lu Yi? Yi asked. I'll tell you later. Lu Yi turned back to his opponent. Right now, the Thousand Demon Ridge Cultivator was busy picking up his jaw from the floor. This was supposed to be a 1-versus-1 battle, right? So why was he facing down 2 cultivators and a tamed beast? He could understand why the tiger was present in the battle. Some of the rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy were beast tamers, and they often brought more than one tamed beast with them. But what about the girl? This was just ridiculous. He was just about to ask Lu Yi what the hell was going on when suddenly, he discovered that the man looked highly familiar. Then, he realized that he was none other than the Sanuvabich his entire faction had been searching for to no avail. Last time, the Yi elimination front had lost track of him despite turning the location where he was last discovered upside down. Who would have thought that the bastard would challenge the Scroll of Supremacy just 2 days later? Lu Yi. The Thousand Demon Ridge Cultivator growled. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at his luck. To the Thousand Demon Ridge, Lu Yi represented an opportunity to obtain an unimaginable amount of wealth. If he could kill him here, the bounty would go to him and him alone. However, Lu Yi was also beyond formidable. He might have been strong enough to barely make it on the Scroll of Supremacy, he wasn't confident that he could defeat the young man at all. The Thousand Demon Ridge Cultivator had just finished crying out Lu Ye's name when the combat cultivator rushed toward him. He swore. He had purposely chosen a battle arena, a small area with no obstacles and a radius of only tens of meters, during the battlefield selection phase because he was a combat cultivator himself. It would maximize his advantage and, depending on his opponent's faction and fighting style, minimize the enemies. Unfortunately, Lu Yi was a combat cultivator just like him. His chosen battlefield benefited both of them. Since Lu Yi had applied Windwalk to himself, he moved so fast that he almost left a blur behind his trail. The distance between himself and his opponent was rapidly shrinking. His speed is crazy. The Thousand Demon Ridge Cultivator thought to himself in fear as he summoned his own spirit artifact. Although he did not think that he was a match for Lu Yi, he was a cultivator who managed to ascend the Scroll of Supremacy. He could not possibly surrender without a fight. Whistling sounds pierced the eardrums while Lu Yi was charging. His 9 flying weapons were flying toward his opponent in a straight line. The Thousand Demon Ridge Cultivator had heard of Lu Ye's prowess with flying weapons ages ago. He immediately slapped a golden body talisman paper on himself and channeled all of his spiritual power to protect himself. Roar. It was at this moment the tiger let out a mighty roar. Visible shockwaves swept across the Thousand Demon Ridge Cultivator and made him feel as if someone had smashed his head with a hammer. Not only was he seeing stars and hurting like a bitch, the roar had dispersed his spiritual power in an instant. He was shocked to say the least. He never knew that Lu Ye's white tiger possessed such power. He had just recollected himself when he saw a wide range of spells flying toward him from the flank. It was the girl who had somehow entered the battlefield with Lu Yi. Not only was she casting spells at a prodigious speed, the spells themselves were incredibly varied and numerous. Despite the Thousand Demon Ridge Cultivator's best efforts, he was unable to dodge all of the spells. The golden light shrouding his body faded at a visible rate. A sense of impending doom struck the combat cultivator, and he tried to yell, "I surrender." He never managed to finish the last syllable. The flying weapons pierced through his golden body talisman paper, his protective spiritual power, and even his armor like they were paper. The powerful impacts knocked him backward again and again until finally, Lu Yi reached him and unsheathed the inviolable. His head flew, and his headless corpse spewed blood like a fountain and dyed the floor red. Several meters away, Lu Yi shook off the blood on his saber before returning it to his sheath. He then shook his head in disappointment and thought to himself, too weak. He had killed many Heaven 9 cultivators since he became a Heaven 7 cultivator and entered the core circle. However, this was the first time he slew a Scroll of Supremacy ranker in direct combat. Unfortunately, it was a most unsatisfactory fight. Sure, Amber and Yi had interfered with the battle, but the level of skill his opponent had displayed still disappointed him greatly. Now that he thought about it, he had not fought anyone in single combat since he came to the core circle. The Scroll of Supremacy was giving him the chance to enjoy a form of combat he sorely missed, and to measure himself against its champions. Of course, he was also going to obey his 4th senior brother's instruction and hit the highest rank he could reach in the shortest amount of time possible. After Yi had picked up the dead man's storage bag and spirit artifact, she suddenly exclaimed in realization, Lu Yi, this is the challenge battle of the Scroll of Supremacy, isn't it? It took her some time, but she finally realized where they were. Yeah. Honestly, Lu Yi didn't think Yi and Amber would be teleported into the battlefield with him. Then again, Amber was his tamed beast, and the heavens accepted the participation of tamed beasts in the Scroll of Supremacy. As Yi was Amber's ghost spirit, she too was dragged into the battlefield. This gave him a massive advantage over his opponents, to say the least. Time to go home, Lu Yi beckoned. The heavens' power enveloped him, and the next thing he knew, he was back in their wooden building once more. After they had returned, Yi floated out of the window and sat down in front of Lu Yi. Amber leaped onto his legs and waited patiently for Lu Yi to make his next move. They both knew that Lu Yi would not be satisfied with just one battle and were ready to give it their all. And so Lu Yi activated his battlefield imprint, connected with the Scroll of Supremacy, and tried to challenge the 99th ranker on the list once more. Unfortunately, the ranker was still in the middle of a challenge. So, he selected the 98th ranker and tried again. To his surprise, he succeeded. Even more surprising was the fact that his opponent hadn't left him to dry for too long. Just an hour later, he felt the heavens teleporting him to a new battlefield. His second battlefield looked almost the same as the first. It was also a small area with a radius of only tens of meters. Generally speaking, only a combat cultivator or a body-tempering cultivator would pick a battlefield like this. Ghost cultivators, spell cultivators, and everyone else would have picked a wider terrain. When the white light faded, Lu Yi immediately saw a brawny cultivator opposite him. He was most likely a body-tempering cultivator. The body-tempering cultivator was currently wearing a frown on his face. It was because he thought he saw a white figure entering the ground behind Lu Yi. However, he wasn't sure if it was actually a person, or if he was just seeing things, because white light always filled one's vision when the heavens teleported the combatants into the Scroll of Supremacy's exclusive battlefield. The white figure was Yi, of course. She had slipped into the underground and concealed her presence so that the body-tempering cultivator would not realize that this was really a 2 versus 1, 3 if you counted Amber, and get unnecessarily nervous. And of course, she would be able to ambush him better if he didn't know she was there. The body-tempering cultivator had already channeled his spiritual power and vitality. He was carrying a large shield on his left arm and wielding a spiked hammer on his right. The head of the hammer was covered in sharp reverse spikes. Not even Lu Yi would want to get hit by a weapon like this. The body-tempering cultivator raised the shield in front of himself and hit it once with his hammer. As if the action wasn't provoking enough, he said, "Come at me, you little." He suddenly stared at Lu Yi's face and exclaimed in shock, "The vanquisher of sects." Lu Yi was already charging toward the body-tempering cultivator. As usual, he had empowered himself with Windwalk and was moving so fast that he was a blur. The body-tempering cultivator blanched as the distance between them shortened. It hadn't been easy defeating his previous opponent and making it on the Scroll of Supremacy. He wasn't expecting to be challenged by the walking calamity at all. It was highly unlikely he was going to be able to preserve his spot. Chapter 391, Full Speed Ahead. As usual, Lu Yi kicked off the battle by launching his flying weapons at his enemy. 9 auras slammed into the body-tempering cultivator's shield spirit artifact so hard that his body shook, and the light on the shield weakened with each impact. The body-tempering cultivator was shocked, to say the least. He knew just how powerful his shield spirit artifact was, and yet it had lost a ton of spiritual power in a matter of seconds. That was just how powerful Lu Yi's attack was. By the time all 9 flying weapons had struck the shield, Lu Yi was already in front of the body-tempering cultivator. He activated gravity well as he brought down the inviolable like lightning. An unimaginable pressure pressed down on the body-tempering cultivator. He felt like he was struck by a mountain, not a saber. Although he ultimately managed to withstand the blow, he still nearly dropped to one knee. The body-tempering cultivator pushed his spiritual power so hard that his entire face was red. He let out a mighty roar, pushed back Lu Yi's saber, and brought down his spiked hammer all at the same time. Lu Yi's flying weapons appeared from the sides and slammed into the spiked hammer, causing it to miss and strike the floor right next to Lu Yi instead. There was enough force behind the blow to cause some cracks. Spiritual power boiled around Lu Yi as he thrust his saber forward. He was a Heaven 8 cultivator, and his saber was empowered by 2 sharp edges. Right now his offensive power was off the charts. The shield spirit artifact's aura vanished instantly. In fact, the shield itself shattered into pieces with a loud crack. The body-tempering cultivator's expression turned horrified as Lu Yi brought his flame-wreathed saber down. He instinctively tried to call for surrender. It was at this moment Amber, the white tiger had been crouching on his shoulder this entire time, opened its mouth and let out a mighty roar. A visible shockwave swept across his body and caused his thoughts to go blank for an instant. As a result, he missed the window to say the words he needed to say to survive. Metal cut through flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The body-tempering cultivator took 2 unsteady steps back before collapsing on the ground. His wide-open eyes were full of grievance even as they gradually turned glassy. He knew he was no match for Lu Yi, but he thought he would have the time to surrender at least as a body-tempering cultivator. However, Amber had ruined his one shot at surviving at the last moment. Yi appeared and asked, "Done already?" The girl was extremely unhappy. It was because she didn't even have the chance to participate. They picked up the loot and requested the heavens to teleport them away from the battlefield. After they had returned to the wooden building, Lu Yi checked the scroll of supremacy and confirmed that he was now in the 98th spot. The challenger could challenge the ranker 5 places above their spot at most. In Lu Ye's case that was the 93rd ranker. He didn't do so though. Instead he challenged the 95th ranker. The reason he did not challenge the 96th and 97th ranker was because they belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition, of course. Since he entered the core circle, the Thousand Demon Ridge had attacked him like he had massacred their 9 generations. If he wasn't as strong as he would have died a million times already. Naturally, he was quite resentful of their actions even though he understood why they had done this. Forget that he was a brash young man, even the Buddha would be provoked into violence if you pushed him too far. It was why he had chosen to break out of the myriad poison forest by force instead of stealth. For one, he needed to accumulate the contribution points necessary to buy his ward flags. 2. He wanted to give his pursuers a taste of their own medicine. But of course he couldn't challenge the entire world all the time. The risks alone made it something to be attempted only once in a blue moon. On the other hand, the challenge battles of the Scroll of Supremacy was a completely different story. Since the battle only featured one-on-ones, he never had to worry about being ganged up by multiple cultivators. That was why he decided that he was going to kill every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator he encountered along the way. It was only right considering all the attacks he had received so far. The 95th cultivator wasn't as busy as the bottom feeders, so Lu Ye's challenge request went through and was accepted in just a short time. After the heavens teleported him into the battlefield, Yi immediately hid herself as she had before. Amber was also crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder. Lu Yi examined his environment and discovered that it was a massive desert. The hot sun was hanging in the middle of the sky, and the air felt hot enough to scald a mortal's skin. Wherever he looked there was only yellow sand. Not only that, his opponent was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yi immediately determined that his opponent was probably a spell cultivator who majored in fire attribute or earth attribute spell techniques. No other cultivator would choose a terrain like this. Lu Yi could not be bothered to search for his enemy across an entire desert, so he just stayed where he was and waited for the signal. A while later, Yi messaged him saying that she had found the enemy. As predicted, they were a spell cultivator. Meanwhile, the Thousand Demon Ridge was in shambles yet again. The Yi Elimination Front were searching for the vanquisher of sects all over the core circle to no avail. No one knew where he had hidden himself. It was almost as if the young man had vanished into thin air. It was at this moment Lu Yi's name appeared on the Scroll of Supremacy once more. As it turned out, the Sanuvabich was climbing the rank list. At first, only a handful of people were aware of this. However, all eyes were on the Scroll of Supremacy once the news had spread. They watched as Lu Yi climbed the Scroll of Supremacy at meteoric speed. When they first noticed him, he was only at the 95th spot. However, it only took him half a day to ascend to the 82nd spot. Another half a day passed and he was at the 73rd spot. When the following day came, he was at the 65th spot. The speed at which he was climbing the rank list was ridiculous to say the least. Moreover, it didn't look like he was planning to stop anytime soon. He would be climbing even faster if it wasn't for the fact that the rankers he challenged often made use of the 4-hour preparation time to the max. The waiting actually cost him far more time than the actual fights. What angered the Thousand Demon Ridge even more was that Lu Yi was challenging every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator in his way instead of skipping them to save himself some time and energy. As if that wasn't bad enough, none of them had survived the challenges. As a result, a strange phenomenon was happening on the list. The 20 rankers behind Lu Yi all belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition. This had never happened before, as both the Thousand Demon Ridge and the Grand Sky Coalition were overflowing with talent. Usually, it was rare enough for a group of 4 or 5 rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy to all belong to the same faction, much less 20 of them. Now, Lu Yi had done something unprecedented yet again. For a time, countless Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were angry both at Lu Yi and their own rankers. They just could not understand how these so-called future pillars of their faction would be so weak. Even if they were no match for Lu Yi, why didn't they just forfeit the battle and save their own lives? Surely they had enough sense and time to do that, right? Regardless, it was clear that Lu Yi was targeting them on purpose. He was slapping the Thousand Demon Ridge's face, so to speak. If the rank list was created by cultivators, then they would have had a million ways to manipulate it. At the very least, they could have removed it and stopped their shame from spreading further. Unfortunately, the Scroll of Supremacy was generated by the heavens, and it was impossible for mere cultivators to interfere with it in any way. Any Spirit Creek Realm cultivator with sufficient strength could connect to Scroll of Supremacy and check it. The Thousand Demon Ridge was deeply humiliated by the rank list, to say the least. Every time someone took a look at the list, they would feel their faces turning deep red with shame. It was as if someone had slapped them multiple times in a row. While Lu Yi's mad actions deeply humiliated the Thousand Demon Ridge, the Grand Sky Coalition was celebrating as a matter of course. Countless Grand Sky Coalition cultivators were spreading the news as far as they could reach. Every time Lu Yi ascended a rank and the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator he was challenging had disappeared from the list, a cheer would break out among the crowd. By the 3rd day since Lu Yi began climbing the Scroll of Supremacy, he was sitting at the 50th spot. Contrary to his faction or the Thousand Demon Ridge's feelings, Lu Yi was feeling rather miffed and disappointed. It was because none of them was strong enough to put up a fight at all. No matter what cultivator faction they belonged to or the terrain they chose, Lu Yi almost always ended the battle shortly after he or Yi had located them. Even better, Amber's roar prevented them from being able to surrender and live. In fact, Amber's only role on the battlefield was to sit on Lu Yi's shoulder and roar the second it looked like the challenger was about to speak. So far, no one who had been struck by Amber's roar had managed to regain their mind fast enough to survive the battle. When Lu Yi wasn't fighting the rankers, he was cultivating and feeding the tree of glyphs, the flame of earthen spirits. Since he was so busy these days, he had only fed it half of the flames of earthen spirits he had bought. Still, he was able to obtain 2 new glyphs. They were Glyph, Golden Arc, and Glyph, Invoke Lightning. He already suspected it was the case when he saw their names, but upon absorbing their information, he discovered that he could use them as spell techniques after construction. Intentionally or not, the Tree of Glyphs was bringing him further down the path of a spell cultivator. That said, he suspected that the spell techniques cast using these 2 glyphs would be quite different from the usual spell technique because his primary attribute was fire, and his supplementary attribute was gold. Also, the best way to use these 2 glyphs was actually in offensive wards. He was sure they would perform wonderfully with the proper application. He had already issued a challenge request to the 48th ranker, but the battle had not begun immediately even though his opponent had accepted the challenge. It was likely he was going to have to wait another 4 hours before the battle would ensue. So, he took out another flame of earthen spirits and fed the Tree of Glyphs. While doing so, he spared some concentration to cultivate as well. The remaining 20 flame of earthen spirits were devoured in no time. Once done, Lu Yi looked at the Tree of Glyphs expectantly. He was hoping to see if it had obtained more glyphs. His eyes contracted into needles as he saw a clump of leaves glowing red. He had encountered this exactly one time in the past. It was when he was absorbing the true phoenix flame in the burning lance. At the time, an entire clump of leaves had reacted more or less the same way. It wasn't until the Tree of Glyphs had devoured the true phoenix flame completely did they burst into flames. After that, the image of the vermilion bird had appeared on the tree crown, and he had obtained Glyph, Fire Phoenix. Since this was happening again, it meant that he was most likely getting a special glyph. Lu Yi examined the leaves closely. Only a dozen or so leaves were glowing red, which was nowhere as impressive as Fire Phoenix. Even so, he still looked forward to the glyph a lot. In fact, he had been hoping to receive special glyphs since Fire Phoenix because they were far, far more powerful than the average glyph. The arrangement of the glowing leaves on the tree of glyphs weren't random. If he wasn't mistaken, it was shaped like a pair of wings. Lu Yi immediately perked up. Could it be? It could be. It better be. Unfortunately, 20 flames of the earthen spirits weren't enough to manifest the glyph completely. He would need to feed the tree of glyphs more flames to confirm his suspicion. Chapter 392 So big. Frustratingly, Lu Yi had run out of flame of earthen spirits. If he knew this would happen, he would have spent all of his contribution points when he was visiting the Divine Trade Association a few days ago. His annoyance lasted until he checked his battlefield imprint and noted that he had a little over 2,500 contribution points left. It was enough to purchase 10 flames of earthen spirits, but not enough to unlock the special glyph. He could sell all the loot he had obtained for the past few days, but they weren't worth a lot of contribution points. Where am I going to get the flame of earthen spirits I need? He thought to himself with a frown. At the same time, in the outpost of a Tier 2 sect, a pair of Thousand Demon Ridge Heaven 9 cultivators were sitting side by side on a giant rock next to a cliff. The man was handsome and dignified, while the woman possessed the face of an angel and the body of a demon. Right now, the woman was currently nestled in the man's arms. Not only were they the legate and prolgate of their outpost, they were also rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy. The woman, Bailan, was the 48th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy. She wore a loose robe with wide sleeves that marked her as a spell cultivator. Combat cultivators, body-tempering cultivators and ghost cultivators generally wore tight-fitting clothes so they wouldn't be bogged down when fighting against an enemy. However, her assets were so that even the generous amount of fabric was unable to conceal them completely. Bailan said sweetly while holding the man's hand, "Do not worry about me, senior brother. I will choose a terrain that best fits my abilities. No matter how powerful that Lu Yi is, he cannot possibly kill me in one strike, can he? If he is stronger than expected, then I'll just surrender the fight." The woman was unaware of this, but most of the rankers Lu Yi slew had thought the exact same thing when they accepted Lu Ye's challenge. "I'm a Heaven 9, they had thought to themselves, even if I am no match for him, surely he can't kill me before I forfeit the match? They were wrong. "Are you sure that it's Lu Yi that challenged you?" the man asked worriedly. Bailan giggled behind her palm. "He has been challenging the Scroll of Supremacy non-stop for the past few days, and he hasn't skipped a single Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator above his spot. Today he sits at the 50th spot, and the 49th ranker is a Grand Sky Coalition. Who else would challenge me if not him?" "That ruffian. Perhaps you should just forfeit the challenge, junior sister." "If I forfeit his challenge, it will be the sect who loses face. In the future, how will our junior brothers and junior sisters be able to hold their heads high in the core circle?" A Scroll of Supremacy elite who did not even have the courage to accept the enemy's challenge would only be known as a laughingstock no matter how powerful they were. This was before mentioning that Lu Ye's climb was watched by many Divine Ocean Realm cultivators as well. They all thought that this was an opportunity to kill the young man. While Lu Yi had hidden himself so well that no one could find him on the Spirit Creek battlefield, this wasn't a problem if someone on the Scroll of Supremacy could kill him during the challenge battles. The bottom 50 rankers had proven to be incapable of doing the job, but that was fine. They still had the top 50 rankers. If even the top 50 rankers proved to be lacking, there were still the top 10 rankers to seal the deal. No matter how strong Lu Yi was, he could not possibly make it to the peak as a Heaven 8 cultivator, could he? Someone had to be capable of killing him. But the man wanted to say more, but Bailan had already pressed a finger to his lips. "Enough. You really don't have to worry about me. A few days ago, my master gave me a high-grade spiritual artifact with excellent defensive capabilities. Although I am not able to unleash its full power at my current cultivation level, I will not be in danger no matter what happens." The guy looked at the single tear-shaped earring hanging on her ear. He exclaimed in realization, "So, that's the spiritual artifact Second Elder gave you." Bailan's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Duh? Did you think it was someone else's gift?" The man let out an awkward chuckle and Bailan immediately tickled him. "How dare you question my loyalty, senior brother?" The man hurriedly begged for mercy. 4 hours came and went in the blink of an eye. Bai Lan vanished under her lover's worried gaze. The battlefield was a beautiful garden about 8 to 10 kilometers in radius. It was filled with vegetation and the fresh scent of flowers. As usual, Yi dove underground as soon as she was able, and Lu Yi examined his surroundings after his vision had recovered. He did not see anyone. Judging from the name on the scroll of Supremacy, his opponent should be a woman. Considering how large the battlefield was, he could safely assume that she wasn't a body-tempering cultivator or a combat cultivator. As for the likelihood that she might be a medicine cultivator, that was just impossible. There were a handful of medicine cultivators among the bottom 50 rankers. They all had cultivated another cultivation faction, but that was not the case in the top 50. A cultivator's focus was limited after all. Even if they were extraordinarily talented, their secondary way was usually inferior to their primary. So, is it a spell cultivator or a ghost cultivator? Lu Yi had fought around 20 to 30 battles for the past couple days, and he had basically fought them all besides medicine cultivators. He even encountered a handful of cultivators that did not conform to the 6 factions. For most combat cultivators, body-tempering cultivators were the bane of their existence. However, Lu Yi was no ordinary combat cultivator. Not only was his physique on par or better than most Spirit Creek realm body-tempering cultivators, he could usually end a fight against his supposed bane in just 2 or 3 exchanges. As for ghost cultivators, whose frailty was a match for spell cultivators, let's just say that anyone who dared to get close to Lu Yi had been treated to the most frightening stare-down of their lives before they were sent to the afterlife. Of all the cultivation factions, ghost cultivators were Lu Yi's favorite bar none. They would walk right up to him like lambs to the slaughter because they thought he couldn't see them. Ghost cultivators were easily the easiest prey of all the cultivators he had fought. His second favorite prey were spell cultivators. As long as their defenses were broken, it took only a single hit to kill them. As usual, Lu Yi left the matter of searching the enemy to Yi. While waiting, he tossed a couple of spirit pills into his mouth and crunched them slowly. Ever since he started cultivating, he had eaten enough spirit pills to shit a mountain of them. He was just as done in regards to their taste. If he ever got the chance to meet a pill maker, he was going to beg them to make it apple-flavored or orange-flavored. Heck, he would even settle for banana-flavored spirit pills. He ate at least dozens of spirit pills every single day to cultivate his spiritual power. These days he found it harder to swallow the damn pills than to fight a life-and-death battle. Lu Yi's mind was wondering when Yi finally informed him that she had found the female cultivator. However, she was constantly changing positions to avoid being ambushed by Lu Yi. Lu Yi, she's huge. Yi sent him a weird message. Excuse me? She's even bigger than Sister Hua Ci. You mean her age? No. You know what I mean. Kids should not be thinking such things. You better not show her mercy. Meanwhile, Bai Lan was watching her surroundings warily while on the move. She didn't dare to ride on her flying spirit artifact because everyone knew that Lu Yi's telekinesis skill was unrivaled in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield at this point. The guy was even faster than sword cultivators. She would only be committing suicide if she, a spell cultivator, dared to challenge him to an aerial battle. She kept swiveling her head from side to side while dashing from place to place. As a spell cultivator, the only chance she might defeat Lu Yi was to stay out of his range. Given enough distance, Lu Yi could be the god of combat cultivators, and he would still be blasted to pieces by her spells. Suddenly she came to a stop. It was because she saw a man directly on her path. It was almost as if he had been waiting for her to show up. Of course he was Lu Yi. Bai Lan's reaction was immediate and swift. Without hesitation, she cast a spell that caused ripples to appear across the space in front of her before it transformed into a fog. Then 3 fearsome beasts composed of pure spiritual power emerged from within the fog and pounced toward Lu Yi from 3 different directions. She raised a finger next and summoned a massive disc made of spiritual power above her head. Symbols could be seen spinning within the disc as arrows made of water rained down on Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised a curious eyebrow. Now we're talking. I should have known that the top 50 rankers would be a cut above the bottom 50s. Her spell casting speed and strength are the strongest I've seen yet. Of the 5 attributes, water attribute spell techniques were generally weaker in terms of power. However, the water spells Bai Lan was casting did not have such a problem. They were just as powerful as an identical spell with a different attribute. Lu Yi's weapon holder shook slightly as 9 flying weapons cut across the air. He split them into 3 groups of 3 to handle the 3 beasts. At the same time, he unsheathed the inviolable, channeled his spiritual power, and parried all the water arrows flying his way with unerring accuracy. Fire and water attribute spiritual power clashed against one another. It wasn't long before the space between them was covered in mist. Bailan was watching Lu Yi like a hawk. Her expression was flat, but she was shocked on the inside. She already knew that Lu Yi's mind was powerful, but to control 9 flying weapons like his own fingers and even parry her water arrows perfectly? That was beyond what she thought was possible at the Spirit Creek realm level. Not only did her attacks fail to pressure her opponent, he was saying with his actions that they weren't even enough to force him to adopt evasive maneuvers. At that moment, Bailan was jealous of Lu Yi. Every spell cultivator wanted to have a strong mind because it meant that their control would improve, and their spells would grow stronger. They would even undergo special training to strengthen their mind. Lu Yi was a combat cultivator, but for some reason his mind was far, far stronger than a spell cultivator's. How could she not be jealous of him? The round disc above her head slowly vanished, and water arrows stopped flying toward Lu Yi. As he withdrew his saber, he suddenly frowned and summoned all 9 of his flying weapons back to his weapon holder. A quick check revealed to him that his connection with his 9 flying weapons had diminished considerably. This meant that the 3 beasts made of water attribute spiritual power weren't just an offensive spell. They possessed corrosive qualities as well. To do this without him realizing it until the last moment, it was probably Bailan's unique ability. Anyone who tried to attack her with flying weapons would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. Her ability corroded the weapons and weakened their power over time. Bailan was about to cast another spell when suddenly, Lu Yi raised a hand to stop her. Wait. Bailan watched him warily while asking, what? Lu Yi rarely spoke with his enemies during battle, but for the unignited leaves and tree of glyphs, he was willing to break his silence. I want 20 flames of earthen spirits. Excuse me? Bailan was completely confused. This was the challenge battle of the Scroll of Supremacy, a duel that usually ended with the death or surrender or the loser. So why was Lu Yi asking her to give him, what was it called again, flames of earthen spirits? Did he hit himself in the head or something? It's sold in the Vault of Providence for 200 contribution points apiece. I want 20. She instinctively calculated the total cost. That's 4,000 contribution points. Then she shook her head in frustration. What am I doing? Chapter 393. You have 1 hour. That's right. That's 4,000 contribution points in total. You may not have that many contribution points, but I'm sure you can gather that amount somehow. While the most common way to obtain contribution points was to kill enemies and sell stuff to the Vault of Providence, it was normally quite difficult for a Spirit Creek realm cultivator to accumulate that many spiritual points. Of course, a legate or a prolgate would have the additional method of paying themselves a wage. 4,000 contribution points was a lot for an outer circle or inner circle cultivator, but for some core circle cultivators, it wasn't an unachievable goal. This was especially true for a strong and beautiful female cultivator like Bailan. She would be cared for no matter which sect she went to. Even if she personally could not accumulate the amount, someone else would do it for her. Lu Yi hadn't demanded 20 flames of the earthen spirits from Bailan without thinking. It was the number he had arrived at after careful consideration of her overall capabilities. And why should I give you 20 flames of the earthen spirits? Bailan retorted angrily. This was the first time she encountered something like this in the challenge battle of the Scroll of Supremacy, and it was mind-boggling to say the least. She had heard of the Vanquisher of Sect's infamy since a long time ago, but she never knew that he had a screw loose in his head as well. On second thought, that sounded about right. A normal person wouldn't have drawn the ire of the entire Thousand Demon Ridge. This is a fight, so just fight me and cut the nonsense, Bailan declared. As if on cue, Lu Yi started running toward her so fast that he left behind a series of afterimages. She cast a series of spells at Lu Yi, but the man actually dodged all of them with unerring accuracy. Despite her best efforts, he was shortening the gap between them by the second. Most spell cultivators in this situation would attempt to move away from Lu Yi and delay the inevitable as much as possible. While backing away, they would continuously harass the enemy until they were dead or forced back. However, Bailan was the 48th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy. Her insight was far above that of most spell cultivators. From the moment Lu Yi had made his move, she already knew that their speed didn't even belong in the same category. This Lu Yi wasn't just fast in telekinesis, his own speed was just as shocking. Even if she retreated, it would take him at most a moment to catch up. That was why she made the snap decision to switch out her current spell and made a spell seal. The second she did this, the back of her hand abruptly lit up. It wasn't the light of the battlefield imprint though. It was the light of a glyph. A tattoo that had been engraved to the back of her hand by a glyph weaver. Master glyph weavers like Lady Yun existed in both the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Rich. It was just that tattoos were generally too valuable to be wasted on a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. Forget the materials necessary to tattoo the glyphs. The service charges of the glyph weaver themselves were well above the ability of most Spirit Creek Realm cultivators to pay. Take Lu Ye's wings for example. In terms of value, they were as valuable as a spell artifact. Besides that, tattoos could be categorized into visible tattoos and hidden tattoos, temporary tattoos or permanent tattoos. Each type consumed different resources. Bailan's tattoo was obviously a hidden tattoo because it was invisible until she activated it. It afforded the opportunity to surprise her enemies. Lu Yi wondered if it was temporary or permanent. If it was permanent, then the cost of the glyph must be humongous. The glyph only appeared for an instant before turning invisible once more, but Lu Yi still managed to identify it before it disappeared. It looked very similar to one of the glyphs he had acquired recently, Invoke Lightning. He immediately figured out what his opponent was planning. Due to the clash between his fire and Bailan's water attribute spiritual power, the entire area was shrouded in mist right now. He would not be able to get out of the mist in time. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual power and covered his entire body in a layer of protection. Lightning struck where Lu Yi was standing. At that moment, the entire area was crawling with tendrils of lightning. Lu Yi shuddered as the power of a top 50 ranker literally coursed around him. His protection was weakening by the second even though he was doing everything he could to keep the glyph going. It only lasted 3 breaths before shattering and exposing Lu Yi directly to the lightning. There were only a handful of Spirit Creek Realm cultivators who might survive such power. That was when Bailan saw Lu Yi rushing out of the lightning-covered area with a face that was covered in black soot. He even spat out a puff of black smoke as he continued running toward Bailan. Bailan was shocked to say the least, but she did not stop casting her spells. A lifelike, snarling water dragon emerged into existence and pounced straight toward Lu Yi. At the same time, the spell cultivator dashed to the back. She had no choice. Even her greatest trump card had failed to stop Lu Yi in his tracks. If she remained where she was, she might still win, but Lu Yi was fast enough to take her down with him. The flame-wreathed inviolable swung down on the water dragon. His momentum stalled temporarily when his blade clashed against the spell technique, but a single gravity well was all it took to resume it and slice through the water dragon like it was nothing. After that, he appeared in front of Bailan in an instant and brought down his saber mercilessly. Bailan's expression turned fearful in an instant. She hurriedly touched the tear-like earring on her earlobe and summoned what looked like a shield. Killing Bailan was never in the plans. After all, he was hoping that she would deliver him the flames of earthen spirits he needed. When he saw the shield though, he did not hesitate to empower the inviolable with 2 sharp edges. The one strike sent Bailan sailing across the air like a sack of rice. Her defense didn't break and she wasn't hurt in any way. The earring was a high-grade spirit artifact after all. Even if she wasn't strong enough to channel its full power, it was enough to keep her from dying. However, the one strike had diminished much of its aura. Moreover, it couldn't prevent her from being blown away by the impact. Bailan was just climbing back to her feet when she felt a tremendous force hitting her again and throwing her to the distance. Plus, once she lost her ranking and dropped beneath him, he would not be able to issue another challenge request. The bastard thought he could swindle her into giving up 20 flame of the earthen spirits? Fuck him. You are so smart, senior brother. Bailan finally broke into a smile and wiped away her tears. She felt so much better knowing that Lu Yi couldn't threaten her anymore. Back in Myriad Poison Forest, Lu Yi was consuming his spirit pills and cultivating as usual. Or so he would like to say, if not for the fact that Yi and Hua Ci were sitting opposite him and staring at him with emotionless eyes. If the two of you have something to say, then say it. Lu Yi was feeling uncomfortable to say the least. Hua Ci started in a mocking tone, I never would have guessed that the vanquisher of sects is a protector of womankind. Don't you agree, Yi? Yi corrected her, he doesn't protect all women, Sister Hua Ci, only those who are big enough to catch his attention. Really? How big are we talking about here? At least bigger than you, Sister Hua Ci. Hua Ci mulled it over for a moment before commenting, isn't that tiring? I wouldn't know. Yi shrugged since she had never experienced that kind of burden. Are you tired of living with them, Hua Ci? Hua Ci smiled kindly. I'm doing okay. Enough. Lu Yi grew agitated as the two girls slowly strayed off topic. Am I that type of person in your eyes? The two girls thought seriously for a moment. Then they nodded in unison. Yi said, since the day we departed Green Cloud Mountain, I already noticed that you love reasoning with female cultivators with big boobs. The bigger the boobs, the bigger your tolerance. Hua Ci also said, remember the first time we met? You were wrapped like a zongzi that day, but your eyes were anything but restrained. I can't believe you've misunderstood me all this time, Lu Yi complained in distress. Countless people from both the Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge were watching the rank list. The reason for this was Lu Ye's meteoric rise, of course. As a result, everyone saw something that had never happened since the Scroll of Supremacy was created. For whatever reason, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect and Bailan of the Rainmaker sect kept going up and down the rank list. From time to time, they would switch placements with each other. That said, both cultivators were sliding down the Grand Sky Coalition due to the involvement of other Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. Although they only dropped 2 or 3 spots at a time, it happened so many times that both rankers had fallen below the 70th spot in less than a tea time. What in the heavens' name is going on here? No one had ever done this, not because it was difficult to achieve, but because every rank up in the Scroll of Supremacy was paved with a lot blood, sweat and tears. Who in their right mind would willingly lose months or even years of hard work, no matter the reason? Not to mention that the higher one's rank, the better the reward they would receive from the heavens. And yet, there was no denying the reality happening before their eyes. Not only was Lu Yi willingly tanking his rank, he was dragging a poor Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator with him. She literally could not stop him even if she wanted to. Meanwhile, Bailan was staring at the sky with a blank stare at her outpost. Why me? Why did I of all people get targeted by the vanquisher of sects? If I was sinful, then why did the heavens send Lu Yi to torment me instead of punishing me themselves? Seriously, there are many other Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators on the Scroll of Supremacy. Why the hell is that ruffian pursuing me so doggedly? Junior sister. Stay strong, junior sister. Her lover grabbed her shoulders and tried to shake her out of her funk. His heart was bleeding at the sight of her tormented visage. Senior brother? Bailan burst into tears. Accept his challenge. The man said solemnly. But I'm no match for him. I'm not asking you to fight him. There is a 4-hour preparation time after accepting the challenge. This will buy us some time to think of a solution. In his room, Lu Yi raised his eyebrows when he noticed that Bailan had accepted his challenge. Did she finally notice that it was better to accept the challenge request than reject it outright? She was probably trying to buy some time, but it wouldn't change anything. He opened a book, tossed a spirit pill into his mouth, and resumed his daily tasks as usual. Meanwhile, unsavory rumors regarding Lu Yi were starting to spread throughout the Spirit Creek battlefield. Some said that Lu Yi was a Sanuvabitch who enjoyed tormenting womenfolk. Others claimed that he was a bully who only targeted the bottom 50 rankers. They challenged him to continue his climb if he was a real man. The 34,000 Demon Ridge ranker even made a public declaration saying that he was waiting for Lu Yi at the 34th spot. With his precedent, even more upper 50,000 Demon Ridge rankers publicly challenged Lu Yi to come to them and die. On the other side, the cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition had been having a hell of a great time as of late. Lu Yi had slain between 20 to 30,000 Demon Ridge rankers since he began his climb, of course. They were all looking forward to him climbing higher up the rank list and killing even more 1,000 Demon Ridge rankers. Naturally, the Grand Sky Coalition was pissed that the 1,000 Demon Ridge started spreading unsavory rumors about their hero, so they shot back with their own insults. Over time, the excitement across the entire Spirit Creek battlefield reached a fever pitch as cultivators traded not just barbs, but physical blows with one another. The impetuous ones even went so far as to challenge the rankers of the Scroll of Supremacy to battle. It was the fastest the placements on the Scroll of Supremacy had ever changed. Thanks to the convenient functions of the battlefield imprint, it only took a thought to share a juicy rumor with multiple acquaintances. Naturally, the rumors and slanders had reached Lu Ye's ears as well. He ignored them all though. Forget that words could not hurt him unless he actually took them to heart, which of course he wouldn't. He was already the most infamous Grand Sky Coalition cultivator in the history of the Spirit Creek battlefield. So what if he grew even more infamous within the 1,000 Demon Ridge? It literally didn't matter one way or another. Since Bailan had decided to drag things out, his and Bailan's placements only switched once every 4 hours. Each time, Bailan would accept the challenge and leave him to dry for 4 whole hours. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to change this. The rules were the rules. On a related note, he had looked into the 34th ranker, the first ranker to publicly decry him for his actions and challenge him to battle, briefly. As it turned out, he and Bailan belonged to the same sect. No wonder the guy was standing up for Bailan. He was certain that he was the one who spread the unsavory rumors as well. Objectively speaking, the Rainmaker sect was a pretty powerful sect. It was incredibly rare for a Tier 2 sect to have 2 upper 50 rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy. As far as Lu Yi was aware, the only sect in the Grand Sky Coalition who could boast the same thing was the Devoted Ones. In fact, both Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan were top TWP rankers. 3 days later, Lu Yi and Bailan had hit rock bottom. Lu Yi was currently sitting on the 100th spot, and Bailan the 97th. If they were to switch places again, one of them was dropping out of the Scroll of Supremacy for sure. It should not need to be said who between the two would be falling off the rank list. At the Rainmaker sect's outpost, Bailan's eyes were red and swollen. She was also exhausted like never before. She had barely caught a wink of sleep for the past few days. Senior brother? Bailan bowed her head regretfully. Her senior brother handed her a storage bag and instructed, "Here's the 20 flames of earthen spirits the bastard wants. When you give it to him, remember to make him swear never to harass you again on the Scroll of Supremacy." Senior brother, I. Her lover raised a hand to stop her. The heavens will be giving out its reward in a few days. If you fall out of the rank list now, then all your efforts would have been wasted. The items did not come from me but the sect. It is the sect master and second elder who decided that it is better to appease that bastard than lose your reward. It is humiliating that we had to submit to the bastard's demands, but we can always take revenge in the future. If the rank list was of no consequence, then whatever. However, all cultivators who managed to appear on the Scroll of Supremacy would receive a reward from the heavens themselves. For a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, it was a reward they could not afford to miss. Bailan was a few days away from receiving her reward. If she fell out of the rank list now, then she would have to start all over again. 4,000 contribution points was a lot, but it was nothing compared to the future of an elite disciple, not to mention that they were a Tier 2 sect. 4,000 contribution points was well within their ability to pay. It's been a while since he challenged you, hasn't it? The guy asked again. He's probably giving you time to prepare. It's the ultimatum, so to speak. Now that Lu Yi was sitting at the 100th spot, he only needed to challenge Bailan one more time to kick her down to his spot. Once he made it so that he was unranked, he only needed to challenge her one more time to remove her completely from the Scroll of Supremacy. Even if she could ascend the rank list again, all of her previous efforts would have been wasted. She would have had to climb the Scroll of Supremacy again and stay there for another month to receive the heaven's reward. After you're done, do your best to hit the highest possible rank in the shortest amount of time possible and leave the rest to me. I will make sure that Lu Yi pays for what he did. Bailan wanted to tell her senior brother that he might be no match for the ruffian, but in the end she kept silent because she didn't want to wound his pride. Then she blanched and checked her battlefield imprint. He's challenging me. Go. Bailan nodded and grabbed the storage bag containing the 20 flames of earthen spirits tighter. After taking a moment to steady herself, She chose the terrain and accepted the challenge request. Chapter 395 Heaven's Damned Bully. Space distorted and vision warped. A moment later, Bailan appeared on the same field of flowers where she had fought Lu Yi. She didn't try to hide this time. She even brought out her flying spirit artifact and took to the sky. It was a beautiful flying spirit artifact that looked like feathers. Once she was in the air, she began flying around and searching for Lu Yi. A battlefield that was 8 to 10 kilometers in radius was neither too big nor too small. It was big enough that searching for someone on foot would be a hassle, but not the air. Lu Yi. Bailan wanted to yell out the ruffian's name to prove to him and herself that she wasn't afraid of him, and yet her voice came out far smaller than she thought it would be. It was as if the 3 words carried an unbelievable amount of trauma. The second she said this, a ray of aura flew into the sky. Shocked, Bailan hurriedly activated her earring and surrounded herself in a powerful layer of shielding. Only then did she feel just a tiny bit safer. Lu Yi did not attack Bailan. Instead, he floated nearly 100 meters away from her and watched her calmly. His right hand was gripping the inviolable. From the moment Bailan accepted his challenge request and entered the battlefield, he knew that his plan had probably borne fruit. She would never have done so if she hadn't prepared the 20 flames of earth and spirit he demanded. He was happy with how smoothly things had gone. If Bailan's spine turned out to be sterner than expected, he was just going to seek out another prey and redo the whole thing. There were plenty of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators on the scroll of supremacy. One of them had to cave to his demands eventually. It would waste a lot of time though, and he was glad he didn't have to do that. Stay where you are. I'm warning you. If you take even another step closer, then I'm going to yell out those 2 words. In the sky, Bailan yelled out the most cowardly threat Lu Yi had ever heard in his life. They both knew exactly which 2 words she was referring to. On the ground, Yi was preparing to intercept Bailan when she heard the woman's threat. She could not help but press a hand to her forehead. Just how much had she suffered in the past few days to say something like that upon meeting Lu Yi? In the sky, Lu Ye's gaze lingered on Bailan's storage bag for a moment. He then stretched out his hand and made a beckoning gesture. The items you want are in this storage bag and I can give them to you. But Bailan watched Lu Yi like a rabbit eyeing a hungry wolf. You must swear that you will never harass me again on the scroll of supremacy for no good reason. Sure. Swear it then. Lu Yi watched her expressionlessly. What are you waiting for? Just swear the heavenly oath already. Bailan urged. Instead of complying, Lu Yi withdrew his hand and slowly unsheathed the inviolable instead. The sound of his saber exiting its sheath might as well be the sound of death drawing breath to Bailan. Blanching a bit, Bailan warily shifted a few meters to the back while asking, "What are you doing?" "I'm not going to swear a heavenly oath. You'll just have to believe that I'm a man of my word. Of course you are free to disbelieve me. It doesn't matter to me either way." Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power into the inviolable. As fiery light erupted from the blade, he adopted an offensive stance, pointed his blade at Bailan, and charged as soon as he was done speaking. In that moment, Bailan felt like the blade was pressed right up against her throat even though he was still a good distance away, and she was protected by a high-grade spirit artifact. The next instant, she threw the storage bag in his direction while screaming, "Fine. Just take it." A quick check later, he realized that the Thousand Demon Ridge seemed to be organizing an assault against him through the scroll of supremacy. It was the only explanation as to how they managed to catch him right after he finished a battle. He accepted it and chose the same battlefield. Dozens of breaths later, Lu Yi reappeared in the wooden building and yep, he was right. A new challenger had appeared. Lu Yi gave up all hope on feeding the Tree of Glyphs then. If the Thousand Demon Ridge wanted to play, then he would play with them. It wasn't like he had another choice anyway. Time passed bit by bit. Each battle ended almost as quickly as it began. Lu Yi had never experienced such a string of swift battles before. His opponent was never the same, but the battles had ended in more or less the same fashion each time. Half a day later, over 20 body-tempering cultivators had died in Lu Ye's hands. That number was still growing as the challenges kept coming. Of course, it wasn't like their efforts were futile. The continuous battle put a great strain on Lu Ye's stamina, especially since everyone who challenged him so far was a tough body-tempering cultivator. Moreover, Lu Yi had no choice but to break through their defenses first before killing them because they had already activated all of their defensive measures beforehand, and that required a significant amount of power. It got to the point where even the Inviolable's blade was starting to get chipped here and there. Lu Yi had chosen the spirit artifact for its durability and weight, and over half of the enchantments within the blade were durability-focused. Despite this, the Inviolable was slowly but surely caving under the pressure it was put under. Thankfully, Lu Yi wasn't relying on its sharpness to cut through his enemies. It was usable as long as it didn't shatter completely. The next challenge came the second they returned to the wooden building. Lu Yi accepted it and waited for an hour for Yi and Amber to recover before re-entering the battlefield. The oddity was immediately caught by the Yi elimination front. Since they began challenging Lu Yi, the young man had accepted the challenges at first notice and ended most matches in just dozens of breaths. However, the previous battle lasted an entire hour long, and he waited at least an hour before accepting the next challenge request. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Yi was so spent that he was no longer at peak form. That was why he had taken an hour break later to recover his strength. This discovery gave the Yi elimination front hope. The end was finally in sight. Another hour passed and the battle ended. As if on cue, Lu Yi received another challenge request. This continued for a couple more fights until Yi was completely exhausted, and even Amber was looking a little shriveled. "That's it for me, Lu Yi. It's your turn now," said Yi before returning to Amber's body to rest. In the wooden building, Lu Yi fed Amber some spirit pills before accepting the challenge request from a cultivator whose name he did not and could not care to learn about. When he entered the battlefield though, he was surprised to find that his challenger this time wasn't a body-tempering cultivator, but a combat cultivator. Did I kill off so many body-tempering cultivators that they had to send their combat cultivators or something? On the other side, the Thousand Demon Ridge combat cultivator blanched when he saw Lu Yi charging at him at high speed. Not only did he look perfectly unharmed, he looked energetic enough to fight them for days. The Yi elimination front had sent him in because they thought he was on his last legs, but they were dead wrong. A moment later, the cultivators of the Yi elimination front were completely stupefied. Lu Yi had suddenly picked up his pace once more and slain every enemy in just dozens of breaths. Since no one had survived the challenge, they didn't even know what the hell was going on inside. It was like someone had poured a bucket of ice water over the candle flame that was their hope. Over half a day later, Lu Yi received no more challenge requests after a long wait. The reason was simple. The Thousand Demon Ridge had chickened out. For the past 2 days, the Yi elimination front had lost over 100 Heaven 9 cultivators to Lu Yi. Not only that, over half of their casualties were body-tempering cultivators. It should be impossible for any one cultivator to fight over 100 cultivators in a row and win, and yet Lu Yi had done the impossible. It did not look like they would win even if they sent another 100 cultivators either. To continue with the operation would just be a waste of good talent and lives. It was at this moment the Yi elimination front finally realized that the operation itself was pretty pointless. Even if they were successful in kicking Lu Yi out of the Scroll of Supremacy, what did it matter? It wasn't like he was dead. He could just challenge the rank list again another time. The realization made the 100 or so lives they had lost to Lu Yi feel even more painful. Lu Yi was currently sitting at the absolute bottom of the Scroll of Supremacy, and yet it felt like he was the real number one of the rank list. Lu Yi did not rush to climb the Scroll of Supremacy. Instead, he took out his 20 flames of earth and spirits. He had to postpone this for 2 days because of the Thousand Demon Ridge's nonsense. Finally, he had the time to resume his work. Lu Yi activated the Tree of Glyphs and fed it the flames of earth and spirits. He watched nervously as he calculated the number of leaves that were ignited each time he fed the Tree of Glyphs. 18 flames of earth and spirits later, the glowing leaves were finally all ignited. The tension immediately left Lu Ye's shoulders. He fed the remaining 2 flames of earth and spirits to the Tree of Glyphs before he finally concentrated on the burning leaves. Boom. his head shook and he nearly blacked out from the sudden impact. It almost felt like his soul was departing his body. The next moment, a massive, complex packet of information was shoved into his brain with zero regard for his well-being. Lu Ye's face turned as white as a sheet as the pain hit him. Unfortunately, he did not pass out this time. Maybe it was because he had experienced far worse when absorbing Fire Phoenix, or maybe it was because his divine soul was strong enough to withstand the shock. In any case, the impact wasn't hard enough to knock him out, even though Lu Yi wished it was. He wouldn't have to endure this unbearable pain if it was. A long time later, he finally recovered enough to shake his head slightly. It felt like his brain had liquefied inside his skull and would leak out of his ears at any moment. If someone were to challenge him right now, then he would be hard-pressed to win without Amber and Yi's aid. Of course, that wasn't going to happen. He had killed enough people to scare the Thousand Demon Ridge for the next couple days at least. Lu Yi closed his eyes as he digested the massive and complex packet of information inside his head. A moment later, his expression gradually morphed into joy. Having learned from his experience with Fire Phoenix, he had thought that the dozen or so leaves on the tree of glyphs looked like a pair of wings. That was why he went so far as to threaten Bailan into giving him 20 flames of earth and spirits. He wanted to verify his assumption as soon as possible. In fact, he was right. The new glyph he obtained, Soar, was a better version of the wings he once received from Lady Yun. Prior to the battle royal of the legates, Lady Yun had once tattooed the glyph wings into his back. The tattoo had been proven to be a great boon and a lifesaver in many situations until it finally gave out during his adventure in the Burning Lands. Lu Yi had been missing it since the day he lost it. The aching was especially deep when he was being hunted by the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators. If he had wings during those times, he could have been faster and more agile in the air. He would not have felt as sorry as he did during the bad times. However, a tattoo consumed a lot of energy and resources even for a master glyph weaver like Lady Yun. For starters, it required the blood essence of a bird-type Great Spirit beast, which had been prepared by the sect master himself. Before this, Lu Yi was planning to accumulate more contribution points and check if the Vault of Providence had what he needed. If it did, he was going to buy the blood essence and request Lady Yun to tattoo him another wings. Now that he had Soar, it was no longer necessary. Since the glyph came from the Tree of Glyphs, Lu Yi naturally had 100% mastery over it. He could activate it any time as well. It was superior to a tattoo in every way. The spiritual power cost was something he had to test though. He dashed out of the wooden building and arrived at a clearing. He then channeled his spiritual power and activated the glyph. In an instant, a pair of fiery red wings with a wingspan of 10 meters appeared on his back. A quick check later, he determined that it was more powerful than wings because it had been constructed based on his own spiritual power. On the other hand, the cost was greater as well. Lu Yi thought for a second and tried to reduce the amount of spiritual power he was pouring into the glyph. The fiery wings shrank in response to his action. The next moment he took off to the sky like a bird. He did not leave the poisonous fog because he didn't want to risk being seen. Wherever he went, the poisonous fog swirled unnaturally because of the wing flaps. A full tea time later, he finally descended back at the wooden building and half knelt on the ground. The wings slowly shrank until it vanished completely. His tests had given him a deeper understanding of the glyph. The cost was greater than if he empowered his flying spirit artifact with Windwalk even after he shrank the wings as best he could. It was just something he had to deal with. On the other hand, it was definitely faster and more nimble than flying on a flying spirit artifact. If he had Soar when he was breaking out of the myriad poison forest that day, he could have shaken his pursuers off with far greater ease. In other words, as long as Lu Yi did not run out of spiritual power, he would never have to worry about being hunted anymore. It had been 10 days since he began challenging the Scroll of Supremacy. He needed to reach his highest rank as soon as possible so that he could obtain the best rewards. If he tried to repeat what he did to Bailan, he was bound to lose more than he gained even if he was successful. And it wasn't likely to work a second time. With the right manipulation, anyone could cost him several days at least. Right now, his only goal was to climb the Scroll of Supremacy. Since he was the challenger, the right to choose the terrain went to his opponents. Even so, they were still unable to survive Lu Yi. After Lu Yi had challenged 3 upper 50 rankers and killed them all, they finally realized that the young man was even more formidable than they thought. At first, the upper 50 rankers thought that the reason Lu Yi was able to kill the bottom 50 rankers before they could even cry, "I surrender," was because they were too weak. However, that logic could not possibly apply to an upper 50 ranker. This meant that the reason his opponents hadn't surrendered was not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. Lu Yi was probably using some sort of strange method to stop his opponents from being able to surrender. If surrender was on the table, then the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators did not mind accepting Lu Yi's challenge. But if death was the only outcome of defeat, then they had to seriously think things through before accepting it. Unfortunately, they never found out what this method was even after all the sacrifices they had made. In fact, only one person had ever encountered Lu Yi in the challenge battle and survived, and she was Bai Lan of the Rainmaker sect. Naturally, a lot of cultivators had sought out Bai Lan in an attempt to find out exactly what she did to escape Lu Yi's wrath, but unfortunately the woman herself could not give an answer. Not only was she overwhelmed by Lu Yi from the start until the end, even her high-grade spirit artifact had proven to be insufficient against his power. However, her confession regarding the one-sidedness of the battle only convinced her allies that Bai Lan had every opportunity to surrender. But for some reason, Lu Yi had not used the unknown method he had used on every 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivator he had slain so far on her. Heck, he had even surrendered the battle of his own accord. It was such an odd battle that the 1,000 Demon Ridge could not help but wonder if Lu Yi was one of those protectors of women folk, or something. Otherwise, why would he show Bai Lan special treatment? However, the theory didn't really stand to reason either. There were a good number of beautiful 1,000 Demon Ridge female cultivators on the scroll of supremacy, and yet Lu Yi had slain them all without mercy. So why was Bai Lan able to live? Now that they thought about it, the one thing Bai Lan had that none of the other female rankers had, was an awe-inspiring bust. At that moment, countless people believed that they figured out the truth. On a related note, Bai Lan had begun her climb on the same day Lu Yi had begun his climb. However, their speeds were night and day. The young man had ascended to the 50th spot without fighting a single battle since everyone he challenged had rejected his challenge request outright. Bai Lan, on the other hand, wasn't nearly as intimidating. Naturally, her speed left much to be desired. That said, she was the former 48th ranker. If she gave it her all, her final rank should not be too far below her original rank. In the wooden building, after slaying 3 top 50 rankers in a row, Lu Yi discovered that his next few opponents had unanimously rejected his challenge request yet again. As a result, he shot all the way to the 36th spot. His next challenger was the 34th ranker named Jiuzhou. The name looked familiar for some reason, and he immediately knew why after checking his sect. It was none other than Bai Lan's senior brother, the man who declared he would be waiting for his challenge a few days ago. He issued the challenge request, and as expected, the guy had accepted it in almost no time. Lu Yi began waiting patiently for the upcoming battle. In the Rainmaker sect's outpost, Bai Lan stared at a brooding Jiuzhou and asked, "Did Lu Yi challenge you, senior brother?" "Yes." "Did you?" "I accepted it." "I don't think you should go, senior brother." Jiuzhou abruptly looked at her. "And why shouldn't I? What are you afraid of?" Bai Lan was confused. "Excuse me?" Her senior brother was acting strange today. Normally, he was the perfect image of a refined and cultivated gentleman. But now, his expression was so dark he almost couldn't recognize his face. "Let me ask you a question, junior sister. Why did Lu Yi let you off?" Jiuzhou forced down the displeasure in his heart and asked solemnly. "But he didn't let me off. The bastard had blackmailed her into giving him 20 flames of earthen spirits, which was worth a whopping 4,000 contribution points." Jiuzhou pressed, "Every fellow cultivator he has challenged has died except you. Is it really just because of the 20 flame of earthen spirits?" At this point, even Bai Lan noticed what her senior brother was implying. She asked in astonishment, "What are you trying to say, senior brother?" "I'm not trying to say anything. But I have heard some things." That would be an understatement. The rumors were literally flying all over the 1,000 Demon Ridge and Grand Sky Coalition right now. At first, Jiuzhou didn't think much of it either, but the rumors had gradually seeped into his mind and poisoned him with fear and suspicion. The dark emotions only got worse when he recalled how his junior sister had acted after returning from her fight. She had looked white as a sheet as if she had suffered a terrible humiliation. As if that wasn't bad enough, it felt like his junior brothers and junior sisters were looking at him in a different light these days. That he hadn't exploded yet was a testament to his fortitude. Bai Lan turned as pale as death in an instant. She had heard the rumors as well, but how could her senior brother believe them? You have to believe me, senior? I don't know if I can believe you, is the crux of the problem here. Zhuo Jianxin interrupted her. That is why I'm going to question the bastard myself. You can't go, senior brother. Everyone he's challenged so far was killed. Bai Lan pleaded worriedly. However, the more she acted like this, the worse the thorn in his heart became, and the greater his desire to meet Lu Yi face to face. This would plague him for life if he did not find out the truth once and for all. Enough. I'm going to prepare for this battle. Leave me, Zhuo Jianxin said before turning his back on Bai Lan. The door shut behind him before the girl could go after him. For a moment, Bai Lan simply stared at the door with listless eyes. She just could not understand how things had turned out this way. Lu Yi, it's all that guy's fault. Bai Lan gritted her teeth as she imagined tearing that bastard to pieces in her mind. However, the mere thought of his face caused her to shiver suddenly. She slapped the door again and again while yelling, "Please listen to me, senior brother." He never responded. The scenery before Zhuo Jianxin began changing after he selected the terrain. A moment later, Lu Yi and Zhuo Jianxin appeared in a moderate-sized battlefield at the same time. As usual, Yi slipped into the underground to search for the enemy, and Amber lay perfectly still on Lu Ye's shoulder like he was no more than an ornament. However, before Lu Yi even had the time to examine his surroundings, he abruptly heard a shout from the distant space in front of him, "Show your face, Lu Yi!" He looked forward and saw a man and a sword in the sky. The man was standing on the sword and soaring through the sky at high speed. He was also surrounded by many other swords, most likely his flying weapons. This Zhuo Jianxin was most likely a sword cultivator. For some reason though, the guy looked like he was full of rage. Lu Yi suspected that it was probably because he blackmailed his junior sister into giving him 20 flame of earth and spirits. Many upper 50 rankers had rejected his challenge request because they weren't sure they could survive a fight against him, and yet this man had decided to break the convention not just because he was confident in his skill, but probably because he was a stubborn idiot as well. Lu Yi loved stubborn idiots. Chapter 398, a bit disappointing. Lu Yi summoned his spirit boat and rose up to Zhuo Jianxin's altitude. They were about 100 meters away from one another. Although his climb up the scroll of supremacy had been incredibly smooth sailing, he had never underestimated his opponent, and he wasn't about to start with a sword cultivator. The fact that he was ranked 32nd meant that he was pretty strong. The moment their eyes met, Zhuo Jianxin asked furiously, "I have a question for you, Lu Yi. Did you do anything untoward against my junior sister?" Lu Yi mulled over the question for a moment. He had hounded the girl from the 48th spot all the way to the 97th spot. In the end, he had even blackmailed her into paying him 4,000 contribution points worth of flames of earth and spirits. He supposed that he had gone a tad overboard, but then again, the woman should be thankful he didn't kill her in the first place. She would have been long dead if he wasn't in a hurry to get some flames of earth and spirits. What was some loss of wealth and rank compared to one's life? In any case, he had bullied the junior sister, so the senior brother decided to take revenge for her. It was understandable. Zhuo Jianxin could not read Lu Ye's mind, so his silence only caused the sword cultivator's dark emotions to swell to unimaginable proportions. While turning green in the face, he uttered, "You have nothing to say, is it? Very well then. Die." The 7 swords of different length floating next to Zhuo Jianxin immediately sailed toward Lu Yi. They closed the distance in the blink of an eye. A sword cultivator's flying swords were notoriously swift and deadly. It was the main reason they were able to kill those above their cultivation level. Lu Ye's understanding of sword cultivators was actually pretty lacking compared to other factions, but he knew Zhuo Jianxin was no small fry from the fact that he could command 7 flying weapons. His mind must be incredibly powerful, though he was still nowhere close to Yu Lianzhou's level. From what he heard, Yu Lianzhou could control 20 flying weapons at the same time, which was nearly 3 times more than Zhuo Jianxin. If he were to compare him to Li Baxian, then they didn't even belong in the same league. The amount of swords Li Baxian could control at the Spirit Creek realm was an unbreakable world record, not just because he was uniquely talented in this regard, but also because he had lingered at the Spirit Creek realm for too long. During the decade he was stuck at the Heaven-grade 8th Order realm, the only thing he could do besides guarding the Devoted One's outpost was to improve his mind. That was why he became capable of controlling 100 flying weapons, and why his foundation as a Cloud River realm cultivator far exceeded most other Cloud River realm cultivators. Lu Yi wasn't idle when the 7 swords flew toward him. His own flying weapons shot forward to meet the enemy weapons in combat. For a time, the duo simply stood where they were while their flying weapons clashed against one another and sent sparks flying. Lu Yi was pretty confident in his telekinesis skills because he had a powerful divine soul, which in turn meant that he had a powerful mind. A powerful mind was greatly beneficial to one's control over their spirit artifacts and spiritual power. He did not think there was anyone in the Spirit Creek battlefield whose divine soul was stronger than his, and while he dared not claim to be the current champion of the way of telekinesis, he was certain that Zhuo Jianchen was not it either. The flying weapons clashed again and again in between the two cultivators. It was almost as if the spirit artifacts were alive as they attempted to hunt each other down. Unfortunately for Zhuo Jianchen, it took only a moment for his flying swords to fall into a complete disadvantage. It's a bit disappointing. Zhuo Jianchen's eyes twitched uncontrollably at the careless yet scathing comment. He was about to say more when he saw Lu Yi charging toward him again, spiritual power rising. Roar. Zhuo Jianchen only managed to say one word before he felt like his head was struck by a hammer. For an instant he couldn't tell where he was or what he was doing. That said, he was a sword cultivator, one who could control 7 flying weapons at once no less. At the very least, his mind was tougher than the generic Spirit Creek realm cultivator. That was why he was able to finish his declaration the moment he regained his consciousness. Surrender. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Yi was already standing behind him and sheathing his sword. Zhuo Jianchen exhaled slightly and looked at the clouds above him. He then murmured, "So this is how." This was how Lu Yi had prevented his allies from being able to surrender. He did finish his sentence, but in the end it was just a little too late. The 34th name on the scroll of supremacy shuddered a little. Then it crumbled and was replaced by Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect. Chapter 399. Are you Lu Yi Me? Zhuo Jianchen of the Rainmaker sect, the 34th ranker of the Scroll of Supremacy, was slain by Lu Yi. The news swiftly spread to every corner of the battlefield and even Jiuzhou like it had wings, stunning the world. When Lu Yi was still at the bottom half of the Scroll of Supremacy, and every 1,000 Demon Ridge ranker he fought had been slain without question. It was thought it was because his opponents were so weak that they didn't even have the chance to surrender. But what about now? Zhuo Jianchen was the 34th ranker. He couldn't possibly be so weak that he didn't even have the chance to surrender, could he? Not to mention that he was a sword cultivator. There was no chance he had chosen to fight Lu Yi to the death either. No one was that stupid. In any case, countless people were watching Lu Yi's progress and wondering where his limits lay. The top 20? Top 10? Maybe even the champion. Meanwhile, the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators sitting above Lu Yi on the Scroll of Supremacy were feeling more pressured than ever before. After killing Zhuo Jianchen, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect once again shot through the rankings at meteoric speed. In less than half a tea time, he had gone from the 34th place to the 20th place. Every 1,000 Demon Ridge ranker within this range had rejected Lu Yi's challenge request. They did not think they were overwhelmingly stronger than Zhuo Jianchen, and the sword cultivator had still been slain without being able to surrender. With so many unknown factors in play, it was only natural that they weren't going to risk their lives. But of course, Lu Yi's journey up the Scroll of Supremacy wasn't going to be smooth sailing the whole way. The size of a ranker's confidence was proportional to their rank, and most of them firmly believed that they could do what the others couldn't do. That was why the 17th ranker did not hesitate to accept Lu Yi's challenge. In fact, they didn't even keep Lu Yi waiting for long. 10 breaths after Lu Yi sent out the challenge request, both combatants were teleported to the battlefield. This proved that the 17th ranker had been preparing themselves for this battle for a while. They were just waiting for Lu Yi to challenge them. The battlefield turned out to be Lu Ye's favorite. It was small enough that he did not need to waste time searching for his opponent, and it was pretty suitable for close-quarters combat. Lu Yi looked up and saw a tall, muscular man with bronze-colored skin. His vitality was as powerful as his physique might suggest. He had no doubt that his opponent was a body-tempering cultivator. What caught Lu Ye's attention was the man had a pair of long, curled horns growing out of the edges of his forehead. Not only that, his upper body was bare and he had colorful tattoos on his chest, waist and arms. Are those visible tattoos? There were millions and millions of cultivators in Jiuzhou, and everyone possessed their own distinct personality. Some people were shy and reserved, and some were passionate and exuberant. This body-tempering cultivator, for example, was probably a show-off. The fact that the guy had multiple visible tattoos on his body alone was proof that he wasn't someone to be messed with. A weaker cultivator would have felt massive pressure at the sight of these visible tattoos alone. After all, it was impossible to tell what amazing powers they might possess until the enemy had revealed them. Lu Yi looked at the two curled horns on his opponent's forehead again. Assuming he wasn't mistaken, his opponent was probably a mutant cultivator. Most mutant cultivators possessed great vitality and were naturally suited to become body-tempering cultivators. This guy in particular was even wearing a pair of vambraces and spiked gloves. They were clearly high-quality spirit artifacts as well. This was the first time Lu Yi encountered a body-tempering cultivator who did not wield a shield spirit artifact. That was how he knew his opponent must be incredibly resilient. There were multiple types of body-tempering cultivators, and the mutant cultivator in front of him was the aggressive type. Their damage output might not rival that of a combat cultivator, but their tough defense more than made up for that weakness. "Are you Lu Yi meh?" the mutant cultivator cried from a distance. Lu Ye's response was to eject his flying weapons and send them flying toward the mutant cultivator. When the first one reached the mutant cultivator, he only needed to swing his hand once to send it flying. However, the second, third, fourth and more were right behind it. Metallic clanks resounded in the battlefield as the mutant cultivator repeatedly knocked the flying weapons away with his vambrace spirit artifact. A while later, he got annoyed and taunted, "Come over yourself if you dare." Lu Yi simply ignored the mutant cultivator and continued harrying the mutant cultivator with his flying weapons. From time to time, he would even imbue them with a glyph to catch his enemy off guard. And it did. The mutant cultivator grew visibly angry and attempted to break through the storm of metal. However, Lu Yi was able to drive him back each time. One thing Lu Yi had to give the mutant cultivator credit for was that he was surprisingly nimble for his size. He hadn't been able to injure him once even though he was attacking with 9 flying weapons. Not only that, Lu Yi realized that the mutant cultivator was only pretending to be angry. He was wearing an expression that suggested that he was out of his mind with anger, but in reality his eyes were calm and steady. "Wayaya. I'm so angry, meh. I'm gonna kill you." Sometime later, the mutant cultivator let out an angry roar. Then, the tattoo in front of his chest abruptly shone and summoned what looked like a blood-red beast that Lu Yi could not recognize. It let out a mighty roar that shook the eardrums and blew all 9 of Lu Ye's flying weapons away. The mutant cultivator immediately used this opportunity to barrel down on Lu Yi like a mountain. He was able to close the gap and bring down his fist. Lu Yi nimbly leaped into the air to dodge the attack. While he was above the mutant cultivator's head, he unsheathed the inviolable and slashed at the back of his opponent's neck. However, the mutant cultivator once again displayed an uncanny level of agility by turning around faster than Lu Yi thought was possible and punching toward the inviolable. At the same time, he aimed his free hand at Lu Yi and conjured what looked like a round disc at the center of his palm. It was a spell. Who would have thought that this brawny, outwardly rash body-tempering cultivator would be a spell cultivator as well? Judging from his casting speed, his talent in spell cultivation was pretty high too. A look of triumph flashed across the mutant cultivator's face. On the surface, he had made a rash attack and exposed his weak spot to his enemy. In reality, he was just baiting Lu Yi into his trap. He had killed many Grand Sky Coalition rankers this way. Twang. The inviolable slammed into the man's metal-clad fist. The mutant cultivator immediately tensed because he felt as if he was punching a mountain, not a saber. His knees buckled and his knees nearly hit the ground. At the same time, Lu Yi was sailing across the air as well. The punch had been astoundingly powerful. The mutant cultivator immediately crouched to adjust his center of gravity before firing the spell he had been channeling at Lu Yi, striking him squarely in the chest. It was a spell that contained both spiritual power and vitality. The attack pushed Lu Yi further towards the edge of the battlefield before he finally landed on his feet. After the unnatural force pressing down on his shoulders had disappeared, the mutant cultivator rose to his feet and looked at Lu Yi. His eyes twitched when he realized that the young man who was just catching himself looked perfectly unharmed. He had heard for a long time that Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect used a defensive glyph to protect himself from hard hits. Now he had finally witnessed it with his own eyes. His spell had definitely struck Lu Yi, but he clearly saw a glyph barrier appearing out of nowhere and blocking it at the last moment. As a result, all his surprise attack had gotten him was a disheveled appearance. There was around 100 meters of distance between the two. The mutant cultivator grinned at Lu Yi before saying, "As a body-tempering cultivator, it's only right that I know a handful of spells, meh?" Lu Yi nodded silently before dipping his head and walking toward the mutant cultivator. A second later he abruptly blurred and left a series of afterimages behind him. The mutant cultivator blanched instantly. At the Spirit Creek realm level, this was the first time he saw anyone who could move so quickly. He hurriedly focused his eyes and attempted to identify Lu Ye's direction, but the combat cultivator was already swinging his saber at him. He hurriedly raised his arms to block the attack only to realize that he had been tricked. His senses told him that there was a terrific burst of spiritual power aimed straight at his back. He hastily turned around and swung his arm. Quang! The inviolable slammed against the vambrace caused sparks to fly. Once again he felt as if a mountain had struck him. The mutant cultivator forced himself to remain steady, but a blast of heat struck him before he could catch himself completely. He saw what looked like a fire phoenix straight out of the myths flying straight toward him. The heat was unbearable even from a distance. Oh yeah, Lu Yi is an expert in spellcasting as well. Not only that, his casting speed and strength were clearly a cut above his. The fiery spell enveloped the mutant cultivator. However, a terrific burst of vitality tore the fire phoenix to shreds and revealed his muscular body. Before he could glimpse his surroundings though, Lu Yi's saber was flying toward him yet again. He just barely managed to block it before the fire phoenix engulfed it once more. Saber spell, saber spell, saber spell. It was as if it would never end. From a third person's perspective, the mutant cultivator was going up and down again like he was doing squat exercises in the middle of combat. He wanted to escape Lu Ye's seemingly endless saber and spell attack, but of course the combat cultivator wasn't going to allow him to do so. The mutant cultivator was obviously frustrated. His body was strong, but there was only so much it could endure against an unreasonable opponent like Lu Yi. At the same time, he chided himself for showing off his spells when he could have just stuck to more conventional body-tempering cultivator-like tactics. As a consequence of pissing off the combat cultivator, death was now breathing down his neck. Suddenly he heard a shatter that turned his blood into ice. It was his vambraces shattering after receiving heavens know how many strikes from Lu Yi. He hurriedly activated the tattoo on his chest and let out a mighty roar that blew away his enemies' attacks. He then seized the opportunity to put some distance between himself and Lu Yi while panting heavily. The duo were now 30 meters apart. There wasn't a single hair to be found on the mutant cultivator's skin, not because he was hairless to begin with, but because the fire phoenixes had burned it all. Lu Yi's gaze darted between the mutant cultivator's abdomen and his arms. Something about the tattoos didn't feel right. "What are you looking at?" "Yeah, they're normal tattoos. So what? I like having tattoos, okay?" The mutant cultivator erupted in embarrassment and anger. As it turned out, the only tattoo on the mutant cultivator's body that was a tattoo-type glyph was the one on his chest. The rest were just normal tattoos. Of course, they looked no different from a visible tattoo, so revealing them was one way to put pressure on his opponents. Chapter 400 Gui Yingzi. The reason Lu Yi hadn't gone all out before was because he was wary of the other tattoos, and because he wanted to know how strong a top 20 ranker was. Now that he knew that the other tattoos were fake and experienced his opponents their strength, there was no need to hold back any longer. He crouched slightly and kept his saber pointed diagonally toward the ground. Then he empowered himself with Windwalk and took off like a crack of thunder. Sensing Lu Ye's killing intent, the mutant cultivator hurriedly called out, "I." Roar. Amber made its first move ever in this battle, but this time the tiger's roar didn't affect the mutant cultivator nearly as much as it should have. He blanked out for only an instant before he recovered and finished his call for surrender. Lu Yi dashed past the mutant cultivator and slashed his neck with an inviolable that was empowered by two sharp edges. However, an invisible energy had already wrapped the mutant cultivator. It prevented the fatal attack from doing even the slightest bit of damage to the mutant cultivator. It was the protection of the heavens. The mutant cultivator rubbed his neck in terror as his figure swiftly turned transparent. Soon he was out of the battlefield. He escaped? Yi asked while showing herself. Lu Yi nodded his head slightly. In fact, he had already noticed this problem when he fought Jiuzhou before. The stronger the rancor, the more resistant they were against Amber's roar, and the harder they were to kill. In fact, Jiuzhou had managed to call for surrender at the same time Lu Yi had beheaded him. The sword cultivator could have saved his own life if he was just a little faster. The mutant cultivator was 17 ranks above Jiuzhou. Naturally, he was stronger and more resistant toward Amber's roar. "Should I help out during the next battle?" Yi asked. "Sure." After challenging the scroll of supremacy for the past few days, Lu Yi now had a clear idea of his exact strength. He should not have too much trouble defeating his opponents, but killing them was probably going to be impossible very soon. That was why he decided to accept Yi's offer to help. After they returned to the wooden building, Lu Yi took a short rest before issuing his next challenge. At the same time, the Thousand Demon Ridge finally figured out how Lu Yi was able to kill every rancor he had fought. It was because his tamed beast's roar could attack the divine soul. No wonder the rancors weren't able to surrender before they were killed. It wasn't until the former 17th rancor had escaped by the skin of his teeth that they finally gained the intel. Thanks to the mutant cultivator's intel, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators who ranked above him were finally able to relax. They were certain they weren't inferior to the mutant cultivator. If he could survive Lu Yi, then they could too. What happened next stunned everyone, however. The 16th, 14th and 11th Thousand Demon Ridge rankers had all been killed by Lu Yi. Practically everyone within this range belonged to a Tier 1 sect. They also had an extremely high chance of entering the Divine Ocean Realm in the future. Now that future had been cut short. The sect elders of those rankers were all incredibly sad that their disciples were slain by Lu Yi. The Thousand Demon Ridge's hatred for him deepened even more. They also did not understand why the 17th rancor had survived when the other three above him had died. To date, no one knew that Yi was teleported into the Scroll of Supremacy's battlefield alongside Lu Yi because everyone who saw her had died. With Yi acting as the knife in the back, none of these Thousand Demon Ridge rankers were able to survive the match even if they were strong enough to resist Amber's roar. Now, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was sitting on the 11th spot of the Scroll of Supremacy. He only needed to advance one more placement to enter the top 10. In fact, there were multiple benchmarks in the Scroll of Supremacy. The 50th spot was a benchmark, the 30th spot was another benchmark, and the 10th spot was the final benchmark. The difference in strength between one cultivator above the benchmark and another who was below was massive. If Lu Yi really managed to enter the top 10, then it meant he was qualified to enter the strongest echelon of the Spirit Creek realm. The last Heaven 8 cultivator to enter the top 10 was Li Baxian, but his situation was special. He was originally a Heaven 9 cultivator until his spiritual point was damaged, and his cultivation level dropped. If Lu Yi managed to win his next match, then he would be the first true Heaven 8 cultivator to enter the strongest echelon of the Spirit Creek realm. Everyone knew that Lu Yi wasn't going to challenge the 10th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy because they belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition. His next target was the 9th-placed Gui Yingzi. Everyone was watching with bated breaths. Everyone wanted to know if a top 10 ranker would be strong enough to stop Lu Yi's advance. It was at this moment Lu Yi defied everyone's expectations by suddenly going AWOL for more than half a day straight. Gui Yingzi reported that he had not received a challenge request either. While the Thousand Demon Ridge was glad to postpone the inevitable, it only gave rise to more worry. It was clear that the 11th spot would not be Lu Yi's final stop. The only reason he temporarily stopped advancing was because he was resting. He wanted to enter the next battle in the best possible condition. Their guess was spot on. Lu Yi had barely rested since he restarted his climb, and the top 10 rankers on the Scroll of Supremacy were literally the 10 best cultivators in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. Naturally, he wasn't going to fight them in less than optimal condition. A cultivator's performance wasn't just determined by their cultivation level, but also their status and their ability to improvise in the middle of combat. At the courtyard, Hua Ci had once again cooked a tableful of strange dishes he had never even seen before. Still, Lu Yi did not hesitate to consume them all. Whatever strange plant or creature they were made from, they all tasted fantastic to his taste buds. Of course, this was only possible because he possessed the Tree of Glyphs. Generally speaking, only someone with incredible detoxification abilities could enjoy Hua Ci's food. Lu Yi was leaning against his chair and letting out a satisfied burp when suddenly, he recalled something and looked at Hua Ci. "Aren't you going to challenge the Scroll of Supremacy?" He knew little about Hua Ci's current strength or even the techniques she used, but she had more than proven her strength by making it all the way to the myriad poison forest alone and killing heavens know how many thousand Demon Ridge cultivators on the way. Most people didn't even know what killed them before they died. If he had to choose between Hua Ci and the current number 1 of the Scroll of Supremacy as his final opponent, he would choose the current number 1 every time. In other words, Hua Ci was qualified to challenge the Scroll of Supremacy. "There's no hurry," Hua Ci replied unconcerned while putting away the dishes with ease. "My cultivation level is still a little lacking. I'll think about it when I'm Heaven 9. "How many more spiritual points do you need?" Lu Yi asked. 20 to 30, give or take? Hua Ci shot him a smirk before leaving. Lu Yi's eyes twitched once. By now, he had noticed that Hua Ci's cultivation was growing at an unbelievable rate since he came to the myriad poison forest. His cultivation level used to be leagues ahead of hers, but now they were both Heaven 8 cultivators. Even better, she had somehow unlocked more spiritual points than him and surpassed him. Sure, he hadn't spent much time cultivating as of late due to the Scroll of Supremacy, but objectively speaking, he did not think he could keep up with her even if he had devoted all of his time to cultivating. What on earth is her inheritance? After resting for a full day and entering peak form, Lu Yi connected his mind to the Scroll of Supremacy and issued the 9th ranker on the Scroll of Supremacy a challenge request. His opponent accepted his challenge. A while later, the heavens enveloped him in amber and teleported them to the battlefield. The battlefield this time was over 5 kilometers in radius and filled with large trees and thick foliage. It was a forest. This battlefield actually reminded Lu Yi of the Misty Mountains. It was perfect for concealing oneself. Considering his opponent was named Gui Yingzi, Lu Yi knew that he was probably a ghost cultivator. That was why he wasn't surprised in the least when he saw the forest around him. Yi had already left to search for Gui Yingzi. Lu Yi threw a couple spirit pills into his mouth and grabbed a book from his storage bag after he found a clean place to sit. Time passed bit by bit. For the first time, Yi's efforts had not borne fruit. Despite scouring through the entire battlefield several times with a fine-tooth comb, it was as if Gui Yingzi had vanished from the battlefield. Lu Yi hadn't been attacked either. He had been cultivating and reading this whole time. Lu Yi had fought some ghost cultivators in the previous battles, but they never waited too long before skulking to Lu Yi's location and attempting to end his life in one strike. Naturally, none of them lived to see another day. This ghost cultivator, on the other hand, was a little different from what he had come to expect. Not only did he hide himself so well that even Yi couldn't find him, he had not approached Lu Yi recklessly. Lu Yi was sure the ghost cultivator was observing him from nearby though. His senses were informing him that he was being watched. Unfortunately, it was not enough to identify the ghost cultivator's location. On a tree over 100 meters away from Lu Yi's location, Gui Yingzi was clinging to a branch and watching Lu Yi silently like a ghost. This was a battlefield, and yet Lu Yi was reading a book like he was on a camping trip. It was obvious the combat cultivator was trying to bait him to get closer. As the strongest ghost cultivator not just on the Scroll of Supremacy, but also the entire Spirit Creek battlefield, Gui Yingzi wasn't so easily fooled. A ghost cultivator could be many things, but an impatient ghost cultivator could never be an outstanding ghost cultivator. They must be able to wait until the moment the enemy truly revealed a chink in their armor before baring their fangs. Time passed slowly. Countless cultivators were dying to know the outcome of this battle, but Lu Yi was reading a book and cultivating, while Gui Yingzi was waiting patiently for his opening to arrive. Not a single sound could be heard in the entire battlefield. The sky slowly darkened over time. This discovery surprised Lu Yi. He had never stayed on the Scroll of Supremacy's battlefield for so long. That was why he didn't know that it had a day-night cycle. This made him wonder if the rumors that the Scroll of Supremacy's battlefields were actual places on Jiuzhou had some truth to it after all. At the very least, it seemed like the time in this battlefield was identical to that of Jiuzhou and the Spirit Creek battlefield. He rubbed his stomach. He was feeling a little hungry. So, he put away his book and took out a few chunks of raw meat from his storage bag. He threw half of them to Amber and set the rest atop the bonfire. The meat came from the Misty Mountains. Specifically, it belonged to the spirit beasts he killed during his time there. Chapter 401 The Bastard Did It. Soon, a fragrant scent began to spread throughout the forest. Melted fat dripped onto the bonfire and caused some sizzling noises. After dinner was finished, Lu Yi continued to read his books until it was over midnight. He then closed his eyes and napped until dawn broke. The situation did not change even when it was the second day. This was easily the most boring fight Lu Yi had ever experienced in his life. His opponent hadn't revealed himself yet, and Yi was still unable to find him. He knew he would win if this situation continued though. He could eat and drink to replenish his stamina anytime he wanted, but Gui Yingzi could not because he needed to remain hidden. Any unnecessary movement could potentially expose his location and doom him. Lu Yi wasn't going to allow this battle to drag out any longer than it already had though. Gui Yingzi could forego food or drink for days if he wanted to, and he was more than willing to go up against Lu Yi in a battle of patience. The same could not be said for Lu Yi. So, he shut the book in his hands and rose to his feet. He then grabbed a couple of ward flags from his storage bag and began planting in all four directions of his camp. First, he built the basic framework of a ward using the ward flags. Then, he completed the internal structure with his spiritual power. Just a moment later, a ward nearly 300 meters in diameter was formed. The ward was just a simple alarm ward, so it took far less time and effort to set up than most wards. One of the greatest benefits of the ward was that it covered a wide range and cost very little spiritual power. There was nothing Lu Yi could do against Gui Yingzi if the man refused to show himself. As long as the combatants did not break the heavens rules, practically everything and anything was allowed in the challenge battle of the Scroll of Supremacy. It might look like Gui Yingzi's strategy was boring at best and bullshit at worst, but whoever said that a battle of endurance and patience didn't count as a battle? Lu Yi was going to flip the table on Gui Yingzi though. Since the battlefield was just 8 kilometers in radius at maximum, his plan was to cover the entire battlefield in alarm wards. Unless Gui Yingzi was an expert in wards and knew how to avoid triggering an alarm ward, it was only a matter of time before Lu Yi drove the bastard out of his hidey hole. And so Lu Yi spent the entire second day setting up alarm wards and removing Gui Yingzi's breathing space inch by inch. Of course, this tactic would have been impossible if he hadn't bought a ridiculous amount of ward flags from the Divine Trade Association earlier. A full day passed and over half of the battlefield was covered in alarm wards. To Lu Ye's disbelief, the heavens-damned ghost cultivator still hadn't showed himself. Perhaps he was counting on the slim chance that Lu Yi would not have enough ward flags to cover up the entire battlefield. If that was true, then there was still a chance he could remain hidden and wait for his opponent to finally let slip his guard. Realizing what his opponent might be thinking, Lu Yi abruptly turned his storage bag upside down and dropped every ward flag it had on the ground. When Gui Yingzi saw the literal hill of ward flags beside Lu Yi's feet, he knew the combat cultivator did in fact have enough ward flags to cover the entire battlefield. If he did not make a move before Lu Yi finished his, then he would surely be exposed by tomorrow at the latest. Gui Yingzi thought for a brief moment before mumbling something under his breath. An instant later he disappeared completely from the battlefield. On the other side, Lu Yi suddenly paused in his tracks. It was because the heavens informed him that he had won. When he decided to show off how many ward flags he had thought it would simply force Gui Yingzi to attempt an assassination by tonight. He never thought that the ghost cultivator would surrender the battle outright. Then again, why would the ghost cultivator not surrender? A ghost cultivator's advantage lay in their ability to approach their target without being detected. While this method was generally effective against most people, Gui Yingzi wasn't confident it would work on Lu Yi at all, not to mention that the combat cultivator might have set up some sort of entrapment ward around his person. In any case, to attempt an assassination under such disadvantageous circumstances was akin to committing suicide. Ward cultivators were basically the bane of all ghost cultivators when their cultivation level was low. Of course, that would change when the ghost cultivator's cultivation level was higher, and they had studied wards enough to slip through the cracks, so to speak. Although Gui Yingzi was gone, Lu Yi and Yi Yi's woes weren't over yet. They had to pick up all the ward flags that were scattered throughout the battlefield. You absolutely need to kill Gui Yingzi if we ever run into him again in the future, Lu Yi. Yi complained while packing up the items. I agree, but before that I'm going to beat him within an inch of his life, pass him off to Hua Ci to heal him back to full health, then beat him within an inch of his life again before I finally... Lu Yi ranted just as furiously. Seriously, he would rather be hunted by thousands and thousands of cultivators than wasting 2 full days and win, without even seeing his opponent's face. As if that wasn't bad enough, they couldn't even leave immediately because they had to pack up the ward flags. This was beyond vile. Outside the battlefield, everyone saw Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect replacing Gui Yingzi as the 9th ranker. It was a feat that stunned the world as a matter of course. The bastard had done it. He had entered the top 10 of the Scroll of Supremacy as a Heaven 8 cultivator, proving that he was truly among the best of the best at the Spirit Creek realm level. As if that wasn't amazing enough, he was just a Heaven 8 cultivator. He could still ascend higher. That was what truly scared the Thousand Demon rich. Theoretically speaking, Lu Yi only needed to fight one more fight to challenge the champion. However, everyone knew he wasn't going to do that. The combat cultivator had challenged every Thousand Demon Ridge ranker above his spot since he began his climb, and he wasn't about to change his policy now. Lu Yi's next target was the 6th ranker. Not only had it taken him 2 whole days to defeat Gui Yingzi, he never got to swing his blade even once. To say that he was frustrated and itching for an actual fight would be an understatement. That was why he was planning to vent it all on the 6th ranker. His challenge request was accepted with little delay. Spells have a much longer range than telekinesis. It was common knowledge that spells had a longer range than telekinesis. That was why most spell cultivators did not refine flying weapons for their own use. Their spells could do anything a flying weapon could do and more. That was when the spell cultivator saw a fire phoenix flying toward him. The spell cultivator immediately responded. Once again he launched a ball of water into the air, but this time it took a different form. Sometimes, it transformed into arrows. Sometimes, it transformed into a water dragon. In any case, to guess what the next ball of water would transform into was an exercise in futility. Lu Yi had to admit that the spell cultivator was the 6th ranker for good reason. Given the right circumstances, he was like a siege tower that could fire all kinds of exquisite spells at high speed. Lu Yi did not spend much effort on the way of spell cultivators, but his spell casting speed wasn't slow either. He did witness the birth and demise of a sacred beast when receiving Glyph, Fire Phoenix after all. His understanding of the Fire Phoenix technique far exceeded a conventional spell cultivator's. That was why his Fire Phoenix technique was at least several times stronger than what they used to be. Fire attribute spells were explosive, while water attribute spells were manipulative. While the spell cultivator's explosive power was inferior to Lu Yi's casting speed and frequency were far inferior to his. It was the difference between a professional and a casual. One more thing Lu Yi noticed was that his Fire Phoenix technique was less effective than usual due to the environment. It was at least 30% weaker than it usually was. Impressive. Truly impressive. The spell cultivator grew more and more excited as he dueled Lu Yi. You are the first combat cultivator I've ever seen to hone his spells to this extent. This is meaningless though, fellow cultivator. At this rate you're going to lose. Chapter 402, Feeling a Little Tilted. The reason the spell cultivator was so confident was because Lu Yi had fallen into complete disadvantage in the spell battle. Lu Yi was dueling a pro as a casual. It would be stranger if he was winning. By now, the space between the two combatants was completely covered in mist due to the clash between fire and water. Not only that, the spell Cultivator had hidden many balls of water within the mist. Due to the environment, Lu Ye's Fire Phoenix was 30% weaker than it should be the second it manifested from his palm. Its power only decreased further as it passed through the thick mist. Finally, it was usually intercepted before it could even cross half the distance to the spell Cultivator. The spell battle was still ongoing, but it was clear that the barrage was pushing closer and closer toward Lu Yi. He was unable to turn the tables even if he went all out. You do not need to be frustrated, fellow Cultivator. The reason I'm winning is only because I hold the geographical advantage. Had I encountered you outside, I am sure you'd be able to get close to me and defeat me. Although the spell Cultivator was dominant in this battle, his words were surprisingly humble. It even sounded like he was trying to comfort Lu Yi. However, the spell Cultivator belonged to the Thousand Demon Ridge, and Lu Yi was part of the Grand Sky Coalition. His behavior was anything but normal. This meant that his comforting words were really deliberate provocation. He made it sound like he would be a helpless chick if Lu Yi could just cross the sea and get to him. It was a bait he didn't even bother to conceal. Lu Yi had to admit that the spell Cultivator had a silver tongue. He knew exactly how to provoke the enemy into anger in just a few short sentences. There was currently 300 meters of distance between Lu Yi and the spell Cultivator. The only way he could fight the enemy in melee was to fly to him on his flying spirit artifact. However, that was a risky maneuver at best against the spell Cultivator, who was like an intelligent siege tower. A single mistake would mean the end of his life. However, Lu Yi could not stay where he was either. If he did not fly over, then this battle was as good as lost. So Lu Yi brought out his flying spirit artifact and leaped onto it. He then plunged headfirst into the mist at tremendous speed. By now, the mist had become so thick that he was barely visible from his enemy's point of view. However, Lu Ye's action only caused the spell Cultivator to smirk. His expression suggested that he had gotten Lu Yi exactly where he wanted him to be. He made a series of gestures with his hands. While launching a dozen water balls at Lu Yi, he completed the spell seal and yelled, "Condense!" The thick mist between the duo suddenly turned viscous. Lu Yi immediately felt himself slowing down considerably. So, this is what he's planning. Lu Yi thought in realization. Bai Lan was a water attribute spell cultivator, and her spells had a corrosive effect on one spirit artifact. That was why Lu Yi thought that this spell cultivator's trap might be the same. From the spell cultivator's perspective, he would be in deep trouble if his flying spirit artifact lost most of its spiritual power mid-flight. His guess was wrong, however. It slowed him instead of corroding his flying spirit artifact. As a result, he was crawling at a snail's pace even though he was pushing his flying spirit artifact with all his might. At this pace, he might as well be a stationary target. The spell cultivator wasn't going to give him time to think a way out of this either. The water balls he had concealed in the mist a while ago abruptly surrounded Lu Yi from every direction. Then they exploded into spells of all shapes and sizes and transformed the space Lu Yi was at into a death zone. Surrender or die. What would you choose? The spell cultivator declared proudly while looking at the blurry figure in the mist. Technically speaking, the spell cultivator wasn't strong enough to occupy the 6th spot on the scroll of supremacy. For example, Jiuzhou of the Northern Profound Sword clan would easily defeat him in a straight fight. The reason the sword cultivator still ranked below the spell cultivator was because he had forced him into the exact same situation Lu Yi was facing right now. Jiuzhou had no choice but to surrender the right after being caught in the death trap. One of the main reasons the spell cultivator could occupy the 6th spot was because there existed a terrain that complemented his skills perfectly. The spell he was using, the mist condensation technique, was something he cultivated specifically to improve his compatibility with this terrain even more. Its effects were profound against any cultivator who could not attack him without getting close, such as body-tempering cultivators, combat cultivators and ghost cultivators. Lu Yi wasn't going to surrender, of course. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared from the thick mist, and the spell cultivator dropped his smirk immediately. He never heard that Lu Yi cultivated lightning attribute spells, so where did it come from? He was just thinking this when a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck dead center on the mist. A lightning-invoking talisman paper? The spell cultivator exclaimed in shock before feeling every hair on his body standing on its end, and a sudden sense of crisis. Without hesitation, he backed all the way to the edge of the island, dispelled the mist directly in front of him, and summoned his spiritual power shield before he finally felt some security. The thick mist was basically a lightning amplifier. He would be crazy to get close to it. The spell cultivator thought Lu Yi had used a lightning-invoking talisman paper, but in reality that wasn't the case. A spirit talisman paper like that cost 100 spirit stones at least. No, he had just the invoke lightning he got from the tree of glyphs. He had picked this up from Bailan. Earlier, the woman had caught him off guard by casting a lightning spell at the surrounding mist. Although the spell wasn't powerful enough to defeat him, it was one of the dicier matches he had fought while climbing the scroll of supremacy. It looked as if the mist had transformed into a thundercloud or something. It was as deadly as it was intimidating. Despite the spell cultivator's quick reaction, he couldn't avoid the lightning completely. As a result, his hair stood on end and his body shook like a leaf. It was then he saw Lu Ye's figure falling to the sea like a rock. A few seconds later, he heard the sound of something heavy splashing into the sea. The giant monsters beneath the sea immediately turned restless. Not even a second later, a giant maw abruptly appeared on the sea's surface and swallowed the object. Is he dead? For a few seconds the spell cultivator could not believe what just happened. Did Lu Yi really just die to his own lightning-invoking talisman paper? That can't be. No. Something definitely isn't right. Realization hit the spell cultivator like a lightning bolt. If Lu Yi really had perished, then he should have received a notice from the heavens already. Since he hadn't, it could only mean that Lu Yi was still alive. He had just finished the thought when he saw a bright flame flying just above the sea surface and swiftly approaching him. From his point of view, it looked like a pair of wings. He wanted to reactivate the mist condensation technique and slow Lu Yi down again, but lightning was still rippling across the mist like crazy. There was no way he could condense anything until the energy had dispersed. The center of his forehead began to prickle as if someone had pressed a blade against his skin. At the same time, his instincts screamed for him to leave before it was too late. I surrender. The spell cultivator was no stubborn fool. He did not hesitate to obey his instinct and cry for surrender. As if on cue, Lu Yi appeared in front of him like a divine agent and landed a deadly slash across his throat. There was so much force behind the attack that he was sent sailing across the air. Luckily for the spell cultivator, he was perfectly unharmed. He surrendered just in time for the heavens to wrap him in its protective shell and send him away. The spell cultivator placed a hand to his heart after he returned to the Spirit Creek battlefield. Thank goodness he hadn't hesitated or he would be dead by now. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was clutching his saber tightly and shaking with anger. This was not what he had ordered when he entered this match. He could forgive Gui Yingzi for wasting 2 days of his time. The guy was a ghost cultivator and most ghost cultivators would not make a move unless they were confident of their chances. But what the hell was that spell cultivator? He could stomach the guy choosing a terrain that maximized his advantage and undermined his opponents. He could stomach the guy taunting him in an attempt to provoke him into recklessness. But after he had overcome all odds and even struck himself with lightning, the bastard had the gall to surrender and deny him his release. What the fuck? As if that wasn't bad enough, he had lost his flying spirit artifact as well. The object that fell into the water earlier was none other than Spirit Boat he had shattered with his own spell. The reason he allowed it to fall into the water instead of retrieving it was to fool his enemy into dropping his guard. Unfortunately, it did not succeed in the end. Sure, he wasn't wanting for replacements, but he hadn't come this far by being a wastrel. Lu Yi was plotting to use this match to unclog the murderous frustration that had been burning inside his heart, but now? It was worse than ever before. After he was teleported back to the wooden building, Lu Yi looked through his storage bags and picked up a suitable flying spirit artifact. Then he began refining it in sullen silence. Heavens know what kind of weirdo and weird-ass terrain he might face in his next match. It would be foolish to challenge his next foe without a flying spirit artifact. Although Soar was an excellent fallback, the reason it was a fallback in the first place was because it cost far more spiritual power than a flying spirit artifact. He would rather not use it unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the Scroll of Supremacy had been updated to display Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Sect in 6th place. The entire Thousand Demon Ridge was silent for a time. Who would have thought that even the top 10 rankers of the Scroll of Supremacy weren't strong enough to stop Lu Yi's climb? As if that wasn't bad enough, he was just a Heaven 8 cultivator. They were ashamed that a Heaven 8 cultivator had occupied such a high spot in a rank list that was supposed to be dominated by Heaven 9 cultivators. On a related note, Shi Guang of the Wei Profound sect had already returned to his outpost to prepare himself. He knew that he and Lu Yi would have a match very soon. If even he, the last gatekeeper, was unable to defeat Lu Yi, then the shame would blemish not just him, but the entire Thousand Demon Ridge as well. Back in the day, not even Li Baxin was able to become the champion as a Heaven 8 cultivator. How long had it been since Lu Yi began cultivating? Why was he of all people able to do what was unprecedented? In any case, the Spirit Creek battlefield was a much quieter place as of late. Everyone was paying close attention to the Scroll of Supremacy. Looking at the rank list, Lu Yi only needed to defeat one more ranker, the second runner-up, to challenge Shi Guang. The second runner-up of the Scroll of Supremacy was a cultivator from a Tier 1 sect from Jianghu. She was also a woman. In the wooden building, Lu Yi was responding to his friend's messages while refining his flying spirit artifact. Knowing that Lu Yi was about to challenge the second runner-up very soon, they did not hesitate to share everything they knew about her. Lu Yi frowned after going through the information he received. His next opponent was technically a combat cultivator, but only in a broad sense. Her faction was so niche in Jiuzhou that they were even rarer than Golem masters. Heavens, this is going to be another disgusting battle, isn't it? Lu Yi was feeling a little tilted to say the least. As for how strong his next opponent was, he only needed to look at Li Baxin to have an idea. He was the second runner-up until he regained his honor. But of course, the three tumors in general were pretty special. The current Scroll of Supremacy was nowhere as competitive as the previous one, and this second runner-up could not possibly compare to his fourth senior brother. Lu Yi wasn't going to underestimate her though, and he definitely wasn't going to show mercy just because she was a woman. He had killed plenty of female cultivators while climbing the Scroll of Supremacy, and Bailan was the only one who had survived him for obvious reasons. Chapter 403 Female Archer Cultivator. When a Scroll of Supremacy ranker was challenged, they would normally choose a terrain that benefited them. For example, Lu Yi had chosen a small battlefield with no obstacles because he was a combat cultivator whose main strength was fighting people in melee. Naturally, he would not want his enemy to be able to distance themselves from him or hide behind obstacles. That was why Lu Yi had encountered all kinds of terrains until now. In the wooden building, Lu Yi connected his mind to the Scroll of Supremacy and issued a challenge request to the female cultivator. His opponent accepted the challenge request, but the battle did not begin immediately. He waited for 2 whole hours before the heavens finally enveloped him in their mysterious power and teleported him into the battlefield. Lu Yi immediately scanned his surroundings as his vision gradually recovered. He discovered that the terrain was exactly what his friends had said it would be. The large battlefield was made up of 2 mountains that were over 1,000 meters tall. The mountains were completely bald and covered in craggy outcrops. The good news was that the slopes weren't particularly steep. The bad news was, Lu Yi took out his flying spirit artifact and tried to fly. The result was exactly as he had heard. This battlefield was under an aerial lock effect. Lu Yi knew then that his opponent had chosen a terrain that was overwhelmingly in her favor, just like the spell cultivator from before. A battlefield that was under an aerial lock effect meant that it was way harder to find the enemy. Lu Yi looked at the 2 mountains to his left and right and wondered which one she would choose as her high ground. He did not want to waste his energy climbing the wrong mountain, so he simply stayed where he was and waited for Yi to search for the enemy. A while later, Yi messaged him to inform him of the enemy's location. He immediately started running toward the mountain to his right. He moved so fast that he left afterimages in his trail. However, he hadn't even climbed 300 meters up the mountain when he heard a whistling noise. As he dodged, he felt a gust of wind brushing past his face and leaving behind a stinging pain. He looked up. A tall, slender woman with a ponytail was standing at the mountaintop. She wore a tight white dress with purple fringes that outlined her curvaceous body. She was holding a bow and looking down on him without an expression. His opponent this time was an archer cultivator. Archer cultivators were an incredibly niche faction, but sometimes their rarity played to their advantage. This was because most cultivators lacked the knowledge and experience necessary to deal with them. Not only was flying forbidden in this battlefield, his opponent had claimed the high ground before him. This was obviously a terrible start for Lu Yi. If he wished to defeat his opponent, then he would have to get close enough to attack her with his flying weapons at the very least. However, he would have to weather an endless hail of arrows to get there. The straight-line distance between Lu Yi and his opponent was about 800 meters, which didn't seem like a lot for a cultivator. In reality, Lu Yi had to cover at least 1.6 kilometers of ground to get to the archer cultivator. The female cultivator surpassed her mortal counterpart not just in terms of strength, but also equipment. For starters, her arrows could be imbued with all kinds of special effects. The female cultivator's aim was incredibly good as well. It should be easy for a cultivator to dodge a shot coming from at least 800 meters away, but it had still nearly hit him. Sure, she had the high ground advantage, but it did not diminish her skill in any way. As if that wasn't bad enough, he could tell that the shot was just a greeting. This was very much like his fight against the spell cultivator. The only way to deal with these long-range bastards was to get close enough to attack. Lu Yi inhaled slightly and exchanged a glance with his opponent. Then he crouched a little, imbued himself with windwalk, pushed off hard enough to leave 2 small dents on the ground, and dashed forward like the wind. At almost the same time, the female archer shot 3 arrows that flew toward him from 3 different angles. Not only did they greatly restrict his available space, his skin prickled before they even got close. It was clear that the arrows were not common, and combined with her unusual talent and skill, their penetration and killing power could only be described as terrifying. Lu Yi leaped into the air to dodge the 3 arrows, but a 4th arrow appeared out of nowhere before he could land on the ground. He never even saw her shooting the 4th arrow. At that moment, Lu Yi realized that it was a 4-shot combo. The first 3 arrows were meant to draw the enemy's attention and force them to maneuver in a certain way. The 4th shot was the true killing blow. There was no way he could dodge the shot while in mid-air, so he unsheathed the inviolable and slashed the arrow. Boom. There was an explosion of spiritual power as Lu Yi was blown back. He had just caught himself when a couple more arrows flew toward him. The enemy's attack was continuous and never-ending. She seemed capable of predicting his next move. Even if he managed to dodge one attack, the next would stop him in his tracks without fail. On a mountain, a man ran like the wind while a woman fired a ceaseless stream of arrows at him. Lu Yi had to admit that the female archer was one of the most powerful opponents he had ever seen in his life. The Grand Sky Coalition was lucky that large-scale battles did not happen anymore, or this woman could single-handedly turn losing battles into stalemates, and stalemates into crushing victories with her archery. Almost no one she targeted in the chaos of the battlefield could live, not to mention that her attack range was even greater than a spell cultivator's. Lu Yi continued to climb up the mountain. Sometimes he was forced to jump to the back to avoid a killing blow. Sometimes he had to roll all over the place like he was a circus animal, dignity be damned. In reality, he was quickly gaining ground on the female archer. In just half a tea time, the distance between them had been shortened by half. However, the female archer's archery was growing deadlier and deadlier as well. At 800 meters away, the shots were fairly easy to deal with, especially with his speed. But the closer he got, the livelier and more unpredictable her archery became. She could even control the trajectory of her arrows to a certain extent. Yi was still hiding in the dark because Lu Yi was still nowhere close enough to attack the woman. If she attacked now, the likelihood that she would fail was incredibly high. She would attack only when Lu Yi was close enough to attack the enemy as well. Only then could they guarantee a kill. The female archer's attack abruptly became much more powerful when he got within the 400-meter range, which slowed down his progress considerably. The arrows rained from the sky like a meteor shower, and the bow twangs sounded like they would never end. There wasn't any interval between the shots whatsoever. Lu Yi felt like he was charging an entire encampment on his own. Rocks flew everywhere and his lungs were filled with dust as he kept dodging or blocking the shots. There wasn't a patch of ground behind his back that wasn't filled with large pits, and his entire body was covered in soot. Appearance-wise, he did not think he had ever looked so terrible in his life. Suddenly the ceaseless attacks came to a stop. When Lu Yi looked up in confusion, he saw the female archer watching him with a calm expression. Her bowstring was dripping with blood, and her bow hand had been stripped off so much flesh that it was practically a skeletal hand. Her face was white and covered in sweat as well. As it turned out, firing so many powerful shots in an incense stick was a little too much even for an archer who dedicated her life to this fighting style. However, Lu Yi did not think that her injuries were enough to make her stop. He suspected that the real reason she stopped attacking him was because she had run out of arrows. The female archer must have shot at least 800 arrows at Lu Yi during this time, if not 1,000. Lu Yi was able to dodge most of it and block the rest with the inviolable. Lu Yi stopped his advance there. He simply watched the female archer in silence. He felt a disturbance from his battlefield imprint. It was probably Yi messaging him and asking if she should attack the female archer now. Lu Yi slowly shook his head. "You're strong. Shi Guang is no match for you." The female archer said this before looking at the sky and announcing, "I surrender." The heavens enveloped her in their mysterious power and teleported her away from the battlefield. As Lu Yi had guessed, the female archer had run out of arrows. Although she was incredibly powerful, she was highly reliant on her equipment to unleash her full strength. Simply put, an archer with no arrows might as well be a sitting duck. In fact, the reason she had made Lu Yi wait 2 whole hours before entering the battlefield was to prepare her arrows. The battle against Lu Yi had cost her an ungodly amount of wealth. Even if her arrows cost only a contribution point apiece, that was hundreds of contribution points she had thrown away for a lost battle. And they did not cost just a contribution point. Each and every arrow had to be forged by an artificer to make them strong enough to withstand her strength and imbue them with special effects. Lu Yi did not sheath his saber until the female archer was completely gone. He was silent for a couple of seconds before he allowed the heavens to teleport him back to the wooden building. "Oh, the great second runner-up of the Scroll of Supremacy has returned to us. Congrats, congrats." Hua Ci's teasing voice came from the side. The medicine cultivator had just returned from her cultivation. Lu Yi ignored her and messaged Jiuzhou to ask about Shi Guang. Wow, the silent treatment? Was he bullied during the fight? Hua Ci exclaimed in surprise. Yi walked up to the medicine cultivator and whispered into her ears. After she found out what happened, she covered her mouth and giggled. Who cares about the process so long as it ends with your victory? Lu Yi understood this as well as she did, but really? What the fuck was wrong with the top 10 rankers of the Scroll of Supremacy? He hadn't had a proper fight since he started challenging them. Gui Yingzi had wasted 2 days of his time before surrendering without ever revealing himself. The spell cultivator had chosen a pair of islands as his terrain and surrendered the second Lu Yi crossed the sea and reached him. This fight was even worse. It was bad enough the battle was over before he got within 300 meters of his opponent. He was the defender from the start to the end. It was true that all the battles had ended with his victory, but he couldn't derive even an ounce of happiness from them at all. It was at this moment Jiuzhou responded, Shi Guang is a combat cultivator, and his spirit artifact is a spear. Lu Yi let out a long breath. Finally he could have a proper fight. Lu Yi immediately issued Shi Guang a challenge request. Although he wasn't at peak form right now, he was frustrated enough to give himself an aneurysm if he delayed the fight any longer. He could not wait to clash against a proper opponent and vent it all as soon as possible. The good news was that Shi Guang did not keep him waiting for long. A tea time after issuing the challenge, the heavens teleported him to a battlefield about 300 meters in radius. Both men appeared and saw each other at the same time. First things first, Lu Yi examined his surroundings. He decided that it was a suitable battleground even though he personally would have chosen a smaller battlefield. Lu Yi. Shi Guang pointed his spear at him and yelled, "Come forth and die." Chapter 404 Shi Guang. Although there was no personal grudge between the two cultivators, Lu Yi was the Grand Sky Coalition's strongest challenger, and Shi Guang the Thousand Demon Ridge's last gatekeeper. The number 1 spot of the Scroll of Supremacy was both a symbol and a status. Naturally, neither side was going to give it up easily. For over a decade, the spot had belonged to Feng Yuechan of the Devoted Ones. It could not be helped though. While her peers had already ascended to the Cloud River realm or even the Real Lake realm, she was still honing herself at the Spirit Creek realm. It was ridiculous to expect any rising star to defeat a veteran with at least a decade of training and experience, not to mention that she was a genius in her own right. Today, the 3 tumors polluting the Scroll of Supremacy were finally gone, and the Thousand Demon Ridge finally managed to put someone at the top of the Scroll of Supremacy of the Spirit Creek battlefield. Then Lu Yi showed up. It had only been 2 months since Shi Guang rose to the top, and Lu Yi of the Grand Sky Coalition was already threatening his position. It wasn't enough that he had a string of unprecedented achievements under his belt. Lu Yi had risen through the ranks so fast that he was actually qualified to challenge Shi Guang for the #1 spot already. And that was after they had done everything they could to bog him down. Shi Guang couldn't lose. Both his and his faction's honor were on the line. If Lu Yi actually managed to become the champion as a Heaven 8 cultivator, then the Thousand Demon Ridge would always be seen as inferior to the Grand Sky Coalition in the Spirit Creek battlefield. On the battlefield, Lu Yi watched his opponent with a frown because he did not look normal. Shi Guang's spiritual power was boiling erratically as if he had consumed something that temporarily boosted his strength. Spirit pills that temporarily boosted one's strength of course existed in the cultivation world. Lu Yi had seen something called the Qi boosting pill while looking through the Vault of Providence before. For an incense stick, the pill would boost the flow rate of a cultivator's spiritual power by 30 to 40%. Naturally, that made the cultivator so much stronger in that period of time. However, spirit pills that temporarily boosted a cultivator's strength generally came with massive side effects. The better the effects, the worse the side effects would be. It was clear that Shi Guang had consumed a Qi-boosting pill or something like that prior to entering the battlefield. He would be helpless if he could not defeat Lu Yi within an incense stick. "Don't interfere," Lu Yi whispered suddenly. He was talking to Yi, of course. The girl had already slipped the underground beforehand and could lend him her assistance at any moment. Logically speaking, he should rely on her so he could take care of his opponent as safely as possible, especially since it looked like he had consumed the Qi-boosting pill. However, he still did not want Yi to interfere with this battle. If Shi Guang was boiling with Qi, then he was boiling with frustration. After the pure nonsense he was forced to swallow since he started challenging the top 10 rankers, he would be damned if he allowed anyone to interrupt his good time. Shi Guang did not wait for Lu Yi to come to him despite his declaration. While letting out a battle cry, he charged toward Lu Yi like lightning and channeled his spiritual power into his spear. Lu Yi charged toward him as well. The 100-meter gap between the two combatants narrowed in the blink of an eye. Then they clashed into one another with a resounding bang. Lu Yi unsheathed the inviolable and swung down on Shi Guang. Shi Guang thrust his spear forward like a slumbering dragon suddenly poking its head out of its lair. There was a brief standoff before the space between the duo exploded. The compressed spiritual powers had turned into a massive explosion that pushed both cultivators away from each other. Lu Ye's weapon hand felt numb as he sailed through the air. He hastily caught himself before grabbing Amber by the nape and tossing it to safety. He just barely landed on his feet and had to backpedal a bit before he finally managed to steady himself. Whether or not Shi Guang had consumed a spirit pill beforehand, there was no denying the fact that Lu Yi felt threatened by him. He tossed Amber away because he would not be able to spare the energy to protect it. On the other side, Shi Guang also landed on the ground. His footsteps were steady, but he skidded for almost 30 meters before the momentum finally petered out. However, a blur appeared in front of him before he could steady his footing. It was Lu Yi pouncing up to him and thrusting his saber toward him. Most people would have opted to dodge such a deadly attack. Shi Guang merely turned his body sideways before retaliating with a spear thrust of his own. Metal tore through flesh as the duo passed by one another. A deep wound appeared around Lu Ye's waist and Shi Guang's chest at nearly the same time. This battle was destined to be a violent and bloody one. Both combatants were attacking each other with the intent to kill and no fear. That was why they were already wounded on the second exchange. That said, Lu Ye's injury was slightly less serious than Shi Guang's as he had constructed a protection right before the spear would impact his body. Although the glyph had still shattered under impact, it had turned what should have been a major injury into a moderate one. Shi Guang did not pause for even an instant as he switched his spear to the other hand, spun it 180 degrees to the back, and thrust the spearhead straight at Lu Ye's head. Right now Lu Ye's back was still turned against Shi Guang. It was such a swift and decisive move that most people would have died from this move. Yi nearly screamed out in fear, and even Amber was rushing over to save its master. However, Lu Yi crouched as if he had eyes behind his head. The attack just barely scraped past his scalp. The reason Lu Yi was able to dodge an attack he could not see was thanks to his powerful perception. A moment before the attack would have connected, the back of his head had throbbed as if he had actually been stabbed in the head. His heart had also raced suddenly in warning. While bending his body like a bow, Lu Yi did not forget to reverse his grip and perform a backslash. The saber cut through Shi Guang's chest at the same time he was smacked flat on the ground. Shi Guang had brought his spear down like a whip the second he missed the killing blow. Shi Guang took a moment to check his chest after Lu Yi had driven him away. The armor he was wearing could protect him from most attacks, but Lu Yi's saber had still cut through it like it didn't exist. The two ugly wounds on his chest were spewing blood and drenching his clothes right now. That said, he would have died if it wasn't for his armor. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was hastily climbing back to his feet. His right cheek was throbbing painfully and uncontrollably because that was where Shi Guang had whipped him. To be accurate, the wound stretched all the way from his face to his right abdomen. "You are incredible," Shi Guang praised loudly and from the bottom of his heart. Lu Yi remained silent for a second before responding, "You too." Although Lu Yi could not wait to stomp the Sanuvabich to the ground and cut him into 1,000 tiny pieces, he had no qualms accepting praise from his enemy and feeling good about it. After all, there was no acknowledgement that was more genuine than the one coming from your enemy. "We're not the same." Shi Guang shook his head slowly. "It has been months since I became champion, and I've received the heaven's reward several times before fighting you. Before I entered the battlefield, I even consumed a chi-boosting pill to massively increase my strength. You, on the other hand, are fighting me without using any performance-enhancing pills. Not only that, you are one cultivation level below me." The more Shi Guang spoke, the more he started questioning reality itself. Is this real? Does Lu Yi exist, or is this just a very long dream? He was one minor realm above his opponent, he had been empowered by the heaven's reward multiple times, and he had even consumed a chi-boosting pill prior to entering the battlefield. Despite this, he had only managed to fight Lu Yi to a draw. Just how strong would the young man be if he had cultivated for as long as him? Lu Yi would become the nightmare of the 1,000-demon ridge if he was allowed to live. "Are you done talking?" Lu Yi replied a little impatiently. "Just one last thing." Shi Guang grinned maliciously. "It's a little dishonorable, but I'm really glad I consumed a chi-boosting pill before coming in. Otherwise, I would be no match for you." The second he finished speaking, both men charged forward and engaged one another in the life-or-death struggle once more. Saber flashed, spear overshadowed, and bloodlust drove them all into madness. Spiritual power was being tossed all across on the battlefield, and sometimes it would be mixed with a shower of blood. At the same time, metallic clangs shook the eardrums again and again. Usually, a close-range cultivator would kick off a fight with telekinesis unless their enemy's attack range was longer than theirs. The reason neither man had done so was because Lu Yi needed to vent his frustration, while Shi Guang knew he was no match for Lu Yi in telekinesis. As time passed, Lu Yi began growing stronger and stronger. Both his strength and speed were much improved compared to the beginning. The inviolable drew blood at the same time Shi Guang kicked Lu Yi in the shoulder. Despite protection, the kick was powerful enough to launch Lu Yi into the air and hit the ground hard. He even rolled across the floor for a bit before he finally managed to climb back to his feet. Blood was dripping from his lips, and his left arm was hanging limply beside his body. The kick had dislocated his shoulder. "So you have consumed a performance-enhancing spirit pill as well?" Shi Guang said with a cold humph. His misunderstanding was understandable. He had felt with his own body Lu Yi growing stronger and stronger as time passed. If it wasn't the fact that the boost was gradual, he would have thought that the young man had consumed a chi-boosting pill just like him. In his opinion, Lu Yi must have consumed a less volatile version of the chi-boosting pill. Lu Yi could not be bothered to tell Shi Guang the truth. Of course he hadn't consumed a performance-enhancing spirit pill. He had just constructed a blood rage on his body. It had been a long time since he obtained this glyph, but he had never used it except that one time during the Battle of the Legates. After all, he rarely met an opponent who was his match or just a tad stronger than him. The glyph's main effect was to absorb Lu Yi's blood to improve his strength. To put it simply, the worse his injuries, the more effective the glyph became. As of late, most of Lu Yi's combat encounters were cat-and-mouse games where thousands and thousands of people tried to chase him down. Naturally, he did not have the chance to use blood rage. This duel against Shi Guang was one of those rare times where it was actually usable. While gritting the inviolable with his teeth, Lu Yi took out a bandage from his storage bag and wrapped it randomly around his limp arm to secure it. Of course Shi Guang wasn't just going to wait for Lu Yi to finish, but the young man was just too fast. By the time he reached him, Lu Yi was already done with the emergency treatment. When Shi Guang attempted to spear his face, Lu Yi swung his saber and knocked the spear just enough that it skidded past his face. Blade still pressed against the shaft, he swung the inviolable straight at Shi Guang. Shi Guang blanched. He immediately withdrew his spear to block the attack. There was a loud bang. The next moment Shi Guang found himself sailing across the air. Now that he was empowered by blood rage, Lu Ye's attack speed and strength were completely different from what they were at the beginning. What should have been an evenly matched battle had become very one-sided. Lu Yi activated Windwalk and leaped after Shi Guang. He then brought down his saber in one mighty swing. Although Shi Guang still managed to block the attack, he was launched toward the ground at high speed. In the air, Lu Yi spun once before kicking Shi Guang on the side of his head, causing him to trail an arc across the sky before he could even hit the ground. There was enough force behind the blow to make him see stars. Chapter 405 Champion. Cultivation level aside, Shi Guang was undoubtedly the stronger of the duo during the start of the battle. The biggest reason Lu Yi was able to go even against him was because he could activate all kinds of glyphs to boost his combat capabilities. Protection especially had saved his life multiple times in this battle. However, blood rage slowly but surely increased Lu Yi's strength and speed over time. Eventually, it reached the point where he definitely surpassed Shi Guang. Since then, the spear cultivator was unable to win even a single clash. Even now, blood rage was still increasing Lu Yi's strength and speed. Right now, Shi Guang was completely blinded by rage. The chi-boosting pill could temporarily boost a cultivator's strength, but its side effects were just as severe. Two such effects were diminished sanity and increased irritability. If Shi Guang was his normal self, he should have realized that the gap between himself and Lu Yi was only growing over time. However, he was so blinded by rage that he could not think of anything besides killing the opponent in front of him. After climbing back to his feet and spitting out a spittle of blood, Shi Guang narrowed his swollen eyes at his incoming foe. He then raised his spear slightly into a never-before-seen stance. The next moment, his spiritual power poured into his spear like a broken dam. While running, Lu Yi suddenly felt every hair on his body standing on end. At the same time, the alarm bells in his head were ringing in full force. He immediately knew that Shi Guang was probably executing some sort of powerful secret technique. He considered his options for a moment but decided to push on. He too channeled his spiritual power and caused the flames surrounding the saber to burst into an inferno. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The discharge of spiritual power from both combatants distorted even the space of the battlefield. Energy vortices of all shapes and sizes were appearing all over the battlefield. Amber was pushed all the way to the edge of the battlefield. It had to press its entire body against the ground to keep itself from moving further. The two figures rushed toward each other at high speed. Shi Guang thrust his spear forward while yelling, "Flames of war!" The shadow of a spear appeared in Lu Ye's vision. Then 1 became 10 and 10 became 100. As its name suggested, it spread like the flames of war until all he could see was spears. He ignored them all and brought down his flaming saber with all his might. The spears abruptly shattered like they were never there. He felt the inviolable sinking into flesh, but his own chest was abruptly pierced by a cold, foreign object. Drip, drip. Considering how noisy the battlefield was a while ago, it was now silent enough that they could hear blood drip. Two men stared into each other's bloodshot eyes before raising their legs at the exact same time. Bang! Both men staggered away from each other. Blood immediately gushed out of Lu Ye's chest and Shi Guang's neck like a pair of fountains. Clang! Lu Yi lost his grip on his saber but was able to remain standing. Shi Guang, however, was finally past his limits. He collapsed on the ground at the same time his aura began weakening at a visible rate. The chi-boosting pill had finally run its course, and the side effects were ripping into his body so painfully that his expression looked completely distorted. He could not even climb back on his feet, much less fight Lu Yi for even a second longer. Lu Yi panted heavily as he barely stopped himself from collapsing. He then slowly made his way toward Shi Guang. Shi Guang opened his swollen eyes and stared at the sky thinking heavens. It wasn't until he heard Lu Ye's footsteps that he finally opened his mouth. Roar! Amber roared at the perfect time, but it didn't affect Shi Guang. Since the Thousand Demon Ridge had figured out Amber's ability, of course Shi Guang was prepared for it. An invisible barrier abruptly appeared around the spear cultivator and shielded him from the roar. I surrender. Shi Guang spat out the two words before finally relaxing. He looked like an entire mountain had been removed from his shoulders. The heavens enveloped him in their mysterious power and teleported him away. Lu Yi also stopped in his tracks. Yi appeared and caught him immediately. While keeping him upright, she stared at Lu Yi's chest wound with fear and relief. If the spear had struck Lu Yi just a few millimeters to the left, the young man would be dead already. In fact, Shi Guang was aiming at Lu Yi's heart. The combat cultivator had just dodged it at the last moment. A while later, Lu Yi was lying in his bed in the wooden building with Hua Ci Arrives tending to him. Refined wood attribute spiritual power flowed around her hands as she slowly treated his wounds. Of course, Lu Yi had fallen unconscious long before she finished the treatment. Lu Yi was satisfied. His fight with Shi Guang was easily the most satisfying fight he had ever had since he began climbing the scroll of supremacy. Whatever grievances and frustrations he had accumulated due to assholes like Gui Yingzi and the other top 10 rankers were all gone. Although his opponent had employed what most people would consider a dishonorable tactic, all was fair in love and war, not to mention that they were enemies. Right now, Lu Yi did not want to think of anything. He just wanted to sleep to his heart's content. While he was sleeping, the cultivators of the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge were experiencing completely different emotions. Both factions had been watching the Scroll of Supremacy closely for many days now, so they had noticed the switch between the first and third place immediately. Countless Grand Sky Coalition cultivators erupted in cheers like never before. Lu Yi's feat would go down in history as one of, if not the greatest achievements in the Spirit Creek battlefield, and they were all deeply proud of it. Meanwhile, the Thousand Demon Ridge was as silent as a wake. In the end, their biggest fears had come true. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect had defeated Shi Guang as a Heaven 8 cultivator and became the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy. This feat broke not just one but multiple records since the cultivation world of Jiuzhou came to be. No Heaven 8 cultivator had ever become the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy. Even Li Baxin was only ranked third by the heavens after he fought against Yan Xing and revealed his true strength, and he had been stuck in the Spirit Creek realm for over a decade. Although the caliber of this Scroll of Supremacy were nowhere as good as when the three tumors were still around, that did not diminish Lu Yi's achievement one bit. Only the top 100 cultivators were displayed in the Scroll of Supremacy, and not only was Lu Yi the only Heaven 8 cultivator in a rank list that was completely dominated by Heaven 9s, he was the champion. It was a feat that was destined to go down in the history books. Speaking of which, Lu Yi was only Heaven 7 when he joined the Scroll of Supremacy as the 33rd ranker. That too was an unprecedented feat. No one except him had ever entered the Scroll of Supremacy as a Heaven 7 cultivator, much less be ranked among the upper 50 from the get-go. Even if they pretended that he was a Heaven 9 cultivator all along, the speed at which he scaled the ranks was another achievement that could go down in the history books. It had only been half a month since Lu Yi began climbing the Scroll of Supremacy earnestly. The guy had even wasted 5 days doing heavens know what with Bailan and butting heads with time-wasters like Gui Yingzi. Strictly speaking, he had only spent 10 days climbing the Scroll of Supremacy. It was hard enough to believe that someone could climb all the way to the top without suffering a single loss. To do it in 10 days? That was just unthinkable. Dark clouds hung over every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator. Were they going to be dominated by a single cultivator again? Although the bastard had given them a similar heart attack back when he was at the Inner Circle, at the time he was relying on his ward-breaching skills to create an invasion force. This time though he had done it with his own strength. The threat level between this and that were completely different. Lu Yi was undoubtedly a far scarier man than he was at the Inner Circle. Thankfully there was one silver lining to all this bad news. According to Shi Guang, Lu Yi had not walked away from his battle unscathed, and it would probably take him days before he fully recovered. For now, the Thousand Demon Ridge did not need to worry that Lu Yi might cause more trouble. Normally, the Thousand Demon Ridge would seize the opportunity to challenge Lu Yi and drag him down from his throne. However, they only had 2 rankers in the top 6. One of them was Shi Guang and the other was the female archer. Shi Guang was heavily injured and suffering from the side effects of the chi-boosting pill. It would take him 10 days to half a month at least to recover. He would be lucky to keep his current rank, much less challenge Lu Yi. As for the female archer, she had used up every arrow in her quiver. It would take her days to replenish it, and days was all Lu Yi needed to recover. The only ones who had the chance to pull Lu Yi down his throne now was a Grand Sky Coalition ranker, but of course no one was stupid or crazy enough to do such a thing. That said, the top 6 Grand Sky Coalition rankers had been challenged non-stop since Lu Yi became the champion. It was clear that the Thousand Demon Ridge were plotting to replace these rankers with their own and have them issue Lu Yi a challenge request. If they succeeded, there was a high chance Lu Yi would not be able to defeat them in his current state. In the wooden building, Lu Yi woke up feeling pain from his left arm and chest area. His energy level was incredibly low as well. He slowly sat up and let out a huge yawn. Yi had been guarding his bed. The moment she heard his movement, she immediately stood up and put a pillow behind Lu Ye's back. She then asked in a concerned voice, "How do you feel?" "Not bad." Lu Yi gave his stomach a rub. "I'm hungry. Can you get me something to eat?" He could smell the scent of food from outside the window. Hua Ci must be cooking again. For some reason, many disciples of the Crimson Blood sect seem to be excellent cooks. His second senior sister was an outstanding cook, his fourth senior brother was an outstanding cook, and Hua Ci was an outstanding cook as well. "Give me a moment," Yi said before floating out of the window. A while later she returned with a bowl of porridge filled with bright and questionable colors. Lu Yi looked through the messages in his battlefield imprint while drinking his porridge. He selectively replied to some of them. Most of the messages were congratulatory messages regarding his unprecedented feat. Lu Yi kept his response polite but succinct because frankly, it would take hours if he crafted a serious response to all of them. Chapter 406 Flash. Some people were also inviting him to their outpost, though it wasn't because they wanted to make his acquaintance and curry favor with him or something. The Thousand Demon Ridge's determination to kill him had only increased after he ascended to the top of the scroll of supremacy. Forget benefiting his allies, any outpost he visited would be ganged up on and destroyed by the Thousand Demon Ridge as quickly as possible. Naturally, Lu Yi had turned down all such invitations. He did not need lodgings anyway. His current haunt in the Myriad Poison Forest already met that need perfectly. As long as he did not reveal the fact that he was hiding here himself, the Thousand Demon Ridge would never find him. He, on the other hand, could catch them unawares anytime he wanted. The one flaw of Myriad Poison Forest was its less-than-stellar world spiritual chi, but as long as he had spirit pills, his cultivation wouldn't fall behind no matter what. After he finished messaging everyone, he focused on eating the porridge in front of him. Hua Ci came every day to treat his wounds. It took him only 3 days to make a major recovery. He spent most of this time cultivating and reading. Lu Yi thought he would have a hard time adapting to an idle lifestyle after all months of almost non-stop strife and excitement, but to his surprise he managed to adapt to it with relative ease. In fact, he found himself liking it a lot. It was then Lu Yi realized that he wasn't, fundamentally, a troublemaker. If possible, he would have preferred a quieter and more peaceful lifestyle. It was just that life chooses you sometimes, and the only thing you can do is to ride it out until the end. In the courtyard, Lu Yi was gripping the inviolable and circulating his spiritual power like crazy. He was pouring it into his saber. Although he had been unstoppable during his climb, his battle with Shi Guang had made him realize a flaw in his fighting style. He lacked a technique that could decisively end a fight, a finishing move so to speak. Fire Phoenix technically counted as one, but he could barely use it at his current strength. In fact, the reason he succeeded at all was because he had made a tremendous amount of preparation beforehand, not to mention the side effects that plagued him for days even with Hua Ci treating him the whole time. That was why he needed a finishing move that did not require him to go beyond his limits. Shi Guang's final attack had given him much inspiration. It also reminded him of his duel against a Heaven 9 Sword Cultivator of the Devoted Ones. His opponent had executed only a single attack back then, but it was an attack that contained all of his energy and focus. It was different yet wonderfully similar to Shi Guang's final attack in the sense that they both discharged a tremendous amount of spiritual power in an instant. In fact, it wasn't that difficult to execute such a technique. He had grasped the essence of it even before he fought against Shi Guang. Otherwise, he would have died to his flames of war. Therefore, all he needed to do right now was to familiarize himself with the technique and perfect it. He wanted to reach the level where he could execute it in battle at any time. By now, the flames surrounding his saber were practically an inferno. When he swung the inviolable, the very space in front around him seemed to be severed in half. A crack had appeared on the ground as well. He hadn't empowered his saber with sharp edges, but the attack was a lot more powerful than his usual attacks. Lu Yi was frowning in dissatisfaction, however. The attack consumed a tremendous amount of spirit power and stamina. Not only that, his right arm actually felt sore after he executed just one attack. Assuming he had to execute the move consecutively in combat, his right arm would become useless in 3 swings at most. Against a powerful opponent, if he was unable to end the fight even after making such a risky move, the battle would probably end in his defeat and death. Although he was dissatisfied, he had just begun to craft his finishing move. There was still plenty of room for improvement. It was crude, but it was still a skill and a form of blade technique. Since it was a blade technique, it should have a proper name. What should I name this technique? Lu Yi thought for a moment until he recalled the flash of light that appeared and disappeared as he brought down his saber. He made up his mind then. He would call it Flash. As with most things, the only way to master a blade technique was to practice it with perseverance and diligence. There was no such thing as a shortcut. In the courtyard, Lu Yi would practice until he was low on spiritual power. He would then restore his energy with spirit pills and wait until the soreness gripping his right arm was gone before resuming his practice. Although this delayed his cultivation progress, cultivation level had never been Lu Ye's greatest focus. The fact that he made it to the top of the scroll of supremacy as a Heaven 8 cultivator was a testament to his philosophy. It was worth slowing down a bit if he could master Flash to the point where he could execute it any time he wanted to. Lu Ye's mastery of Flash grew little by little as the days passed. He was able to make many improvements to the technique, but he was still unable to solve the cost problem. This was bad as it was unlikely that an imperfect blade technique could be useful against a strong opponent. Lu Yi had never thought himself invincible just because he had become the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy. Perhaps there was no one in the Spirit Creek battlefield who could challenge him anymore, but it was only a matter of time before he entered the Cloud River battlefield. When that happens, it would be like he was starting from the bottom all over again, not to mention that the Cloud River battlefield was a lot more complex than the Spirit Creek battlefield. The Grand Sky Coalition rankers of the top 10 ranks of the Scroll of Supremacy were successful in defending their ranks despite the Thousand Demon Ridge's best efforts. Besides Shi Guang's fall to 2nd place and the female archer's fall to 4th place, everyone else's rank remained more or less the same. As a result, Lu Yi received no challenge requests during this time. The only ones who could challenge him, Shi Guang and the female archer, knew they were no match for him and did not bother wasting their own time. Half a month later, Lu Yi had unlocked a total of 320 spiritual points. It had been 40 days since he ascended to Heaven 8. Busy climbing the Scroll of Supremacy before and practicing his blade technique afterward, his cultivation progress had slowed down considerably. As a result, he had only unlocked 20 additional spiritual points. He was still 40 spiritual points away from reaching Heaven 9. Lu Yi was practicing his blade technique in the courtyard as usual when suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and looked up. At the same time, the heaven's mysterious power descended from the sky. It had been 30 days since he returned to the Scroll of Supremacy. It was finally time to receive the heaven's reward. The reason he had stayed at the wooden building this whole time was partially because he was waiting for this day. He had asked many people about this process, so he was well aware of what was about to happen. There was one question they weren't able to answer him though. Would Amber and EE be able to enter the space with him? He thought they should. Amber was his tamed beast, and EE was its ghost spirit. This was something that was acknowledged by the heavens themselves, or they could not have entered the battlefields of the Scroll of Supremacy. Not only that, they had participated in each and every battle. Therefore, they should not be excluded from the reward. He was just thinking this when EE and Amber ran out of the wooden building at the same time. Lu Yi, I think Amber and I are feeling something, EE asked worriedly. She was feeling a bit rattled because this was the first time she sensed the heavens. It's okay. Just don't resist, Lu Yi instructed. Hua Ci heard the commotion and came out as well. When she met Lu Ye's eyes, she realized what was happening and asked for confirmation. Is it time? Lu Yi nodded. That was all he managed to do before he, Amber and EE turned transparent and vanished. three figures abruptly appeared in a foggy place. It was the Pool of Heavens, the place where the rankers of the Scroll of Supremacy received their reward. The mist in the pool was no world spiritual chi, but another form of energy that was incredibly beneficial to a cultivator. The mist could temper the cultivator's physique, strengthen their divine soul, and even cleanse their body of pill poison, effectively improving the purity of their spiritual power. It should not need to be explained why the reward was so coveted. Any ranker who managed to stay on the Scroll of Supremacy for a month would be pulled into this reward area. They would then receive the reward of the heavens and grow more powerful. That was why Shi Guang had mentioned that he had received the heavens reward several times already. He had been on the Scroll of Supremacy for months. The amount of time they were allowed to stay in this reward area was directly connected to the ranker's standing. The better their rank, the longer they would be able to stay here. Lu Yi had asked Yu Lianzhou how long he was able to stay in the Pool of Heavens. Despite his rank, he only had about an incense stick before he was sent back. Since he had never become the champion before, he couldn't tell Lu Yi exactly how much time the champion was allocated. To unravel this, Lu Yi asked his second senior sister to ask Feng Yuechan about it. According to the former champion, she had never lingered at the Pool of Heavens for more than an hour. This was why the elites of the Spirit Creek battlefield were so fond of the Scroll of Supremacy. Besides the fame and glory that naturally came with being the 100 strongest rankers in the Spirit Creek battlefield, the heavens would reward them handsomely for their efforts. The spirit mist here could temper one's physique, strengthen the divine soul, and improve the purity of their spiritual power. It was a reward that directly improved their strength and prospects. Even a few seconds in the Pool of Heavens could visibly strengthen a cultivator. The rule that stipulated that the higher ranker could spend more time in the Pool of Heavens also caused the strong to grow even stronger. Perhaps this was a form of silent encouragement from the heavens. They promised that the most outstanding cultivators would receive the greatest rewards. Why would a Heaven 9 cultivator choose to remain in the Spirit Creek battlefield after reaching the pinnacle? In the past, Lu Yi thought that they wanted to spend some time solidifying their foundation before ascending to the Cloud River realm. While it wasn't an inaccurate assumption, it wasn't comprehensive enough. The real reason was because they all dreamed of entering the Scroll of Supremacy and staying there long enough to receive the heavens reward. Technically speaking, there were conventional means to strengthen one's physique, improve one's divine soul, and purify one's spiritual power. However, the heavens reward could do all that in just a fraction of the time. With that in mind, of course they were in no hurry to ascend to the Cloud River realm. But of course, the reward wasn't an infinite power booster. Generally speaking, the third and fourth entrance to the Pool of Heavens was where the effects of the reward would diminish to the point where it was almost unnoticeable. When that happened, the rankers would stop wasting their time and ascend to the Cloud River realm. In the past, it was said that the three tumors, Feng Yuechan, Li Baxian and Yan Xing, were scorned by the heavens because they occupied the Scroll of Supremacy for too long. That was why the heavens had stopped pulling them into the Pool of Heavens after the first few months. In fact, the heavens stopped pulling them into the reward area not because they scorned them, but because the spirit mist was completely useless to them at that point. Naturally, there was no reason to waste the energy and time. The first thing Lu Yi did after appearing in the Pool of Heavens was to check if Amber and Yi were with him. He relaxed when he noticed that they were indeed present. Chapter 407 Come on. Lu Yi did not need to say anything. Yi immediately adopted a meditative stance and began absorbing the spirit mist around her, her body brightening and dimming in intervals. Amber straight up manifested its true body, opened its bloody jaws, and inhaled the spirit mist into its stomach. They all knew that their time was limited even though this was the first time they were pulled to this place. According to Feng Yuechan, even the champion wasn't allowed to stay here for over an hour, not to mention that the opportunity arrived only once a month. Naturally, they could not afford to waste even a second. As for Lu Yi, he immediately constructed gathering spirits in his spiritual points. This would be the third time he experienced something like this. The first time was when he was tempering his body at the Dragon Spring of 100 Peaks, and the second time was when he was improving his divine soul at the Pool of Divine Purification of the Lost City of Xianyuan. Suffice to say, his skills were critical in an environment like this. At Lu Ye's current speed and mental strength, it only took him a moment to create 320 gathering spirit funnels. After that, well, there was no after that. The mini-funnels would automatically draw the surrounding mist into his body and convert them into the appropriate gains using his spiritual power. As a warm feeling swam throughout his body, Lu Yi mused that the spirit mist was as good as advertised. He could feel his body and soul growing stronger by the minute. However, he noticed that the spirit mist was simultaneously less potent than the blood chi he absorbed from the dragon scale and the soul mist of the pool of divine purification. Moreover, he could not feel his spiritual power growing purer at all. It was probably because it was perfectly pure thanks to the tree of glyphs. Overall, the spirit mist of the pool of heavens was like the inferior version of the dragon spring and the pool of divine purification combined. That said, the spirit mist was hardly useless to Lu Yi. Quite the contrary, it reminded him of the first time he absorbed the blood chi in the dragon scale. At the beginning, he did not dare to devour the blood chi directly because it would have destroyed his body. Even Amber would die a little every time it inhaled just a wisp of the blood chi. It wasn't until they grew stronger that the process became bearable. They had used up the blood chi in the dragon scale a long time ago. In the past, Lu Yi thought that the dragon scale contained more blood chi than he could ever use at the Spirit Creek realm level. In reality, it ran out faster than they expected because he was sharing it with Amber and then with Jiuzhou later on. Today the dragon scale was nothing more but a pretty decoration and a memento. The spirit mist of the pool of divine purification strengthened both his body and his soul very gently. Not only did he not feel discomfited in the slightest, he was relaxed enough to fall asleep. After Lu Yi was done constructing gathering spirits in his spiritual points, he planted ward flags in his surroundings and set up a gathering spirits ward to gather the spirit mist even faster. The effects were as immediate as they were obvious. The mist became so thick that he could barely see his companions. He wasn't done though. Having bottled up the soul mist of the pool of divine purification once, he wondered if he could do the same to the spirit mist around him. It should be possible judging from the concentration of the spirit mist. He immediately channeled his spiritual power and constructed a massive gathering spirits. He then shaped it into a massive funnel. So far, everything was going smoothly. The spirit mist began gathering within the funnel and clinging to its walls. Soon they condensed into liquid and began flowing down the funnel's neck. Lu Yi immediately took out a jade bottle and held it to the hole. Right before the condensed liquid would drip into the bottle though, an invisible energy abruptly swept through the funnel and damaged it instantly. Lu Yi frowned. Unwilling to give up, he tried constructing another funnel only to see it destroyed the second it took form. Not only that, Lu Yi's skin abruptly prickled like he was being watched. His senses were warning him that something bad would happen if he persisted in his ways. Am I being watched by the heavens right now? To say Lu Yi was shocked would be an understatement. He had heard the term at least 1,000,000 times since he embarked on this journey. One might say that a cultivator's life was intricately tied to the heavens. He had always thought that the heavens were a set of rules or laws that governed all living things, but now he realized that he might be mistaken. This unnatural sensation he was feeling. Could the heavens actually be alive? His muscles stiffened. The feeling of impending doom felt terrible to put it mildly. Lu Yi channeled his spiritual power and tried constructing the funnel a third time, but this time he was assaulted by an inexplicable sense of panic before it could even take form. His heart beat faster and faster until it felt like it might leap out of his throat. The panic only dissipated after he dispelled his spiritual power. At that moment, Lu Yi knew that the heavens forbade him from bringing the spirit mist out of the pool of heavens, and the unnatural sensation that assaulted his body before was their warning. Come on. Lu Yi was unhappy at first, but on second thought, the spirit mist was the heavens' reward to all those who managed to stay on the scroll of supremacy for a month's time. It wouldn't be a reward anymore if they allowed Lu Yi to bring it out of the pool of heavens and distribute it freely among his friends, would it? It was like attending a buffet. If you could eat your money's worth, then good for you. However, no business owner would condone takeaways for obvious reasons. Lu Yi finally abandoned his desire after realizing this. While he was sad that he couldn't collect the spirit mist, he wasn't stupid or crazy enough to force things when the heavens had warned him as explicitly as they could. It would not end well for him if he persisted in his ways. Still, one question plagued Lu Yi: were the heavens truly alive and sentient? Knowing that he wouldn't get an answer anytime soon, Lu Yi pushed the question to the back of his mind and sat down at a random spot. For everyone else, they had to clear their mind of all stray thoughts and focus on inhaling the world's spiritual chi around them to cultivate their strength. It wouldn't work if they were too distracted. But Lu Yi? Lu Yi did not need to worry about such things. This meant she would challenge the Scroll of Supremacy only after he had ascended to the Cloud River realm. He tried to imagine the future for a bit. He immediately felt great pity for the Thousand Demon Ridge. He had already defeated their champion and claimed the top spot of the Scroll of Supremacy as a Heaven 8 cultivator. If Hua Ci, a medicine cultivator, managed to claim the #1 spot as well, it wasn't just the Thousand Demon Ridge who was going to lose face. The Grand Sky Coalition would be biting their nails as well. After all, there had never been a medicine cultivator among the top 50. However, Lu Yi did not doubt in the slightest that Hua Ci possessed the strength to become the champion of the Scroll of Supremacy. Even now, she was already powerful enough to enter the top 30. Lu Yi needed to get used to his enhanced physique and mind, so he started practicing flash after Hua Ci and Yi had left. He immediately noticed something different after making his first swing. Not only was his attack stronger than before, his chest wasn't hurting anymore. Shi Guang had pierced his chest with a spear. Although he had quickly recovered under Hua Ci's care, she was just a Heaven 8 cultivator. Even if she hadn't spared any effort in treating him, it was inevitable that some hidden injuries had remained in his body. For example, his chest always hurt when he was practicing flash. Chapter 408 The Purple Cloud Comes from the South. Cultivators led a tumultuous, violent life. Even the toughest cultivators could not avoid getting injured. The wound would heal given the proper care and treatment, but the same could not be said for hidden injuries. Hua Ci was just a Heaven 8 cultivator, so she was unable to remove these types of injuries. Their second senior sister, Shui Yuan, was the only one who was good enough to heal all of Lu Ye's hidden injuries. In fact, Shui Yuan would do exactly that for Lu Yi every time he returned to the headquarters. Now, it would seem that the spirit mist of the Pool of Heaven also possessed the power to heal one's hidden injuries. If nothing else, Lu Yi certainly felt much lighter than before. It was as if he had broken free from some sort of invisible weight. He was still practicing flash when suddenly, he received a message from Jiuzhou. It said, "Fellow cultivator Lu, I am ascending to the Cloud River realm now. Also, Shi Guang has already ascended to the Cloud River realm." Lu Yi immediately checked the Scroll of Supremacy and confirmed that that was indeed the case. In fact, many familiar names had vanished from the Scroll of Supremacy. He practically did not recognize the bottom 50 rankers anymore. The Scroll of Supremacy was updated very frequently. Normally, it took mere months for the entire list to be replaced by a completely new batch of cultivators. This was because even the lowest ranker should have absorbed their fill after entering the Pool of Heavens just 3 or 4 times. After that, there was no point in lingering in the Spirit Creek battlefield any longer. Jiuzhou had also mentioned the Yi elimination front briefly. Lu Yi knew that it was a temporary organization the Thousand Demon Ridge had set up to eliminate him. In fact, Shi Guang himself was the leader of the group. The Yi elimination front was a loose and temporary organization to begin with, and now their leader was gone. He did not think he had anything to worry about from them anymore. After conversing with Jiuzhou for a bit and bidding him goodbye, the sword cultivator's name soon vanished from the Scroll of Supremacy as well. Lu Yi resumed his blade technique training after that. If he was tired, then he would cultivate and study until he regained his strength. Infinite Island Outpost, Core Circle. Infinite Island was a Tier 1 sect with a deep foundation and countless talents. Right now, a young man was standing at a deserted spot and watching an exquisite-looking pavilion from afar. Lu Yi would have recognized him right away. He was none other than Luo Ji, an old foe of his. Of course, they were both pretty weak at the time. Lu Yi was on his way to the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost when he passed through the Mystic Sect in 9-Star Clan's territory. For the crime of killing the young master of the 9-Star Clan, he had earned a bounty on his head. Later, the Mystic Sect interfered and fought against the 9-Star Clan at the Split Sky Gorge. Luo Ji was training with the 9-Star Clan at the time. Dong Shuyi then requested him to kill Lu Yi. He was the first true spell cultivator Lu Yi had fought. It was him who contributed to Lu Ye's loathing of spell cultivators. Of course, Lu Yi no longer loathed spell cultivators as much as he did in the past because they were fragile. It had been a year and a half since that day. Luo Ji had also become a Heaven 7 cultivator. Luo Ji was different from the ordinary cultivator. He had cultivated a heaven-grade cultivation technique right from the get-go. When Lu Yi fought him, he was just a heaven-grade second-order realm cultivator with 50 unlocked spiritual points. Lu Yi was third-order at the time. He and Luo Ji had had a close match. While it was common knowledge that the devoted ones loathed the Crimson Blood sect these days, the Thousand Demon Ridge couldn't care less about their feud. More accurately, every core circle sect that was even tangentially related to the Crimson Blood sect was being attacked. As a result, the devoted ones was in quite the conundrum right now. It wasn't like they could explain things to the Thousand Demon Ridge either. They had no choice but to defend their outpost as best they could. Thankfully, the Thousand Demon Ridge was only surrounding the outpost instead of attacking. It was to pressure Lu Yi into showing himself. Lu Yi did not really care what might befall the devoted ones, but the same could not be said for the Three Sages School. To say that his sect owed the Three Sages School would be an understatement. First, his sect master had stolen 50 of their best disciples. 2. He had brought disaster to their doorsteps and cost them their outpost even though their sect master was the one who requested he visited their outpost. Also, he had failed to fulfill his promise to cultivate at their outpost because of his troubles. Lu Yi was going to cultivate in peace and silence until he reached Heaven 9, but the Thousand Demon Ridge had no regard for his wishes. While keeping a tight lid on his anger, Lu Yi messaged Feng Yu and said, "Please inform our friends in the Three Sages School to stay calm. If their outpost is breached before I get there, I swear I will compensate them for their loss one way or another." Chapter 409 Who do you think I look like? While Lu Yi was messaging Feng Yu, the legate of the Three Sages School, Situhan was standing next to her with an anxious expression. When she was finally done, he immediately asked, "What did fellow cultivator Lu say, junior sister Feng?" Situhan let out a sigh of relief after Feng Yu told him everything. It was never a good thing to lose one's outpost, but Lu Ye's promise had dispelled his worries. Worst case scenario, they would evacuate to their headquarters and wait for the danger to pass. It wasn't like they could chase them to Jiuzhou. Once upon a time, there was an inner circle sect called the Heavenly Derivative Sect who lost their outpost to the Thousand Demon Ridge because of Lu Yi. Later, Lu Yi had destroyed all the Thousand Demon Ridge sects within their vicinity and led them on an unprecedented conquest that allowed them to recoup everything they had lost and some more. This was why Situhan did not doubt Lu Ye's ability in the slightest. Meanwhile, Lu Yi bade Hua Ci goodbye in front of the wooden building before bringing out his flying spirit artifact and taking to the sky. As usual, amber was draped across his shoulder. Last time he had returned to the Myriad Poison Forest fairly quickly because he just wanted to buy some stuff at the Divine Trade Association. This time though he was planning to stir some trouble. That was why he decided to bring Amber and Yi with him. Hua Ci wanted to come with them, but Lu Yi needed someone to watch over the central ward at the courtyard, so that was that. A massive number of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were currently surrounding the Three Sages School in an attempt to force him out. Naturally, he wasn't stupid enough to oblige their wishes and walk into their death trap. Logically speaking, the Thousand Demon Ridge should leave the Three Sages School as soon as he revealed himself. Of course, there was a chance they might decide to occupy the outpost anyway since they were already there. This wasn't something he could change. In the air, Lu Yi took out his 10-point map and checked his surroundings for a bit. A while later, he selected the Thousand Demon Ridge outpost over 150 kilometers away from the Myriad Poison Forest as his target. The outpost belonged to a Tier 3 sect called the Meandering Mountain Clan. He rushed over as soon as he identified the direction. Both his physique and his mind were stronger after receiving the reward of the heavens. His telekinesis speed had improved as well. About 40 minutes later, Lu Yi arrived at his destination and descended right outside the outpost's grand ward. A sentry immediately noticed his presence and greeted Lu Yi cordially. "Hail, fellow cultivator. May I know your name?" Normally, only a friend of the sect would show up without prior notice. The sentry would let them in after a quick check. That was why this cultivator did not suspect that Lu Yi was an enemy. After all, what cultivator would be crazy enough to show up at an enemy sect's doorsteps alone? Lu Yi was inspecting the nodes of the Grand Ward with insight when he heard the question. He turned toward the cultivator and asked expressionlessly, "Who do you think I look like?" Caught off guard by the unexpected question, the cultivator examined Lu Yi's face for a second before blanching. He then pointed a finger at Lu Yi and stuttered, You're? He then channeled his spiritual power and shouted on top of his lungs, "Luyyi is here." In that instant, the entire outpost stirred like a kicked hornet's nest. Countless auras began flying over even as they wondered if they were hearing things, or if the cultivator who shouted the warning was mistaken. Lu Yi had gone underground for a while now. For what reason would he suddenly come to their outpost? By now, Lu Yi had taken out his ward flags and planted them into the Grand Ward. A bit of finessing later, the spiritual power within the marked area came to an abrupt stop. Finally, he opened a corner of the Grand Ward like he was opening a tent flap and walked in. He had used the exact same method against the devoted ones when he was visiting their outpost with Jia and Fengyu. If even a Tier 2 sect's Grand Ward could not stop Lu Yi, of course the Meandering Mountain clan could only do worse. That said, he wasn't trying to bring down the entire ward or even damage it in any way. Therefore, this tactic could only be used by a single person or a small group of people. By now, dozens of cultivators were surrounding him, and more were coming from every direction. Lu Yi had just walked into the outpost when a barrage of attacks flew toward him. Lu Yi was prepared for this, of course. He immediately activated protection to shield before dashing to the side with Windwalk. Despite his preparation, the glyph shattered almost immediately after he constructed it. This would happen another 5 times before he finally managed to escape to a corner where the enemy could not quite focus him down. His weapon holder vibrated as 9 flying weapons shot into the open. Blood-curdling screams immediately broke out all around him. A Tier 3 sect's outpost was mostly made up of Heaven 7 and Heaven 8 cultivators. Not only that, their handful of Heaven 9 cultivators weren't strong enough to enter the Scroll of Supremacy. Naturally, they were no match for Lu Yi. That said, the Meandering Mountain clan had responded to the threat very quickly. Just 10 breaths later, every cultivator in the outpost was on the move. For a time, the sky was filled with hundreds and hundreds of auras. It was quite the spectacle if nothing else. Although Lu Yi had entered the outpost alone, he knew from the start that his chances of occupying an outpost by himself were 0. The reason he did this was to cause a big enough commotion to draw the Thousand Demon Ridge's attention. More and more Meandering Mountain clan cultivators fell to Lu Yi, but the combat cultivator was being worn down at a steady rate himself. What he was doing was impressive, but every second he still breathed was a second he might not have. The smallest mistake could see him dead. Protection was not a powerful glyph, but quantity itself was a form of quality. Moreover, Lu Yi didn't get many opportunities to attack the enemy. As time passed, the Meandering Mountain clan gradually calmed down and discovered that the infamous monster wasn't invincible after all. Alone, none of them was a match for Lu Yi even if they fought to the last man. But together they might not be able to kill him, but he certainly wasn't going to escape unscathed. After the legate and the prolgate of the Meandering Mountain clan had collected themselves, their defense suddenly became much more solid. Not only that, they were actively trying to hinder and kill Lu Yi. As a result, Lu Yi was forced to leave the outpost less than half a tea time later. The battle had ended with the death of 20 to 30 cultivators for the Meandering Mountain clan, and a full body of injuries for Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not leave, however. In fact, he stood right outside of their Grand Ward and stared at them while swallowing his spirit pills from time to time. The Meandering Mountain clan did not dare to open their Grand Ward and chase him away. Inside the outpost, Lu Yi had very little room to maneuver. But outside the outpost where the sky was the limit, the combat cultivator could go all out against them. Neither the legate nor the prolgate were dumb enough to fight Lu Yi in his element. However, their cultivators were beyond angry and frustrated that a single man could trap them within their outpost. So, they jabbed fingers and yelled obscenities at him from the other side of the Grand Ward. Lu Yi did not respond no matter how ugly the curses were. Only a kid would argue with their mouth. Meanwhile, the news that Liu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect had infiltrated a Thousand Demon Ridge outpost and wreaked havoc swiftly spread throughout the Spirit Creek battlefield. All nearby Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators began moving to rescue their ally. Although Shi Guang had ascended to the Cloud River realm, the Yi elimination front was still present. It was precisely because it was a loose organization established purely to kill Liu Yi that Shi Guang's presence, while sorely missed, did not affect the organization too much. For as long as the desire to kill Liu Yi existed, so would the organization. More and more cultivators were converging upon the meandering mountain clan. The Spirit Creek battlefield that was silent for half a month finally became lively once more. Liu Yi left after standing outside the outpost for 2 hours. Since he had achieved his objective, there was no longer any need to stay. As he left, it so happened that he ran into a squad of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators who were coming to the meandering mountain clan's rescue. At Liu Ye's current strength, any group that was smaller than 20 or even 30 people was no match for him. After all, this was not the challenge battle of the Scroll of Supremacy. There, the challenger must deal with all sorts of limitations and geographical disadvantages. But here in the outdoors, victory was decided by the depth of their foundation and their tricks. And Liu Yi wasn't lacking in either department. Liu Yi charged his enemies without even bothering to maneuver out of harm's way. Only a handful of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators managed to cross paths with him and live. Liu Yi did not have a specific destination in mind. He was simply traveling in a straight line and killing everyone in his way. If the Thousand Demon Ridge wanted him to show himself so badly, then he would oblige them. He only hoped that they could bear the consequences. After suffering many losses, many Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators decided to retreat. However, even more people were moving in to intercept him as his location was being shared among his pursuers in real time. Liu Yi was very glad that he had brought Yi and Amber with him. Otherwise, he would have no time to rest at all. He hadn't stopped flying since he left the meandering mountain clan's outpost. No matter where he went, Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators would swoop in to try to kill him. It was only thanks to Yi and Amber sharing some of the burden that he was able to hang on. The Thousand Demon Ridge's plan was very clear. They were going to slow him down and wear him out with sheer numbers. No matter how strong Liu Yi was, he was still human. Once he was exhausted, he would fall like any other. It wasn't a smart plan, but it was certainly the most effective plan against Liu Yi. Liu Yi almost never ran out of spiritual power thanks to the Tree of Glyphs and Gluttonous Feast, but he could not say the same for his mind and stamina. It was only a matter of time before either one of them gave out. That was why Liu Yi began making his way toward Myriad Poison Forest when he was approaching his limit. Right now in the core circle, the Myriad Poison Forest was his one and only refuge. Nowhere else was safe for him. As long as he could get within 50 kilometers of the Myriad Poison Forest, he would be able to teleport back to the wooden building. Once he was done recovering, he could come out and repeat this all over again. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his battlefield imprint. It was a message from Feng Yu. Fifth Senior Brother, the Three Sages School's outpost is about to fall. I will be evacuating to Jiuzhou with Senior Brother Situ and the others. Take care, Fifth Senior Brother. Liu Yi was silent when he saw the message. In the end, he wasn't able to save the Three Sages School's outpost. It was the expected outcome. The Thousand Demon Ridge had gathered enough cultivators to defeat the Three Sages School's outpost. Why would they leave empty-handed? Liu Yi attempted to respond to Feng Yu's message, but he quickly discovered that his response could not be sent. Feng Yu had already teleported back to Jiuzhou. If the Three Sages School could not save their outpost, what about the Devoted Ones? He reckoned that the Devoted Ones would not escape their fate either. In the past, no one dared to challenge them because they had Fourth Senior Brother and Senior Sister Feng to protect them. But now, this generation of Devoted Ones was nothing impressive, so he did not think they would be able to defend their outpost. Chapter 410 The Three Banes of Spirit Creek. Liu Yi was still thinking when he received another message. This time it was from his second senior sister. It stated, "Pay the Blue Emperor City's outpost a visit if you're free." Liu Yi hurriedly responded, "Why's that?" "Someone would like to meet you." Liu Yi was a bit confused. If he remembered correctly, the Blue Emperor City was a Tier 2 sect in Bingzhou. It was almost as strong as some Tier 1 sects and more or less in the same position as the devoted ones right now. The problem was that Lu Yi had never interacted with a member of the Blue Emperor City before, so he wasn't sure why she was asking him to go to their outpost. He didn't try to ask for more information. Shui Yuan would have told him everything if she wanted. Got it? Lu Yi responded before checking his 10-point map. He discovered that the Blue Emperor City's outpost wasn't too far away from his current location. At his current speed, he should reach it in less than half a day. However, he looked back at the auras still hounding him like past memories. The Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't going to give up pursuing him anytime soon. It would be remiss of him to fly to the Blue Emperor City like this. First things first, he had to find a way to shake off his tail. There were several ways Lu Yi could do this, but the most obvious answer was Soar. If he activated the glyph for a prolonged period of time, then not even a sword cultivator could catch up to him. He was going to do just that when suddenly Yi let out a cry of surprise from behind him. Before he could react, he felt his spiritual power seizing inside his body, and his flying spirit artifact ceasing to function. They started falling uncontrollably toward the ground. On his shoulder, Amber's eyes widened as it gripped his shirt firmly to avoid being shaken off by the sudden momentum. Lu Yi did not panic despite the completely unexpected situation. He immediately checked his surroundings but did not detect an ambush. In fact, his pursuers were also screaming and falling toward the ground just like him. It would be a very amusing sight if he wasn't in the same situation himself. Is it aerial lock? If there was an aerial lock effect in this area, then it would explain why they had suddenly lost control of their flying spirit artifacts. However, his spiritual power was restricted as well. Aerial lock would not be able to do this. Is it spirit lock then? That didn't seem quite right either. It felt like this entire region was under the effect and he did not know of any ward that could affect such a large area. It was at this moment he abruptly regained control of his spiritual power once more. He hurriedly circulated it and flew back into the air. It was then that Yi cried out, "Lu Yi, I think the Yuan metal storm is upon us." Lu Yi instinctively knew that she was right. Back at the inner circle, after he had conquered 1 to 200,000 Demon Ridge outposts with the Grand Sky Coalition, he had heard a little about the 3 Banes of Spirit Creek. The 3 Banes of Spirit Creek referred to the Judgment of Heavens, the Yuan Metal Storm, and the One Leaf. The Judgment of Heavens was an obvious one. Thunder rarely echoed in the Spirit Creek battlefield, but when it did, it usually meant that an insectoid attack was coming. It was easily the busiest time of a cultivator's life. Every cultivator, no matter the sect or faction, must focus on dealing with the insectoid attack near their outpost with all their might. The Yuan Metal Storm was even more unpredictable than the Judgment of Heavens. Every few years to a decade or so, a natural disaster cultivators named as the Yuan Metal Storm would happen. Lu Yi wasn't unfamiliar with Yuan Metal force fields. In fact, it was thanks to it that he was able to slay Manager Yang as a mortal and embark on his cultivation journey. The Yuan metal force field in the mines wasn't powerful. In fact, it was positively weak since it was generated by a pitiful amount of Yuan metal. Even so, Manager Yang had been unable to channel even a sliver of spiritual power. That was why he had succumbed to Lu Yi in the end. What would happen if that same force field was thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger? And what would happen if it engulfed the entire Spirit Creek battlefield? This was why people called it the Yuan Metal Storm. Every time this happened, the entire Spirit Creek battlefield would be engulfed in an unshakable force field. Every world spiritual chi in the air would be frozen solid, and even the spiritual power in a cultivator's body would be completely unusable. During this period, the only power a cultivator could rely on during this time was their body. As cultivators strongly relied on spiritual power for combat, the natural disaster was undoubtedly the bane of their existence, but only some of them. Body-tempering cultivators loved the Yuan Metal Storm, and combat cultivators fared pretty well during such times as well. On the other hand, spell cultivators and ghost cultivators could only quake in fear in their outposts. The one silver lining regarding the Yuan Metal Storm was that it did not hit the Spirit Creek battlefield immediately and without warning. At the beginning, it would happen sporadically as if warning the cultivators of its imminent arrival. Shortly after that, it would engulf the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. Lu Yi was thankful that the natural disaster wasn't completely without warning. Otherwise, countless cultivators would have fallen to their deaths. As for the one leaf, Lu Yi wasn't even going to entertain the thought. It was obvious that the Thousand Demon Ridge was slandering him. When his friends had told him about it, he merely chuckled and pushed it to the back of his mind as soon as he was able. Apparitions were especially sensitive toward Yuan metal force fields. That was why Yi had realized the truth sooner than him. Return to Amber's body now, Lu Yi hurriedly said. The worst thing the Yuan metal storm could do to a cultivator was to shackle their spiritual power, but to an apparition like Yi, it might kill her outright if she did not hide in Amber's body. Yeah. Yi immediately disappeared into Amber's body. Amber, manifest your true form. Amber growled in response before leaping down Lu Ye's back and occupying Yi's spot. There was a burst of mutant energy and it transformed back into a massive tiger once more. While this was happening, Lu Yi lowered their altitude until they were less than 17 meters away from the ground. This way they wouldn't fall to their deaths even if the Yuan metal storm were to happen in earnest. To a cultivator, there was no death more tragic than a fall from great height. Almost as soon as he was done adjusting his altitude, Lu Yi once again felt an invisible energy shackling the spiritual power inside his body. Both him and Amber immediately crashed to the ground. Right after they climbed back to their feet, the tightness abruptly vanished, and he was able to fly his spirit boat once more. This would happen a couple more times before the Yuan metal force field finally engulfed the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. At that moment, all cultivators lost control of their spiritual power, and even the world's spiritual chi in the air was frozen solid. Not only that, every outpost's grand ward had come undone as well. Right now the only thing the cultivators could still use was their battlefield imprint. Not even the Yuan metal storm could affect an object of the heavens. The moment the Yuan metal storm had erupted in full force, Lu Yi immediately climbed onto Amber's back and rode it to the distance. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators behind him could only watch as he left them in the dust. More than ever, Lu Yi wanted to thank his past self for being wise enough to bring Amber with him. He did not even want to imagine what would happen if he had to outrun his enemies on his own 2 feet. Meanwhile, the Thousand Demon Ridge was experiencing an epiphany. Now was the time to kill Lu Yi. Ever since the bastard had become a Heaven 8 cultivator, their ability to suppress him had become weaker than ever before. He had only become stronger after he received the reward of the Scroll of Supremacy. If they tried to swarm him with numbers, he would just outfly them. If they tried to assassinate him, he would just annihilate his assassins. That was why he was able to escape their judgment for so long. But now, everyone's spiritual power was shackled, and they could only rely on their bodies to fight. If they could trap Lu Yi in a disadvantageous terrain, then they should be able to overwhelm him with just dozens of bodies. However, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were quickly met with a new problem. Lu Yi had a mount. A mount that could attack one's divine soul with its roar, no less. Mounts were very popular among low-level cultivators because they made travel easier and functioned as a capable partner in combat. However, tamed beasts became far less common after they reached the 8th order. Few tamed beasts could travel faster than a cultivator could fly on their flying spirit artifacts, and even their fighting strength became wanting after the cultivator had grown to a certain point. Natural selection was taking its course, so to speak. If the Thousand Demon Ridge wished to kill Lu Yi before the Yuan metal storm was over, they would need to acquire a lot of mounts. Moreover, the mount must be able to catch up with his white tiger at the very least. Thankfully, there was such a thing as the Beast Tamer faction. The cultivators of this faction specialized in fighting together with their tamed beasts. In fact, their strength was entirely dependent on the strength of their spirit beasts. Once, Lu Yi had fought such a cultivator on the Scroll of Supremacy. The man had brought a whopping 4 spirit beasts onto the battlefield. But of course, Lu Yi had killed them all and even kept the spirit beasts' bodies as food. For once, the Beast Tamers became one of the most popular factions in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Even mutant cultivator sects had chipped in their flying spirit beasts to aid the cause. Their job was to search high and low for Lu Yi at his last discovered location. No matter what happened, they had to slay Lu Yi before the Yuan metal storm passed. Meanwhile, Lu Yi had finally arrived at the Blue Emperor City's outpost. What should have been a 3/4-day journey had been prolonged to a 2-day journey. This was after Amber had become much stronger and faster too. Otherwise, it would have taken him 4 to 5 days to reach the outpost. Both man and mount looked dusted and dirty when they arrived at the outpost's entrance. There was no grand ward surrounding the outpost because of the Yuan metal storm, and every cultivator had been summoned back to the outpost to guard it. After all, no one knew if the enemy would choose to attack them during this time. Lu Yi was spotted almost immediately by a Blue Emperor City cultivator. It wasn't long before someone met him outside the outpost and asked cordially, "Are you fellow cultivator Yi of the Crimson Blood sect?" "I am." The cultivator immediately made a welcoming gesture. "Please come in, fellow cultivator Yi." Chapter 411, Third Senior Brother's Insight into Blade Techniques. A short while later, Lu Yi was brought into the outpost's guest hall. Soon, a refined young man wearing a robe with long sleeves stepped into the room. Lu Yi was pretty young, but the young man looked even younger than he was. Since everyone's spiritual power was currently shackled in their bodies, he was unable to determine his cultivation level from his aura. Still, the fact he was in the core circle could only mean that he had already switched to a heaven-grade cultivation technique. He must be Heaven 7 at least. The young man stepped forward and bowed politely. Xiao Changhe greets his 5th senior uncle. "Did he just call me, and his name?" "Are you Xiang Xinghe's?" Xiao Changhe smiled gently. "That is correct. Xiao Xinghe is my father." Lu Yi let out an exclamation of realization. Before he joined the Crimson Blood sect, the sect master and his 2nd senior sister were the only ones left in the entire sect. The first senior sister he had met at the Spirit Creek battlefield, Missouri Yuan, did not count because she was really the same person as Shui Yuan. However, their personalities and even their body shapes were completely different for some reason. Lu Yi had gradually learned about this after he joined the Crimson Blood sect. Lu Yi also had 2 senior brothers. His 4th senior brother, Li Baxin, was one of them. The other person was his 3rd senior brother, Xiao Xinghe. Although Lu Yi had never met the man in his life, the young man before him had called himself Xiao Changhe and addressed Lu Yi as his 5th senior uncle. Naturally, he had made the connection immediately. Although they were only 1 or 2 years apart, Lu Yi belonged to the same generation as his 3rd senior brother from a sex point of view. It made sense that Xiao Changhe would address him as his 5th senior uncle. "I see. My 3rd senior brother is with the Blue Emperor City." It was only now that Lu Yi had found out about this. He knew that the sect master had sent his 3rd senior brother away to keep him safe just like Li Baxin, but he not learned that he joined the Blue Emperor City until now. He watched Xiao Changhe closely and internally praised his 3rd senior brother for his skills. Not only was his son almost the same age as him, he was extraordinarily talented as well. "3rd senior brother wanted to meet me, didn't he?" Lu Yi asked. Earlier, Shui Yuan had messaged him saying that someone would like to meet him. All things considered, it could only be his 3rd senior brother. Xiao Changhe nodded. "Yes. In fact, my father was going to invite you to the headquarters, but this Yuan metal storm had temporarily disabled the Divine Opportunity Column's teleportation ability." The Divine Opportunity Column's teleportation required spiritual chi to function. Since the Spirit Creek battlefield's world spiritual chi was temporarily frozen, of course it wouldn't be able to teleport anyone. After that, Xiao Changhe passed over a booklet and said, "When my father sensed that the Yuan metal storm was about to befall the Spirit Creek battlefield, he told me to return to the headquarters and take this booklet. He wanted me to give it to you." Lu Yi accepted it and took a look. The booklet was only the size of a palm and about a dozen or so pages thick. It looked like it had been sewn using animal skin. He flipped it open and saw that it was filled with tiny words. His eyebrows slowly rose as he went through the columns though. It was his 3rd senior brother's insight into blade techniques. This reminded him of an old memory. His 4th senior brother was with him the first time he had returned to the headquarters from the Spirit Creek battlefield. At the time, Li Baxin had complained that Lu Yi had picked up a blade like his 3rd senior brother instead of the sword. To this day, Lu Yi could still recall Li Baxin's sad face. Since ancient times, blade wielders had looked down on sword wielders and vice versa. Technically speaking, Li Baxin would have cherished Lu Yi all the same no matter which weapon he had chosen, and it was true. That said, Li Baxin would be even fonder of Lu Yi if the young man had picked up the sword. This booklet contains some of my father's insights into his personal blade techniques in recent years. He hopes that it will be of use to you since he is unable to teach you himself. It most certainly is. Please thank him on my behalf. Lu Yi wasn't just flattering Xiao Changhe when he said this. This booklet was practically a treasure to him since he had been hitting a wall when cultivating his blade technique for a while. He had many ideas but not many ways to succeed. Even if he did discover a feasible way to succeed, he wasn't quite able to find a point of entry, so to speak. Worse, he had no one he could consult or study with. He was like a blind man trying to cross a river. He only had the feedback of his subpar senses to rely on. That was why his third senior brother's gift was most timely. The difference between having to explore a path entirely on his own and following a guide was like night and day. The destination was the same, but this one booklet would save him so much time and effort. My father knew you would say this. He said there is no need for thanks between family members, Xiao Changhe replied smilingly before adding, "Fifth senior uncle, my father has been cultivating in the Cloud River battlefield for the past 3 years. He has not been able to return to Jiuzhou even once until he ascended to the real lake realm a while ago. That is why he's clueless to anything that happens outside of the Cloud River battlefield." Lu Yi understood what Xiao Changhe was trying to say and nodded. "I understand. Please inform my third senior brother that he has nothing to worry about. In the future I will pay him a visit. Also, please inform him that I, Lu Yi, am a lucky and tenacious man. The Thousand Demon Ridge cannot kill me no matter what they do. My father looks forward to meeting you." Xiao Changhe made an earnest attempt to get Lu Yi to stay at the outpost, but in the end Lu Yi took his leave after a brief rest. The Thousand Demon Ridge must be looking for him right now. If his location was leaked, the Blue Emperor City's outpost would surely be in danger. The Yuan Metal Storm stopped not just the Grand Wards from functioning, but also the Divine Opportunity Column from teleporting. Many people would die if the Thousand Demon Ridge invaded the outpost. Lu Yi took off in the direction of the Myriad Poison Forest after leaving the Blue Emperor City's outpost. He was missing his wooden home more than ever right now. He could not wait to study the gift his third senior brother had given him. He could delay this for 4 hours max before he must enter the battlefield or forfeit by default. As if noticing Lu Ye's intent, Amber kicked it up a notch and moved even faster. It wasn't long before the canyon was behind them. Meanwhile, a ton of messages were being exchanged from where Lu Yi could not detect. "Lu Yi has accepted the challenge request. Tell brother Zhu Pang to get ready." Zhu Pang is ready, but the battle hasn't begun yet. Lu Yi must be planning on buying time for himself. What a shame. He would be dead for sure if we were able to surround him in that location. There's no hurry. We still have a chance. As long as brother Zhu Pang can delay Lu Yi for an incense stick, we will be able to surround him from every direction. When that happens, not even he would be able to escape. Can someone ask Zhu Pang if it's possible for him to delay Lu Yi for an incense stick? He said he'll do his best, but he also urged us to act as quickly as we are able. His best isn't enough. We need him to be able to survive an incense stick no matter what. Our forces are just too far away from Lu Yi right now. Without enough time, it's physically impossible for him to entrap him. Anyway, Zhu Pang is a body-tempering cultivator, isn't he? Is he seriously saying that he can't even last an incense stick against Lu Yi? Zhu Pang said, "You can stall Lu Yi yourself if you think you're so hot. He's the final hope of Thousand Demon Ridge. How can he say something so irresponsible? If I was qualified to challenge Lu Yi, I would have done so already." Cut the nonsense. If you have time to chatter, then you have time to calculate his travel speed and estimate his location. We need to know where he'll appear in 4 hours so we can intercept him there. Chapter 412, Armor Golem. According to the Thousand Demon Ridge's calculations, Lu Yi should reach a valley after about 4 hours. Although that terrain wasn't nearly as perfect as the canyon from before, it was still a pretty good place to trap him. The messages were sent, and the cultivators began converging on that valley. They were just waiting for Lu Yi to enter the valley and accept the challenge request. If Zhu Peng could hold on for an incense stick, then Lu Yi would find himself in an inescapable death trap when he returned to the Spirit Creek battlefield. He would not be able to break free even if he was twice as powerful than he currently was. But as the saying went, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. Just 2 hours later, the planners received an unexpected message. Zhu Peng has entered the battlefield. What? Lu Yi did not delay for all 4 hours? Where is he right now? They were dumbfounded when the scouts reported Lu Ye's location back to them. As it turned out, he was at a wide expanse big enough to fit an entire mountain or more. It should not need to be said, but it was easily one of the worst places to execute an ambush. Shit. He must have noticed our plan. Inform all forces to move toward Lu Ye's location now. There's no telling how long Zhu Peng can last. The Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't stupid. Lu Yi had to have figured out their plan, or it made no sense that he would choose to enter the Scroll of Supremacy's battlefield on a flat plain. Right now, their best course of action was to mobilize their men as soon as possible and form an unbreachable encirclement around Lu Ye's location before the battle ended. Only then would they be able to slay the combat cultivator. As the Thousand Demon Ridge began to move, deep frustration boiled inside their hearts. Lu Yi was the one being drawn into a trap here, so why did it feel like they were the ones who were being led by the nose? While the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were rushing to Lu Ye's location, the young man and Zhu Peng appeared in a small battlefield tens of meters in radius at the same time. Logically speaking, Lu Yi should not have accepted the challenge request, especially since he figured out what the Thousand Demon Ridge was planning. The best way to guarantee his own safety was to reject the challenge request. There was a problem with this method, however. If he rejected the challenge request, another challenger would challenge him. They would not stop until he was expelled from the Scroll of Supremacy. This meant that he would have to climb to the top all over again and stay there for at least a month. Only then could he receive the heaven's reward once more. His accumulated time from before would have been wasted, not to mention the time it would take to redo the whole thing. That was why Lu Yi had chosen to accept the challenge request. If he could defeat Zhu Peng, then no one else from the Thousand Demon Ridge could challenge him. The body-tempering cultivator would be dead or incapable of further combat at the end of this battle, and he did not think the female archer or Gui Yingzi would be stupid enough to risk their hides. That said, if he took too long to defeat Zhu Peng, then the Thousand Demon Ridge would still be able to surround and kill him. That was why he was going to end this battle as soon as possible. The white light faded, and Lu Yi spotted a brawny figure opposite him immediately. Although Lu Yi had challenged every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator during his climb up the Scroll of Supremacy, he had never fought this Zhu Peng before. The body-tempering cultivator had rejected his challenge request. At the time, Zhu Peng was just a top 40 ranker. He had no idea how the guy managed to climb to the 6th spot in such a short time. The Spirit Creek battlefield was currently engulfed by the Yuan metal storm. The force field shackled everyone's spiritual power and prevented them from channeling it even a little. However, the Scroll of Supremacy's battlefield wasn't affected by it. Lu Yi did not waste his breath on Zhu Peng. The first thing he did was to put away the booklet he received from his third senior brother safely in his storage bag. Then he empowered his legs with windwalk and rushed toward Zhu Peng like a blur. There was a shriek of metals as a strange object wrapped around Zhu Peng's body. It looked like some sort of mechanical construct. There was a giant disc on his back and 4 mechanical arms on both sides of the disc. Each arm was holding a spirit artifact. The mechanical arms were supposed to hold a different type of spirit artifact each to increase the cultivator's offensive power, but Zhu Peng had changed them all to shields. Not only that, his own hands were holding a massive shield each, and they were twice as big as the other shields. To make a comparison, the body-tempering cultivator was massive, but the shield still nearly covered his entire body. All in all, the guy was carrying 6 shield spirit artifacts in total. He was wrapped as tight as a fortress. This was the first time Lu Yi had encountered such an opponent. It was clear that the bastard was planning to defend until the very end. If he wasn't sure that the Thousand Demon Ridge was trying to delay and entrap him, he was now. On a related note, this was also the first time Lu Yi encountered a Golem master in the Scroll of Supremacy's battles. As it turned out, Zhu Peng was both a body-tempering cultivator and a Golem master. It allowed him to enhance his defense to insane levels. Lu Yi had to admit that his interest was piqued when Zhu Peng had summoned the mechanical construct. On the surface, the mechanical arms looked as crude and savage as a spider's limbs. In reality, he knew how much work had to go into the mechanical construct to make it function well enough to be used in combat. The Golem Masters had a unified name for all mechanical constructs like this. They called it an armor golem. Zhu Peng's armor golem only covered half of his body, specifically the upper torso. This wasn't the limit of Jiuzhou's armor golem technology, of course. Lu Yi had heard that there were golem masters who could build full-body armor golems. Generally speaking, a full-body armor golem could be split into two categories, humanoid and zoological. He had picked up this knowledge from Lady Yun's books because the internal structure of an armor golem was filled with glyphs. Before a golem master could build an armor golem, they had to learn how to use glyphs. At the time, Lu Yi was already deeply curious about armor golems. That said, he did not spend too much time on it as he understood the folly of biting off more than he could chew. Since Zhu Peng had lost two of his shields, what should have been an impregnable defense now had multiple flaws that he could exploit. In the air, Lu Yi pointed a finger at Zhu Peng and channeled his spiritual power. A fiery red fire phoenix swiftly took form and flew straight toward the gap. Zhu Peng saw what was coming and tried to dodge to the side. He would have succeeded if Amber hadn't roared again and caused him to stop in his tracks. By the time he tried to move again, the fire phoenix was already in front of him. Left with no choice, Zhu Peng raised his shields and blocked the spell. An inferno shot into the air as the fire phoenix engulfed his whole body. The scent of burned flesh permeated in the air as Zhu Peng muffled a groan. By now, Lu Yi realized that the half-body armor golem wasn't as unassailable as he initially thought. Although the combined defense of a powerful physique and an armor golem was insane, the mechanical construct also slowed down the cultivator considerably. The inability to take evasive maneuvers against a combat cultivator like him was its biggest weakness. He also realized that flying weapons weren't his best counter against such a tactic. Spells were. It was because spells possessed greater penetration power than flying weapons. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was attempting to flank Zhu Peng. Realizing Lu Ye's intention from his heavy footsteps, Zhu Peng tried to spin around and block the attack. However, Amber interrupted his movement once again by smacking a paw against his shield and causing him to stagger on his feet. Amber's roar had never been its only ability. The tiger itself was a powerful beast whose gold attribute marked it as a natural, bloodthirsty predator. The reason it seldom fought in person was because Lu Yi could usually handle all the enemies by himself, and anyone he couldn't handle was of course beyond its ability as well. This was different though. Lu Yi needed to defeat his opponent in the shortest amount of time possible, but he couldn't do so because his opponent was hiding behind a disgusting amount of protection. For once, Amber needed to unleash its full capabilities. Chapter 413 Surround. Zhu Peng had made one crucial error prior to entering this battle, and that was his decision to abandon offense and turtle up completely. Had he chosen to fight as normal, he might not have been put in such an awkward position. He thought that focusing completely on defense would give him the safety he desperately sought, but in reality it barely did anything. He had forgotten that sometimes, the best defense was a good offense. It couldn't be helped. Lu Yi was so infamous that he wasn't confident he could beat the young man even with an armor golem. While his strategy wasn't completely unsound, he was completely protected at the beginning. He lost any chance of retaliation when Lu Yi managed to pry open an unblockable gap in his defense. While Amber was smacking the body-tempering cultivator left and right with its large paws, Lu Yi targeted Zhu Peng's flank with deadly intent. The sharp blade made Zhu Peng feel as if he had been dropped into an ice pit. He focused his attention completely on Lu Yi and Amber and channeled all of his spiritual power to defend against their attacks. However, boom. 1 second he felt a violent surge of spiritual power from his side. The next, a massive blast poured through the gap of his defense and slammed into his body like a mountain. At that moment, Zhu Peng felt as if he was being rent from limb to limb. If his physique wasn't as tough as it was, the blast would have killed him already. Even so, the attack had shredded his protection and left a deep hole in his body. One could even see his internal organs if they looked closely. He turned around to see what had attacked him. His pupils contracted into needles when he saw a girl channeling another powerful spell some distance away from him. What is going on here? Zhu Peng was flabbergasted to say the least. The battles of the Scroll of Supremacy had always been a one-on-one duel. He had no qualms with Lu Yi bringing his tamed beast into the battle since it was something the heavens allowed since the Scroll of Supremacy was a thing. After all, beast tamers primarily fought using tamed beasts. To forbid them from bringing their tamed beasts into the fight would be to neuter them completely. But who the fuck was this girl? She couldn't possibly be a tamed beast, could she? He just could not make sense of this no matter how hard he tried. Zhu Peng's first thought was that Lu Yi had used some sort of unimaginable method to circumvent the heaven's supervision and bring in a spell cultivator to kick his ass. However, he quickly discarded the idea. The heavens were a higher existence that had been maintaining law and order since the beginning of their cultivation world. As far as he was aware, there had never been a fairness issue regarding the Scroll of Supremacy. He could not imagine that the heavens would screw up so badly that they would allow a spell cultivator to enter the battle of the Scroll of Supremacy and screw up the duel completely. He didn't get to ponder on this issue for long though. As Yi's spells blasted him again and again, he started shaking non-stop like a boat attempting to survive a thunderstorm on the sea. This was before mentioning that Lu Yi and Amber were attacking him non-stop as well. His senses were screaming for him to run when he lost yet another shield spirit artifact. It felt like death was breathing down his neck. Zhu Peng wanted to surrender, but Amber would not stop roaring at him. It grew to the point where he was starting to bleed from his nose continuously. A tiny voice urged him to surrender again and again, but he just could not concentrate enough to say the words out loud. More spells struck his muscular body when finally, a sharp blade slipped through his broken defense, pierced through his lower jaw and out of his skull. The body-tempering cultivator's spiritual power abruptly ceased. Yi dispelled her spells and Amber retreated to a corner. That said, Amber was still in a pouncing stance just in case the body-tempering cultivator managed to pull off one last attack before his inevitable death. Drip. Drip. Red blood dripped off Zhu Peng's chin and splashed wetly against the floor. He stared at the young man who killed him with hate, disbelief, the desire to live and many more emotions. Lu Yi withdrew his saber, and the blood poured out of the wound earnestly. The body-tempering cultivator hit the floor with a thud and curled up slowly. It wasn't long before an entire pool of blood appeared beneath the corpse. That was the end of the sixth ranker, Zhu Peng. Yi stepped forward and took all of Zhu Peng's valuables including the broken armor golem he was wearing. She then tossed the storage bag into Lu Yi's hands before slipping back into Amber's body. While this was happening, Lu Yi hurriedly took out a stack of bandages and healing medicine from his storage bag, put them all inside a normal bag and tied it to Amber's back. This was just the beginning. Unless he was sorely mistaken, a harsher battle awaited him when he returned to the Spirit Creek battlefield. The Yuan metal storm froze any and all spiritual qi. The effect was so absolute that even storage bags were unusable during this time. That was why he had taken out his healing items and put them in a normal bag. Not only that, he also picked out a few sabers that shared almost the same shape as the inviolable from his pile of loot to use as spares. After everything was ready, Lu Yi stuffed a couple of healing pills into his mouth and climbed onto Amber's back. Only then did he allow the heavens to teleport him out of the battlefield. The first thing he saw upon returning to the Spirit Creek battlefield was a boundless expanse. However, things were definitely not the same as they were before. His vision had just recovered when a powerful gust of wind struck Amber's body like a hammer. The tiger was huge and strong, but the attack still nearly knocked it over. The tiger let out an angry roar and swiped in the direction where the attack came from. It was able to tear a chunk of flesh from its assailant. At the same time, Lu Yi felt a powerful attack sailing toward him. He instinctively swung his own blade in response. There was a loud clash as the enemy spirit artifact was sent flying. He also heard his attacker crying out in surprise. It was only now that Lu Yi saw who their attacker was. It was a 1000-demon ridge cultivator riding a spirit rhino. The rhino was the one who rammed into Amber and the cultivator the one who attacked him. Unfortunately for his attackers, the surprise attack wasn't enough to make up for the large disparity in strength between them. He might be nowhere close to Jiujia's level, but he was definitely on par or stronger than the ordinary body-tempering cultivator. Amber was even tougher than he was as it consumed most of the blood chi in the dragon scale. At least 50% of its blood chi had gone to the white tiger. Lu Yi came in second with 30 to 40%, and Zhu Jia last with 10 to 20%. Besides that, Amber was a spirit beast, one who had learned how to inhale and exhale the essence of a celestial body from Zhu Jia no less. Physique-wise, Amber was at least 2 or 3 times stronger than Lu Yi. If it activated its mutant powers, it could be immune to even a cultivator's spirit artifact. Now all those refinements were paying dividends. Most cultivators would have taken some injuries after being treated to a rain of arrows. Assuming they took too much damage, then their death was all but certain. However, Lu Yi and Amber were immune to the arrow shots. At first, Lu Yi still tried to parry the attacks with his saber, but ignored them completely when he realized that they were about as harmful as a scratch. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.